know. World going round, I'm letting it spin. Light is coming down, any colors your skin. I'ma take a drive to the unknown. 'Cause I wonder what it feels like. Wait a minute, now carry on. Okay. Stay down or rise above. Oh, is it a red flag or recklessly in love? When I give it my all, I just wanna be enough. Trying to run it back when I'm cold in the feet. My boat is going mad, so weak. Yeah, I'll take the plunge to see if I float. 'Cause I wonder what it feels like. What? I wonder what it feels like.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the European Qualifying Series for the SSL Gold Cup Final in Rio de Janeiro of November this year. Yesterday, unfortunately, we only had one race in. Today, we should be expecting many more races. As a matter of fact, race committee told me this morning, as long as there's wind, we'll be racing. And that's a good thing because today's weather, we are expecting wind all day long. It'll be a little bit gray, but fortunately, we're not going to have any of those big thunderstorms at the end of the day. So before we get out onto the water and check out what's going on, let's go and talk to Mark and see who he found dockside.
Many thanks, Jan. And today we are speaking with Emma Plaskart, who is the skipper of the Belgian team. It looks like you've got a busy schedule ahead.
Yeah, that's right. 3 races planned today, so it should be a lot of fun.
And what are your tactics going to be? Because we know 3 races, you could get things from day 1, you've got to get things going really fast.
Yeah, I think because we didn't race yesterday, today's probably like the most important day of the regatta. This will be half the points that are earned, 3 out of 6 races. So I think we just come out guns blazing, try and win the race, see where we're at, and make sure we do quick debriefs between the races and improve throughout the day.
With 4 boats on the race course, the starts are so important. And how are you going to approach those with 3 other really competitive teams?
Yeah, well, I can't tell you too much about our starting strategies. No, I think we probably take it on the more cautious side in the beginning, see who's engaging, see who's not, and then take that into our considerations for the next starts.
Well, best of luck today. And now let's take a look at the highlights from day 1.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
With the African and Oceanian qualifiers complete, it was all change in Grandson, with 7 European teams arriving, ready to try and book their ticket to Rio. So for Group D, Race 1, the 3 teams lined up side by side, but were collectively 7 seconds late to cross the line, with the Austrian Eagles claiming the early advantage. The Estonian Icebreakers kept things beautifully smooth, working their way to the front while also controlling the opposition on the right-hand side of the upwind leg. only to lose it when they let the Austrian Eagles break cover, soaring into the lead with a tight tack on the Icebreakers into the windward mark, with Slovenia Krpani 1860 a long way back. On the final upwind leg at the first cross, Austria had a slender lead, tacking directly on top of Estonia, forcing them back to the right, rounding the mark just ahead. But Austria chose to jibe early downwind, leaving Estonia to go all the way to the ley line, which they nailed perfectly, crossing the finish line just ahead of Austria, with Slovenia languishing to finish 4 minutes behind. After an hour's delay, when the wind switched off completely, the race committee decided to switch the groups on the water to try and get one race in for everybody. Unfortunately for them, the heavens opened soon after they were aboard, soaking them to the skin, and with the rumble of thunder to the north around the Jura mountain range moving down the valley, the race officer was forced to raise AP over A and cancel racing for the day.
Hello and good morning, everybody. Welcome to this day number 2 of the qualifying series for Europe. As you saw right there on the recap yesterday, we only had one race that came in before everything was stopped due to rain and thunderstorms. Today it's looking like it's going to be a beautiful day and lots of wind, a little bit gray, but wind all day long. Let's look at the match board right now. We are in the qualifying series. On the left-hand side of your screen, we have already had the Asian qualifying series at the end of last year. Africa and Oceania, that was last week, where we saw Tahiti and the Seychelles move through and qualify themselves for the final series in Brazil. And now we are on to the European teams that are going out onto the water. So today we'll be starting out with Group E. That's Norway, Belgium, Lithuania, and Serbia. And here into the studio I am, or rather I have next to me Robbie McCutcheon. Robbie is a New Zealand sailor, TP52 European champion and match racing specialist. Robbie, welcome.
Good morning, Jan. It's a pleasure to be alongside you for today, and all signs point to a big day of racing.
Yes, they do. Let's take a look at today's schedule. Here it is. As you see, we will be starting with Group E. So they'll be doing 3 races, and then we'll move on to Group D. Hopefully, at the end of the day, everybody will have had 3 races sailed. Now let's take a look at the team comparisons. Start off on the top left-hand side of your screen as we see the Sea Devils from Belgium. They are SSL ranked 26. They're our second highest ranked team here, weighing in at 711 kilos. The captain of that team is Emma Placard. To the right of her is Team Lithuanian, the Ambers, SSL ranked number 47, weighing in pretty much the same weight, 715 kilos. Remember, max weight for each one of these boats is 730 kilos. The captain of this team is Rokas Milovicius. Bottom left-hand side is Norway. The Norsteam, Norway, SSL ranked number 15. They're our highest ranked team out here this week, weighing in 724 kilos. They're also the heaviest team out on the water. Captain of that team is Ivan Melaby. Bottom right-hand side, last but not least, the Serbian Eagles, SSL ranked number 48, weighing in at pretty much the same way as Norway, 723 kilos. And the captain of that team is Tihomir Zakic. And that is the team lineup right now. Let's listen to the team national anthems as we start with the Belgium national anthem. And that was the Belgium national anthem. Now for the Lithuanian national anthem. And that was the Lithuanian national anthem. Now for the Norwegian national anthem. And that was the Norwegian national anthem. Now for the Serbian national anthem. And that was the Serbian national anthem. Now let's take a look at the lineup who will be sailing on these boats. We'll start off with Team Belgium up in the front. We have a bow woman, Aline. Back behind that, we have Yannick in the pit. Noah is mid-bow. Trimmer is Celestin. Timothée is the offside trimmer. Main trimmer is William. And the grinder is Vito. Back on the helm, we have Yannick. And, of course, Emma Plascard as team captain and tactician of Team Belgium. Moving right along, our next boat is Team Lithuania. Same thing here. We'll start off in the front with the bow man, I believe. Yes, the bowman is Martin. And behind that, in the pit, we have Christoforas. Next to him is Egle. She is the mid-bow. Behind that, we have Claudio and Domantas as our trimmers. The main trimmer is Carolis, grinder Andreas. And at the helm, we have Raimondas. And tactician and captain of the team is Rakas Milovicius. And as we keep this rolling, the next team up is Norway. Starting in the front once again, we have Bowman Stein H. As behind him, as in the pit, is Jakob. We have Martinius, the floater, the young floater, and we have Arve as trimmer. Offside trimmer is Janet. Main trimmer is Lars, as a grinder is Theodore, and on the helm is captain of the team, Ivan Melaby, and behind that is a tactician, Ellen Ness. And we move to our last team, which is Team Serbia. Once again, starting from the front, we have Vladimir, and the bowman behind that is Milios. In the pits, we have Nadja as the floater. We have our two trimmers, which are both called Nicola. Main trimmer is Tomir. On the grinder, we have Luka. At the helm, we have Gordon Stevanovic, and tactician Surgeon Scala in the back of that boat. So that is the team's lineup. Let's take a look at course animation and explain to you how this works. As you'll see, the boats going through the starting line. Down at the bottom, they'll be zigzagging their way up around the main windward mark that you saw right there that was flashing. Then to the offset, down through the gates, back up to the windward mark, around the offset, and down straight to the finishing line. Yes, they can go in between the two gates if they do decide to take that route. Now, we've got some, nice shots there on the water, as we can already see. Belgium getting that boat a little sideways right there. We can already tell, Robbie, that we've got the smaller sails, probably J2 on that boat right now.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the boats are powered up. It looks like there's enough breeze for us to go racing, so all signs are a go. And it's interesting to note that all those teams that we have here today have 9 people on board. So that's definitely a lot of hands and a lot of crew weight, which they'll need in this breeze.
Now we'll see right here, we can see that the breeze is coming off slightly to the right-hand side off of the mountains, as you see some of the clouds that are over there. We're not expecting any big rain clouds. We are expecting, however, wind all day long, so it should be a great day of racing. As we saw on race committee right there, we were inside the starting the 4 minutes. As a matter of fact, you see top left-hand side of your screen, 2 minutes 20 seconds to go as we are looking at race committee right there. And just before we get this started, we're going to go down onto the water and speak with Carolina. Carolina, how's it going down there? Is it nice and windy?
Yes, exactly. It's very nice. It's very windy. It's around 14 knots on the race course. So I think today will be very exciting racing, and hopefully without the rain. But, you know, as we all know, sailing is a rough sport, so we are ready for that. It's less like 3 minutes, and I see very excitement on boards, and the atmosphere is heating up. I think like every team already know exactly the position on the starting line. So yeah, we'll see. So yeah, looking on the race course, I think, well, it's windy and it's gusty. It will be very, very tricky. In front of me is also a very huge wall, white wall. I don't know exactly if it will be rain or not, but we'll find out.
Okay, thank you very much, Carolina, for that information. Yeah, we did see that it looked like a rain cloud. However, we'll see if it stays on the Jura or if it comes down onto the race course. In any case, no matter what happens, whether it rains or it doesn't rain, we're about to go racing, and we are 1 minute before the start, Robbie.
Yeah, that's right. Just coming into 1 minute, it's the final approach for these boats. They're picking and choosing which side of the line they want to be and sort of jockeying for their position amongst the other boats as we see them all line up on that starboard tack. And it looks to me like they'll all line up for a start with less than 40 seconds to go, and it looks like they've got a bit of runway to get there.
Yeah, this is the Belgian team. We're on board with Emma this morning, saying she was going to take it easy on this first start and sort of see and gauge how the other boats are sailing and what they're doing. But it looks like right now they're in a pretty powerful position, trying to not get squeezed in by the boat number 5 right there. So boat number 5, Lithuania, making Belgium having to go up into the wind to slow down. And Belgium, I believe, are in a really good spot right there, as Lithuania will have to bear away. Oh, look at that. It's already the start, and they're late. Everybody's really late. But there is one boat down there that's got to jump on everybody else.
Yeah, that looks to be like Serbia's just down to leeward there. You saw the bowman on the front of the boat with his hand signal winding his arm in the air. That's just a communication to the helm that he needs to wind the boat up and make sure that they're at angle and at speed, because they're a little bit late. And as we saw, all the boats were late, but a better start to Serbia on the leeward end.
Yeah, so Serbia right there looking like they've got speed. And if you look just in the background, Lithuania is just underneath the Belgium boat, and they're just going to be losing distance. Belgium right there in a very, very powerful spot. So casting a wind shadow on the boat to its windward and to its leeward. So right now it looks like Serbia is nice and free, and Belgium is managing to take both of its its other boats out.
Yeah, that's right. It looks to be like Norway are on their windward end and potentially have to tack off soon enough, just because Belgium are doing a really good job of holding that lane and potentially affecting that Norwegian team as we come up in the first third of this first beat.
Now it looks like Lithuania is going a little bit lower, putting in a fast mode, so down and low, and try to get some fresh air, because they know that that Belgian boat sitting above them is creating some problems. There you go. You see Lithuania now bearing away. Belgium being able to keep the same line, and that's putting some bad air onto Norway, forcing Norway to have to tack and go to the right-hand side.
Yeah, exactly. The options were limited for Norway there. They held in as long as they could, but eventually Belgium got the better of them and cast that dirty air. So having to tack out for Norway, and the rest of the boats head out to this left-hand side.
So it's still a drag race right here between Belgium and Lithuania, as we see Norway that has tacked there in the background. Norway going off to the right-hand side. It's still a drag race between these two boats, as Team Serbia is a little bit leeward of these two boats, and looking pretty good. Looking like they've got good speed. Everyone's got equal speed.
Yeah, it certainly is a drag race, and we see all the crew hanging out, hiking on the side, so there's definitely plenty of power. And as we saw before the start, it is the medium jibs, the J2s, so they've definitely got enough power out there. They don't need the biggest sails on board, but everyone trying their best to counteract that weight and make sure they're hiking as hard as they can for the speed.
Here is the image from our tracker, as we see Norway now putting in a good tack. Looks like they've got a great lift on the right-hand side. We have seen before boats going off to the right-hand side and it actually being favored on the right-hand side. So don't count Norway out. Perhaps they are only 75 meters behind the leader, which is Team Serbia, but sometimes that right-hand side can pay pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like Norway are in a bit of a right shift there, so definitely don't count them out, and it looks like all these boats are pulling away nicely in the right-hand shift, so expect these boats to continue. And we see on water here on the left-hand side of your screen, that's Norway who were forced to tack out to their right-hand side, and it looks like they're on a nice right-hand shift.
Yeah, it looks like Lithuania right there still managed to put in that low mode in the beginning, and are still now just a little bit of a half a boat length in front of Belgium. So it looks like Serbia has managed to find a little bit more speed out of their boat, and that's going to push Team Belgium into a delicate position where they will have the bad air coming off of the Lithuanian boat. As you see that boat in the middle right there, if it is slightly lower and in front of another boat, well, it'll cast some bad air, it'll cast some dirty air over the Belgian boat. So this is what the Belgian boat right now is fighting for, is to be able to keep its line and to be able to attack whenever they want to attack, because it looks as though it's almost a straight line to the windward mark.
Yeah, that's right. It looked like Belgium were in a controlling position off that start line, but Lithuania have done a really nice job in the past minute or so just to hold that lane, and any sort of lift, any sort of change in breeze direction, then they will gain on that boat to windward, as we see here. Lithuania doing a really nice job of holding to leeward.
Lithuania right there taking a lot of power out of its mainsail. As I was just looking at the top of its sail, and it looked like it was flapping a little bit. And so Lithuania really just trying to not overpower their boat, trying to not get that boat to heel over too much in order to be able to get as close as they can to
yeah, that's right, Jan. And as we see the leaderboard up top left there, Norway are coming really back into it, and it looks like they're in a nice controlling position as we get even more right shift. So it almost looks to me like Norway are bearing away a little bit. They want to go a little bit faster and press their sort of speed, press their gain onto the fleet, and they're working their way back up. So all on into Mark 1 as we got these boats drag racing on starboard tack the whole way.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Lithuania and Belgium are doing a drag race. Serbia right there, also everybody just hanging out and over the edge, trying to get that boat to stay as flat as possible. Obviously, with so much sail area, these boats are huge. 730 kilos. Well, you definitely need them in order to try to help that riding moment.
Yeah, that's right. And I mentioned earlier that they've got 9 people on board, all these teams, so all the hands and all the weight that they can get, and it looks like they're all locked in. You know, these teams do have high SSL rankings. There's a lot of experience and various team sailors on board, so they're all locked into their jobs and trying to make the boat go as fast as they can, especially in a drag race like this.
Tihomir Zakic right there at the bottom of your screen, as you see him. He's the captain of this Serbian team.
Yeah, it looks to me like there's still that right shift. Even Serbia's getting it down the leeward end, so it'll be really interesting to come in.
Pretty funny image right there as we see Team Belgium right there really heeled over more than the other boats. So perhaps they had a little bit more pressure that the others hadn't had yet.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they got a little puff, but it also looks like Lithuania pulling away down to leeward. So a tough spot if you're Belgium. You're sort of sandwiched in between Norway to your windward, and then also Lithuania on your leeward hip. So
we saw Belgium number 8 right there going down to leeward. He was just making sure that the spinnaker halyard was not in the spreaders and passing it on over to the number 1 right there, which you saw. He's putting up that halyard at the very front of the boat.
Yeah, that's right, absolutely. And as we see on this graphic here, that yellow line, that's the starboard ley line. So as all things being equal, and looking at the 2D tracker here, these boats will not have to tack again coming into Mark 1, and a big game for Serbia as they started to lure to the fleet, and looks like they will potentially make Mark 1 and without doing any tacks.
Yeah, so that was I don't know if it was a big right shift or if it's just, you know, it was sort of set up to the right, but definitely that was a one tack all the way to the top. Thank you, because I was gonna say perfect. All right, here's what's happening right now. This is means that it is canceled. Race is canceled, and that's a very good thing, because if you're putting in one tack to get up to the windward mark, now I didn't want to say anything because I don't want to go against the race committee, but obviously that is, to me, the right option. It's pretty funny. Are we going to see the teams? I think we're probably going to see Serbia go around the windward mark and try to put in a hoist.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra practice potentially for these teams.
Or are they going to be told, no, everybody go back? Yeah, obviously, no, I think they're not going to be able to put in the mark rounding they wanted to put in. It's important for these boats now to put up the kite and to go back down to the starting area. That decision taken a little bit late by race committee means that now the boats are at the top of the first beat, and so they're going to have to go back down.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we've just spent 10 minutes going upwind, and we've got 5 races to do. So this puts us just a little bit on the back foot, but that's okay. We've got wind, and we got wind all day, Robbie.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunate that it's abandoned, but it's fair for everyone if that's abandoned. As you saw, Serbia having to do no tax coming off that start line. So an unfair race just due to the shift in wind condition, and I'm sure the race committee will set up the new race course, new direction, and we'll be underway shortly.
So interesting right here as we are looking at this drone shot off to we're looking back down towards the starting line right now. So as we see the boats all bearing away, looks like it is local time 11:14 in the morning, and so generally the wind is already settled by now, and it looks like it hasn't quite yet settled in, as perhaps we're going to see a race committee change the race course around.
Yeah, that's right. You can expect them to do their due diligence and then move that top mark further round right, further into the breeze, and just sort of center up that race course for this next race. You can see this beautiful drone shot here. We've got all the teams with their kites up. So just again, another little bit of practice, another little bit of time with their kites up, making sure that they're practicing their maneuvers, their communication, their processes coming into hopefully race 1 of today, and hopefully we get underway shortly.
Yeah, now I didn't see if they had already the opportunity to put up their kites before the race. So they'll definitely be happy to be able to have their kites up now and make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. The drop line is set correctly, and nothing bizarre, so that for the next race they'll have absolutely no issue in putting up that kite. Now it is going to be really important that they do a really nice, slow, easy, controlled drop here before the start of their first race, just so they make sure that they have no problem when they get to the windward mark.
Yeah, that's right. There's no pressure on them to do a fast drop or anything special. So you're absolutely right in saying that they want to get the kite down as neat and as tidy as possible when they do get down to that start line, just so that when they do go around the top mark in a race, it does set properly and does set fast for them to be able to have the best hoist possible.
So just a little info on what we just saw there. We had a race course set at 240, and we had a big right-hand shift that came out at 290, and so a 50-degree shift right there. That's why they canceled the race. It was a 1.1 nautical mile race course, so it's not the longest one we've seen so far. We've seen 1.2 so far. That was our longest race course so far. But yeah, when you get a right-hand shift, and seeing right here, race committee telling me that 15 knots is what they were seeing at the max. Yeah, I'd believe it, seeing on how some of those boats were heeled over. So that's the reason why the race is abandoned. Right, so these teams still have 3 races to race, and then we'll move on to the next group. So we've got a big day ahead of us. We've got a lot of racing, and that was just a little warm-up lap for the teams.
a little teaser for everyone at home. Just to reiterate, if you're just joining us, the race was abandoned due to that right-hand shift, and we will be expecting the race committee to change the course round, and we'll be underway shortly, hopefully very soon. But yeah, just a little teaser of what's to come. Potentially some of those teams getting a bit of homework from that start on where other teams want to be set up, and I'm sure they'll be looking to take that information and knowledge into this next race.
Yeah, for me, I have the impression that the race committee will have to move out further into the middle of the lake. I believe that they are pretty much close to the right-hand side of the lake where they started this race, and so in order for that wind, as you see, you have the Jura mountain range over in the background there on the center right-hand side of your race course, and clouds have a tendency to stick onto that Jura and mountain range, and even though the clouds won't come down onto the lake, they'll definitely give us a right shift. It's really interesting when you're racing actually on this lake. If you see a big cloud coming off to the right-hand side, it'll give you a big shift. So if the and I'm sure they are, the tacticians are attentive to that, you can really play the shifts really well.
Yeah, you mentioned about it coming over the mountain range. When the wind does that and there's a shorter distance between the land and the sea, and before the wind gets to you, the wind comes over the hills and just disperses on the water, and it's very short, sharp shifts. Which is a lot different to what we've seen when you can see it up the lake. When it comes down to you, you can further predict. Whereas if it's coming straight off the mountain range, like you were saying, yeah, and then it's harder to predict and it's more sudden and instant.
Yeah, and this is also what gives this region a really great sailing, and we always have wind, is because of that mountain ridge, which is so close to the lake. We actually get a really nice thermic breeze when we get really sunny days. And yeah, so this is there's only about 3 kilometers, and where you're looking right now is a kilometer and a half of from the lake shore to the beginning of the mountain. So we really are very close to the mountains, and it creates some wind, and it's really interesting, and tactically it's really interesting as well.
Yeah, that doesn't give the tacticians a lot of time to think about the breeze and think about the shifts that are coming down. So, you know, I'm sure all of the teams will be looking forward to seeing this new race course and changing their game plans.
Yeah, well, as you see here all around. Yes, well, as you see here all around the race course, we have this wonderful image of the SSL Gold Cup in Brazil. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the whole objective of what we're seeing right now. These are the qualifying series to go to the finals in Brazil, which is from the 18th of November to the 13th of December in just a couple months. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, on Instagram. Thank you for watching us on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on our website, which is starsailors.com. We're going to have to take a small break here because, as you see, the boats now have gotten back down to the starting area. We are seeing the race course being moved around. So we'll take a small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We have wind. We will be racing soon. Stick around.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew, though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil, and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels, one on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back to Grandson for day 2 of racing here at the African and Oceania Qualifiers. The first race of the day saw Tahiti start on time and at speed at the gun. However, it was Mozambique starting 50 seconds late of the pack. Mark 3 saw a bit more drama with the Seychelles in second place getting a penalty from the umpires, causing them to do a 360. With Morocco hot on their heels with the kite up in third place, unfortunately they had a bad jibe causing the kite going around the forestay. This meant the Seychelles carried on in second place. Coming down the final leg of the first race, it was Tahiti with a big enough distance between second place to hold on to first. However, it was too little too late for Mozambique, and unfortunately they ended up in fourth. Race 2 of the day saw a tight start between all the fleet, all 4 boats lined up on the start line at speed. Mark 1 of race 2 saw Mozambique coming around the top marks and incurring a penalty from the umpires. A bit of confusion on board ultimately meant they did not do their penalty in time, causing them to be disqualified from race 2. A right shift on the second leg of the race meant that no positions changed. However, the Seychelles were right on the heels of the Tahiti team rounding the windward marks. Making the most of that right-hand shift, Team Tahiti set up for the difficult jibe set, coming down to their final run into the finish. Race 2 finished with Team Tahiti taking the win, followed closely by the Seychelles, and ultimately a third place for Morocco. The third and final race of the day saw Tahiti and Morocco have good starts. However, it was the Seychelles at the back of the pack and forced to tack out to the right-hand side of the racecourse. For Team Seychelles, this fourth position did not last long, as they picked up a huge right-hand shift and worked their way up into first place. The first woman mark of race 3 saw drama as Tahiti incurred a penalty from the judges, causing that lead of the Seychelles to grow even further. The bottom mark saw action as Team Morocco were hot on the heels of Team Tahiti. However, the tight mark rounding was too much for Morocco, and they lost all boat speed and rounded up into irons. Another mistake by Team Morocco on the last windward beat meant that opened the door for Team Mozambique to climb into third. All positions stayed the same from there as Team Seychelles take out the win, followed by Team Tahiti and Mozambique claiming their first third of the regatta. A first place finish in race 4 for Team Seychelles puts them at the top of the leaderboard, tied on 14 points with Team Tahiti. All to play for the double points final day.
Welcome to the 33rd edition of the SEA Games, hosted in the stunning coastal city of Pattaya in Thailand. Held at the Ocean Marina Hom Thien, the new event made history, bringing the SSL 47 keelboat class boats together in a nation-on-nation competition. 5 countries, Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, Myanmar, and Vietnam, brought their best sailors to compete in this prestigious event. Over 4 intense days of racing with fantastic conditions, Pattaya's waters proved to be the perfect stage. It is the first time in history that athletes can compete in multiple classes with the chance to medal in both individual and mixed disciplines. The event highlighted an unprecedented moment in the history of the SEA Games. Her Majesty, the Queen of Thailand, took the helm of the Thai boat, paving the way to inspire the next generation of sailors. The first day of racing opened in near-perfect conditions, with light breeze and flat water. The first start saw the Philippines launch well from the leeward end, but Thailand quickly took control on the opening upwind, rounding the windward mark first and extending their lead downwind, going on to take a commanding first race win. The second race began in stronger breeze with another tight start. The fleet stayed closely packed, but Thailand gained the upper hand upwind and held off Malaysia in a fast, physical race to claim a second victory. The final race of the day brought winds of up to 18 knots. Late mistakes by Thailand and Malaysia opened the door for Myanmar, who nailed the final drop and won in a thrilling finish by meters.
We've been lucky enough to have Her Majesty on board with us, and she's done a really good job of bringing the whole team together and making sure that we as a group are all composed and doing the jobs that we need to do.
Day 2 opened with an aggressive start as Thailand and Malaysia timed the line well, while the Philippines were forced to bail out early. Shifting pressure split the fleet upwind, and after a brief challenge from the Philippines, Thailand regained control and sailed away for another win. The second start was clean and competitive, with the Philippines leading early before Thailand's speed carried them to the front. Malaysia and Myanmar stayed close, but Thailand extended in the stronger breeze to secure yet another convincing victory.
Our team did very good job today. We won all the 2 races, and how to manage, we make it simple. Yeah, what we practice, we try to be simple, and we did very good job.
On day 3, the fleet lined up tightly at the windward end. Malaysia led early, with Thailand and the Philippines close behind. After a tense, closely matched race, Malaysia edged ahead on the final leg to take their first win of the regatta. Race 2 brought classic Pattaya conditions. Thailand took control early and powered to another clear win, while Myanmar edged the Philippines in a tight fight for second.
I haven't looked, but I think we've got a race to spare. So, yeah, we're in a comfortable place. That's quite nice.
The final day began with a fiercely contested start. Malaysia launched well, but Thailand matched and covered immediately. The fleet stayed tightly grouped through the opening legs as pressure built. At the leeward gate, Thailand kept their rhythm, followed by the fleet with Myanmar and the Philippines battling for a spot on the podium. But in the end, it was Thailand crossing the finish line first and closing out a dominant overall victory, followed by Malaysia taking the silver and Myanmar taking a hard-fought bronze.
It's very honors to be with a team that we know each other for so long time. We are like a family, and we very honors to have Her Majesty on board. And this is like a history of sport and sailing.
We are fighting for the goal. We tie all the week. We give them a good battle. I'm sure that the team need to be proud of themselves. Head high. We will come back again next time we'll be in Malaysia. We will bring in this event to Malaysia, and we try to do our best there and try to get the gold there.
Thailand are the winners of the gold medal for the 33rd SEA Games in the SSL 47 keelboat class. The silver goes to Malaysia, and Myanmar wins the bronze medal. The prize-giving ceremony was held in the presence of His Majesty, the King of Thailand. In a graceful and emotional ceremony, the King himself awarded the medals, marking the culmination of a special event in SEA Games history. Following the success of this edition, attention now turns to the next SEA Games sailing competition, which will take place in Malaysia in 2027. See you there!
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kajana Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the Star Sailors Lake Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
We all know the ATP ranking in tennis or the FIFA World Ranking in football. They're the benchmarks used to identify the best athletes and teams in the world. But in sailing, things are different. With a huge diversity of boat classes and a variety of roles on board, like helm, tactician, grinders, trimmers, and crew members, it's always been difficult to define who is the best performing sailors in the world. That is the mission of the SSL Global Ranking. The SSL Global Ranking is the first transversal and global ranking for inshore sailors, built in compliance with all international class rankings. But how does it work? The SSL Global Ranking takes into consideration the 6 best results of each athlete over the last 2 years. Every sailor who has participated in at least one race is included in the ranking and receives a minimum of 1 ranking point. The ranking is divided into skippers and crew, men and women with filters by class and country. Beyond the individual ranking, the SSL Nations ranking identifies the strongest sailing nations based on their top sailors. We're working hard to include every sailor on our platform, from the biggest international stars to the local club racers. The SSL Global Ranking is updated weekly every Tuesday on worldofsailors.com. Go check it out and see if your name is already on the list. If you would like to update your information or profile picture, simply contact our support team. Who knows? Maybe you're already part of the ranking. SSL, by sailors, for sailors.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can, so there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails because the sails are so heavy.
We've been very lucky to work with a venue and a marina who are really keen to align with our sustainability goals and make sure that we're working together to create a positive impact whilst we're here. When we were first organising the event, it was important for us in every aspect of the event to make sure we're reducing as much plastic as possible and waste. That started off with working with local restaurants that were supplying our food to make sure the packaging was compostable, eco-friendly. Also having recycling centres throughout the venue. This is our first event where we've had a team specifically here to encourage and implement all of our sustainability regulations and our goals. We wanted to make sure that we were staying responsibly hydrated. So with the support of the marina, we installed refillable water stations throughout the venue and also provided our staff and our teams with reusable water bottles. The highlight of this event for us has been engaging with the community and speaking with local groups and charities and asking what we can do to help and have a positive impact. And we felt really inspired by the local community here. Working with sailors internationally means that we have the opportunity to strengthen awareness, not only during our events, but sustainability awareness that they can take home to their countries. For the next event, we would like to implement what we have done here, but we're always got room for improvement. So we want to take further steps to make sure that our staff and our sailors are being responsible as possible.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
With the African and Oceanian qualifiers complete, it was all change in Grandson, with 7 European teams arriving, ready to try and book their ticket to Rio. So for Group D, Race 1, the 3 teams lined up side by side, but were collectively 7 seconds late to cross the line, with the Austrian Eagles claiming the early advantage. The Estonian Icebreakers kept things beautifully smooth, working their way to the front while also controlling the opposition on the right-hand side of the upwind leg, only to lose it when they let the Austrian Eagles break cover, soaring into the lead with a tight tack on the Icebreakers into the windward mark, with Slovenia Krpani 1860 a long way back. On the final upwind leg at the first cross, Austria had a slender lead, tacking directly on top of Estonia, forcing them back to the right, rounding the mark just ahead. But Austria chose to jibe early downwind, leaving Estonia to go all the way to the ley line, which they nailed perfectly, crossing the finish line just ahead of Austria, with Slovenia languishing to finish 4 minutes behind. After an hour's delay, when the wind switched off completely, the race committee decided to switch the groups on the water to try and get one race in for everybody. Unfortunately for them, the heavens opened soon after they were aboard, soaking them to the skin, and with the rumble of thunder to the north around the Jura mountain range moving down the valley, the race officer was forced to raise AP over A and cancel racing for the day.
I invite the local school with a lot of SSL sailors from many different countries here who care for the ocean and planet.
some photos shows really some bad image. We are leaving our trash and plastic in the land, so they definitely going to the sea, and we losing fish and we losing lots of things on the ocean.
And I think a lot of people have no idea that their own action is affect the ecosystem and the whole world. So we need to come and clean up together and clean up the beach. Today I'm really excited. We want to take care of the ocean. So let's do that together. You know, use what you have. And the problem I've seen is the single-use plastic bag, single-use bottle, straw. There's so many. Do we really need? No. Because if we don't think, it's going to come back and hurt all of us. Stop using plastic bag. That's the number one.
We can work together and then clean up around here.
With these kids, and we also the Korean team, the other countries' team. So it's very good experience.
We're gonna separate the trash and put the cigarette butts and the metal in different place and plastic cap in different place. And we will put on the scale, bring what we can recycle to the factory, which is nearby. We produce something, reuse it.
Today has been a great opportunity for the event, for the SSL, for all the people here, to meet some people from Thailand, local, and to go and do this beautiful plan. So it's a great opportunity for all of us.
The kids did their great job this morning. Remove a lot of trash, like they didn't want to stop. And so they deserve to have a look at this beautiful boat after hard working. I'm really happy to see so many people come together and help support us clean up the beach and manage to inspire everyone to do the good thing, to take care of the planet together.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Grand Zone on the shores of Lake Neuchâtel for day one of the SSL Gold Cup 2026 African and Oceanian Qualifiers. Set against the spectacular backdrop of Western Switzerland, the opening day brings together 4 nations ready to battle for a place at the SSL Gold Cup later this year in Rio de Janeiro. Race 1 got underway in difficult and unstable conditions, and it was Team Mozambique immediately under pressure after an early start forced them into a penalty turn shortly after the gun. That opened the door for Team Seychelles, who executed a strong first upwind leg and took control of the race approaching the top mark. Morocco followed in second place. At the gate, Seychelles had extended their advantage even further at the front of the fleet, but the battle for second intensified behind them as Tahiti managed to overtake Morocco during the downwind leg. Out in front, Team Seychelles remained completely in control, securing a dominant victory in the opening race of the regatta. Tahiti completed an impressive comeback to finish second, with Morocco crossing the line in third, Mozambique coming fourth.
minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. As we are back ready for racing, we had to cancel the first race as too much of a wind shift. We've moved the whole race course around, and as we are taking a look here on race committee, we are about to go racing. We are less than 5 minutes before the start. To my right-hand side is Robbie McCutcheon, New Zealand sailor, TP52 sailor, European champion, and match racing specialist. He already sailed in the semifinals on Team New Zealand back on the first SSL Gold Cup. Robbie McCutcheon, welcome. How are you?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be on your right-hand side here, Jan, and we're looking forward to...
My right-hand man.
Yeah, exactly, your right hand. They're coming into race one and into underneath 4 minutes coming into the start. It looks like the race committee did a really good job of changing that race course, and it looks like they're happy with the direction, and we are racing and go.
All right, well, Robbie, just before we get started, we're going to go out onto the race course and onto the water with Carolina and see what the weather conditions are in their new spot. Carolina, down to you.
Yes, after when race committee display November, they decided also to drive more deep on the Lake Neuchâtel. So now we are far away from the marina. So yeah, probably the wind conditions here will be more stable. It's still around 11-14 knots in a gust, so pretty conditions to sail. And as you can see, also it's less than 4 minutes to the start. All the boats are preparing for the last call. So yeah, I hope now will be good for the racing.
All right, let's hope. I agree with you. Let's hope this is the right place for this race course. Like we said earlier before, we are quite close to a mountain range, which is next to the lake, and so we do have a little bit of these tendencies. But where they moved, just like Carolina was saying, is further down the lake, and so should see a little bit more stable conditions.
Yeah, exactly, Jan. Hopefully it's a little bit more stable. We saw big shifts in that first start that we didn't get a race off, but you can still expect some shifty conditions as the breeze is coming off the mountains. So if you're a fan of any of these teams and potentially they're behind the pack, hold on to your hats because it's all going to change, and there's lots of passing lanes and opportunities for all these teams to get back in the race.
Yeah, we've got a big racing day today. We've got 3 races for this group, and then we're expecting another 2 races for the following group. So we'll be out here for a little while. First race went off a little bit less than an hour ago. That one was canceled, and now it's the start of the same race, basically. 1 minute and 30 seconds before the start. Robbie, we were talking about it earlier. We've seen yesterday they were all 3 boats from the other group were 7 seconds off the starting time. It looked like this time these 4 boats were also late to the starting line. I'm wondering if we're going to see a boat managing to get that time on distance correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a bit of a trend for a late start for all these boats yesterday and today. In that first one we got away, but it looks to me like they're better set up, better approaches from all these 4 teams, and with a minute to go they've still got a little bit of time just to get that boat going and sort of choose their spot where they want to start on the start line. But hopefully we see all these boats on time and at speed at the gun, and here we go for race 1 of the day.
Yeah, Belgium was saying in the pre-race interviews that they wanted to check out what everybody's racing starting strategy was. Well, Emma got what she wanted for. They got a free start basically, and now it should be good for them. They said they wanted to see who was attacking. Okay, 30 seconds before the start, Look at that. I think everybody's going to be late. It's they're all very far away from the line. Great right now, Lithuania going passing in front of the other boat on a port tack. So Lithuania way out in front, going to position themselves in a great place. 10 seconds left to go before the start of this race, as Lithuania is going to put in attack right now and be in a very, very strong position. However, they do have to get their boat started, but it looks like they're going to be the first ones to go across the line, Robbie.
Yeah, once again, all boats behind the line at the gun.
11 seconds late.
Yeah, it's not ideal for the teams, but it looked to my eye that, you know, in that last sort of minute there, got that left shift. So as we saw Lithuania there, they just managed to tack over onto port tack and cross the fleet, which is very rare in a start. That just seems to me like there was a bit of a left shift on that start, which meant the boats on starboard had to be late because they weren't sailing close to the start line.
So a little bit of information about the race course. The race course is set at 265. The wind is oscillating between 250 and 280. So we see it's a little bit shifty out there. Distance of the race course currently at 1.1 nautical miles.
Yeah, that's right, Jan. So hopefully the race committee have got it right, and I'm sure they're using all the knowledge and their best input to get the course correct. And like I mentioned earlier, there's going to be lots of shifts on this first beat as we see half the fleet tacking and half the fleet not. So it's all on as we go, and there's definitely a lot of opportunities for these boats to get back in the race.
I'm thinking most of the boats want to go off to the right-hand side as they saw that it's been shifty and sort of consistently shifting to the right.
Yeah, that's right. We saw Lithuania having that dominant start on the right-hand side, but they elected to tack out pretty early. So, like you mentioned, they're definitely following your rules and heading out to that right-hand side and making most of that left-hand shift.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Right now, we've got 3 boats off to the right-hand side, as you're seeing right here on the tracker system. So, Belgium, Lithuania, Norway off to the right. The Serbian team sticking to the left as we are on board right now, or looking on board with Team Serbia.
Yeah, interesting to me that Serbia have elected to stay on the starboard tack. All the other boats are on port tack, and it looks to me like they're on the left attack, but I don't know, potentially Serbia setting up for attack soon. It seems like they're sailing the knockout to this left-hand side, so potentially they see more pressure or more of a shift to come. But it looks like they've a wee bit further back in the pack as it currently stands.
As we saw right there in the picture before, we had the pitman was putting up a little bit more pressure on the windward runner in order to depower that mainsail. We can see quite a lot of wind off in the background right there. We might even be starting to see some windsurfers and kite surfers. Looks pretty strong out there.
Yeah, we saw a beautiful shot on the water. It looked like there was white capping further up the course, so these boats can expect to have a bit more breeze, so that sort of changes their modes, and they're making sure that those sails are as flat as possible as they come into more breeze. And
yeah, we can see the top of that sail right there, which is slightly flapping, which means that they really have depowered as much as they can that mainsail. And remember, they're on the intermediate sails, so we still got quite powerful sails right there, as we're seeing Team Serbia, which is hanging out well over the side of the boat. It looks like there's not many waves, and it looks like it's not that strong. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're on a lake, and the shore is very close, so there is actually no distance to be able to create a wave.
Yeah, that's right. Like you mentioned, it's
a little tricky.
Lake sailing is predictably flatter water than if you're sailing in the ocean, so it might not look to the eye that there's a lot of breeze and a lot of power in these sails, but I can assure you all these teams are hiking as hard as they can, and they're trying to almost depower the boat as they've got too much. That just makes sure that they are as flat as possible and sailing as fast as they can. But there's definitely enough pressure out there, so it's all on for these teams, and they're working really, really hard to get their boat going fast.
So interesting, as we're looking at Team Serbia's setup right there, we see a really powerful front sail with the luff of the sail nice and loose, and making sure they get a lot of power in that jib. And now, as we are on board with Team Belgium, it's always a pretty cool shot that we can see right here. We're getting a view from the steering wheel, and we see everybody's everybody's sneakers.
Yeah, potentially need to tie the laces there on the main trimmer, but apart from that, he looks pretty good hanging out and trying their best to, as we mentioned, flatten out these sails and create less power for these teams.
So we are on leg one as distance to the mark. We have 1.5 Ks left, so we are about halfway up the beat, getting to halfway up this first beat. And we have 3 teams, as you see, over to the right-hand side. A little bit of a drag race for these 3 teams. Serbia deciding to stay out to the left a little bit longer, as we see them right there, which means that they're more centered in terms of being in the race course. Now, Robbie, why would it be important to be centered in a race course on a shifty day like today?
Yeah, well, in terms of the race course, the race committee set it up as perpendicular as they can, as direct upwind as they can. So I guess if you're in the center of the race course, any shift either way, left or right, then you have the opportunity to gain from that. They're obviously going all to the same top mark. And if you put yourself on a further side out to the course, the left-hand side, for example, then you run out of options being able to have that starboard tack in case of a right-hand shift.
So a little bit of tactics for any of those sailors out there that are interested in learning a little bit more about tactics. You know, we've got the perfect person to talk about it, Robbie, here next to me. Like I said, he sails on TP52s and does a lot of match racing. And match racing is pretty interesting because they've got slightly different rules. And of course, you're sailing only against one other boat, so a little bit different to this fleet racing.
Yeah, a little bit different of a format and a little bit different of a race course as well. But it all comes into this sort of racing, this fleet racing, as there's only 4 boats, so it's a bit of a mix. Usually in fleet racing, you potentially have larger fleets, whereas here we have 4 boats. So those match racing situations do come into it a little bit, like we saw yesterday with Estonia and Austria.
So we realize it is a weekday. You perhaps might be sneakily watching this at work, but if you have the sound on and you got any questions to ask us, don't hesitate. We've got the live feed, as we're seeing right now. Lithuania putting in attack just before the Belgium team right there. So, oh, look at that. Lithuania putting in a late tack and trying to bother the Belgium team, and that's exactly what happened as Team Belgium, for some reason, released the sheet to the jib.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot for Belgium there. They obviously could tack over, and once they do complete their tack, they do have that starboard advantage, but it's also a bit of judgment call on Lithuania being so close. You don't want to get too close into them, and potentially a bit of miscommunication there, and hence the bad tack.
Yeah, that's so tactically speaking right now, Belgium is behind Team Lithuania, but there's nothing really they can do because they're already on the ley line to get to the windward mark. So strategically speaking, if you go out to the ley line early, well, then you don't have any more options to play. And tactically speaking, it's not the best position to bring your boat.
Yeah, absolutely right, Jan. And it looks to me like there's a bit of a right shift now, so we're in a bit of a right phase, which means that ley line comes up a lot more quicker. And especially, like you mentioned, for those 2 teams out on their right-hand side, options do come thin pretty quick, and that's exactly what we're seeing with Lithuania doing a good job with Belgium just behind them.
So Lithuania right there putting the Belgian boat behind them. Belgium has no more opportunities, no more options right there. They're stuck. They're just going to have to sit there and endure the for another less than 600 meters. That's a long ways to just have to sit there and deal with this perturbed air coming off of Team Lithuania. So Belgium right there tactically in a very, very difficult position. Norway, pretty good. They're definitely going to have to put in 2 more tacks. And if those ley lines are correct that we're seeing right now, it looks like Belgium and Lithuania also will have to do a tack. Perhaps it would be better for Belgium to just veer right now.
Yeah, you're exactly right. If they don't think they're laying that top mark and they think they'll have to do another tack, then it is useful to use that now as they are in a bad and compromised position, getting bad air off Lithuania.
Yeah, and perhaps even they'll be on a starboard tack when Lithuania will come back. Who knows? It is an option for them. But they look a little bit stuck as we are taking a look at Norway right there in the big picture right in front of us. So Norway right now dead in the middle of the race course, and it doesn't look like Norway is planning on doing any attacking. Well, of course, I just say it, and everybody comes back in. So Norway's about to attack.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Serbia have ended up out of this. Obviously, we can see the distances, and it looks like they're a wee bit behind, but they did elect to go to the left-hand side of the race course, so we see the leaders coming out of that right-hand side. This is all knowledge for the next beats and the next downwinds, as we can see
behind them.
Serbia right behind Team Norway there, coming into Mark 1.
So it looks like the bet for Team Serbia to go off to the left-hand side, well, it looks like it hasn't paid right now, as they've put in less tax, but it would look like the right-hand side paid off a little bit better. Now they're not out of the race so far. It's just that they're a little bit further behind the others.
It looks to me like Belgium done a really nice job of just hanging on the windward hip of Lithuania. They've obviously stayed there, so potentially they don't need to do another tack. It'll be interesting to see where this mark is. There it is there.
Oh,
so
you're right.
Belgium in a really strong position is Lithuania.
Oh, look at that. Lithuania, so trying to put the hurt on Belgium, but actually ended up by actually not being able to make it. So Lithuania right now is going to have to bear away and give right to Team Belgium as well as to Team Norway. So, so tough right now for Lithuania. Was sitting in first, but has to give the right away to the other two boats. Very, very fairly played, as Norway is coming in with a bunch of speed right now. And as looks like both of the boats in the front were held up. Oh, look at Lithuania, lost all of its speed.
Wow, 0-0 for Lithuania. That's unfortunate, and a beautiful, beautiful ley line there by Belgium. And they know more than us. That's why they hung in there on that starboard ley line, and they're getting fruits from their labour right now as they round Mark 2 in front.
So they were definitely seeing that ley line better than us and better than Team Lithuania. And now it's a race to get those kites up. It looks like Belgium have got their kite up before Norway. Norway is still missing a good 2 meters before the kite goes up to the top. So Belgium doing a great job at setting their kite up first now, and getting a run and getting the lead off of Team Norway. Team Norway's kite still hasn't been put up to the top. Lithuania is just behind them. They're managing to put their kite up, and now don't forget about Team Serbia. Team Serbia, really important. Listen, those boats in front were having a little bit of issues, and that's allowed for Team Serbia right now to put their kite up and to get it flying again. So we've got ourselves a sailboat race on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Jan, and we see all the breeze in the background there, and it looked evident that when they rounded those marks, there was a lot of puff, and it meant that once those kites are full, you want them to be as high as they can be to the top of the mast. If not, and they create pressure for themselves, then it is harder to grind it up the top of the mast. And we definitely have a boat race on our hands. Do not count out anyone, as the boats behind do get more pressure, and they will bring it down to the boats in front. So I expect the fleet to compress, and it looks like Belgium have a couple decisions to make here, especially with Norway on their leeward hip.
Belgium putting up a nice bow wave right there, as they've got speed, and it looks like Norway is deciding to go a little bit further downwind. And I was seeing Serbia just before in the big picture. It looked like they had a bunch of wind. They were in a good puff back there, so expect them to be coming back up to the front.
Yeah, all control here for Norway, as they just had a wee bit of a deeper set than Belgium, and a bit of a better set to set themselves up as they are now. So if Belgium were to jibe, Norway would have the right of way as they're on starboard jibe, as we come into probably halfway down the run, and it seems like a decision needs to be made on when they can jibe, but all control to Norway as we come down into this gate mark.
Be interesting to see how both of these boats are playing with their mainsails, as we see the mainsails really open, so you could tell the boats are quite low. Look at that puff right there in the background as we see Team Serbia, which is the last boat, really powered up right there, and Lithuania now coming in hot as that puff is catching up to the boats. We're seeing Norway now coming a little bit closer to Team Belgium. Now Team Belgium, if they want to be able to jibe in front of Norway, they really got to get clear of that boat, but Lithuania is in the back trying to steal their wind, so it's a potentially powerful position right now for Belgium to be able to put in a jibe.
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult decision. You sort of need to hold your nerve as Belgium, because you know you can't jibe and get across the bow of Norway. As we saw the onboard footage from Belgium, we just see Norway sort of surfing the wake of Team Belgium, and it sort of allows them to live there and sort of in the same speed. So you can expect Norway to initiate this first move, as Belgium are really out of options.
Look at Norway right there, just surfing exactly the wake of the Belgian boat. And as we see Team Serbia in the background right there with a lot of pressure as they're going further and further down, they're putting in a low mode. So as these three boats battle, remember, to keep up their speed, they need to be a little closer to the wind. So they're actually going further away from their objective, which is the downwind gate. And Serbia doesn't have to deal with anybody trying to steal or win, so they can make a straighter road to get down there. So perhaps we'll be seeing Team Serbia coming closer and closer as we get down towards the gate.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're a fan of Team Serbia, then do not go away, because they're definitely making gains as we see their distance close and we see these two boats battling it out, because they will need to come up to that jibe soon, because Leyline is approaching very quickly.
Yeah, tacticians right there on Team Belgium just waving down to Norway, telling them, no, you do not have an overlap. And we'll see what happens if they're going to put in a jibe in soon here, or if they're going to have the opportunity to do it, or are they going to call proper course?
Yeah, that's right. As they get further down to this ley line, then Belgium really are at the mercy of Norway, and Norway are doing a really good job of surfing that bow wake and staying in touch. Can expect both boats, when they do jibe, then Norway will have the jump and sort of be in front and with clear air on Belgium. So you can expect a lead change as we come.
Here we go. Norway's about to jibe. Take a look up at the top right-hand side of your screen. Norway's going in for a jibe. So it's a powerful position right there for Norway, as Belgium was apparently just waiting for Norway to get over there. Let's see how good of a jibe both of these teams can do. Oh, very powered up right there for Team Norway. Same thing for oh, and look who's coming up in the back. Team Lithuania right there in a high and fast mode. Yeah, Serbia got a little bit closer.
It definitely got closer. The fleet has compressed, and as we come into this gate mark, it's important to know for you at home that they get a choice of two marks. They go between the gate and can choose a left turn or a right turn. And as they're coming on this port hand ley line, a right turn for them will mean more maneuvers and a sharper turn, rounding Mark 1. So
Team Belgium just lost their kite right there, as they've got the jib. They put the jib up early, but it's always difficult when you put that jib up early, because it actually hinders a little bit the kite, as Team Lithuania managed to keep their kite up nice and full, and now have taken a pass over Team Belgium. And an early drop, it looks here, for Team Norway. So Norway not taking any risks whatsoever, going to go off to the left-hand side gate. So essentially wanting to come back up on the right-hand side. So tactically speaking, Norway already knows which side they want to come back up on.
Yeah, good job and good drop by the crew on board Team Norway, and a simple rounding for them, whereas the other teams have to do an almost button hook turn and a really tight turn to get back to close haul.
So that jibe right there, and then having to come back up to windward, you can really lose a lot of speed on there. As we look over to the right-hand side, Norway managed to just do a long turn and keep their speed up. Here we go, Team Belgium having a little bit of issues with their mainsail right there. As we see, the mainsail is not being pulled in. That's really important for them to be able to. Oh, and to the right-hand side, we have Team Serbia. Small problems right there, putting in the spinnaker, and that is going to cause huge problems to put the spinnaker up, because right now they're taking in their spinnaker and they're putting into the boat on the wrong side. And that's going to create a whole bunch of issues unless they get it figured out on the beat all the way up.
Yeah, that's right. A kite in the water is not something you want to see from any of these teams, but it's unfortunate. It looks like they've saved it a little bit here. Oh, potentially, as I say that, the kite's still flying in the water as we see it to leeward.
As long as that kite doesn't get any water in it and starts to fill up, then it won't be a problem. But the problem right there with what they've done is they took the spinnaker in from the starboard side, and it absolutely must come in on the port side. It's going to be tough for the set.
Yeah, it will be tough for the set, and something they will definitely be thinking about. These are experienced sailors, and they know exactly what they're doing, so they'll be talking through on how they can fix that before they have to go around this Mark 3 and come back downwind. But as we see, Lithuania, a beautiful job of locking in the boat. Looks like everyone's hiking as hard as they can, and we can just see the front of that mainsail just picking up some turbulent air, some backwinding air that's just off the jib. So once the jib's fully set, then as the wind comes round the jib, it sort of hooks round, and you just see the air on the leeward side, on the opposite side of that mainsail, just creating those bubbles. But that's just to do with how the boats are set up, and especially in this breeze, it's quite unavoidable.
Yeah, as you see right there, just putting in a little bit more tension on the main sheet. So they have two options for this mainsail. They can play with the main sheet, and they can also play with the traveler. Actually, as a matter of fact, they have three options, because they can also play with the runner and the check stay.
Yeah, there's lots of options for trimming a main, and good mainsail trim as we have a nice on-water shot of the main there. It's just backwinding that little bit, but that's fine. They've got enough power to drive off the jib. That's no worries.
But you see on the Belgian boat to the right-hand side, the mainsail is flapping a lot less, so it's not like they have less wind. They've just got another setup on their sail.
Yeah, that's right.
Looking at it right here. Yep.
Potentially driving close to the breeze, which means that mainsail can come on a little bit more. And yeah, you just sort of want the foot or the bottom of that mainsail and the leech, the back of the mainsail, just being able to hold itself and create enough power as we see the front of the mainsail is.
It's really interesting, Robbie. If you take a look at those white marks in the sail, as you can see, it's kind of making an S right there. And it's a really good way for us here in the commentary booth to see exactly what the sail shape looks like. It should look like the line that's in the front sail right there. That would be the ideal shape of the sail. And as you can see, some of those lines are actually a little bit squiggly.
Yeah, that's right. That's we mentioned it earlier. These are big mainsails. There's lots of power in them. So all the wind that we have at the moment, it means that they are overpowered, and exactly right, Jan, the backwinding and not needing all that power in the mainsail.
So a question being asked on the chat, can they just simply change the halyard? Well, yeah, they can. Of course they can. But that means they have to bring the halyard around to the other side of the boat. And remember, everything that's been put inside the boat is now put in the wrong way around. So that means that they'll have to change all the other lines as well. And the hardest one is the drop line, making sure you get that one correct.
Yeah, that's right. The bow team worked really, really hard to make sure that the kite is set up well. There's lots of things that go into a nice set, and you're absolutely right. The drop line, the kite sheets, and the halyard. So if you change one, you have to change the others, and yeah, potentially a bit of a fix needed on Team Serbia after that drop. And as we just come up wind, we can see these boats all on port tack, which indicates to me that there has been a little bit of a left-hand shift. So a potential gain for Lithuania as they were out on their left-hand side as they took the right-hand turn, and all boats heading out to this right-hand side as we go on board with Norway as our leaders. They're still on that port tack, but they're approaching starboard ley line pretty quickly, coming into Mark 3.
Yeah, I just got news, Robbie, that there will be no Charlie, so that means that no change of course for this second upwind beat, and that's good to know. So still at 1.1 nautical miles long, and it looks like, yes, it is shifty out there, but not enough for race committee to decide to make a change.
Yeah, that's right. They've kept the same top mark, so the same direction, so it is still shifty. But if they moved it one way, then you're sort of playing with fire of it going the other way. So race committee electing to change, and it looks like it's still quite central. We're just in a bit of a left phase.
Look at number 10, captain of the team, Rakas Milovicius, right there, just giving everything. He's got his feet wrapped around the runner, and he's holding on with his hands to the side of the boat as low as he can possibly go. Oh, and he's putting out his hand. Look at that. It's like he's hearing us.
Yeah, that's a captain's effort, that is. Definitely leading from the front and leading by example. And wow, he's definitely low and giving it all he's got.
He's really low, really low. And bringing that arm out there behind the head really allows you to put even a little bit more weight out there. He's a big guy. You can tell right here from the picture, he's got wide shoulders. So everything he can, all that weight that he can put out there, he really is trying to do so. It's as you see, starting from the front, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 10. The guys that are actually out there, it's the easiest spot to actually get back into the boat. Remember, they don't have any hiking straps. They don't have anything. They're just holding on to they're holding onto the sheets basically and having to come back up. So that's probably why we're seeing some of the guys, the trimmers are not out all the way there. As you see right there, legs straight, crossed, and so they're using those sheets to be able to keep themselves sort of over the edge, but not completely down.
Yeah, that's right. They're trying to create as much leverage as they can with the boat, with the center of the boat as possible. They're just using that body weight as a perfect shot of seeing all the teams.
You see the grinder also putting his arm out there. Oh, some of them don't even use their arms anymore. Now they're just showing off.
Yeah, no, they've done a great job. And as we can see, we do have a lead change, so all that hard work is paying off for Team Lithuania, as we do have them in the lead as that left-hand shift continued. It looks to me like the boats on the right-hand side, Norway in particular, are overstood on that right-hand ley line.
Yeah, but are they really? It's always tough because the wind is shifting a little bit, and we see Norway right now just put in attack, and perhaps probably that Norway is on the ley line. I wouldn't see why they would go out so far, but looks like a left-hand shift right there.
Yeah, definitely a left phase, and it has been that whole way up the beat. Sometimes you can predict it coming back and sort of the breeze centering again, but it doesn't look like that is the case, and it seems like a huge gain on board Lithuania and also Belgium back in this race.
Yeah, so Norway deciding to take the right-hand side, go far off to the right. The other boats deciding to stay a little more conservative to the center or even the left, and it looks like, well, Lithuania and Belgium are going to be back in front with Norway right there. So it looks like Belgium right now is putting their bow down and has decided to say, okay, no problem. I'm just going to go back here, pass behind Norway, and make sure they get the ley line right.
Yeah, you're right. Jan, Belgian, no risk taken there. They're just happy to take the duck and still be in contention with Norway. There's no risk and no harm in taking the risk there, and they'll still be right on their hammer coming on this downwind.
Belgium going really, really high right there. They're putting their nose down, really having that boat heeled over quite a bit. So it looks like Belgium has decided to voluntarily go a little bit over ley line. And this is a great view right here that we have from the windward camera boat. And as we're seeing really all the boats that are on that ley line all lined up, so you can imagine that ley line right there. So good positioning right there for all of these boats. Look, they still got their arms out. They're doing everything they can. It's really important. Remember, this is the last time they'll be arriving at the windward mark, so it's super important for these guys to get a good set. And right now they're just giving everything they got because they know after this they don't have to hike anymore. So if perhaps it hurts right now, but it's about to hurt a lot less when the boat flattens out. So here we go. They arrive at the windward mark, and now they're going to get everything ready as they get around the offset mark. You see the bowman and the mid-bow woman that are getting everything ready. Remember Team Serbia and the way they put in their spinnaker. So that'll be an interesting set from them, as now we see the bowsprit going out and the spinnaker going up. It's really important that that spinnaker does not fill up as it's between those two sails, the front, the jib, and the mainsail. And looks okay. It looks like it's almost at the top right now. So a good clean set for Lithuania. Let's look just back behind Lithuania as we have Norway now arriving at the mark. Oh, they've got a little bit of a twist in there, and it's still not up at the top. We saw Norway having a problem getting their spinnaker at the top on the first set. This time it took a little bit less time. Everything's okay. It's fine if that front sail falls into the water a little bit. It's not going to slow them up at all.
Yeah, a little bit of a twist there from Norway.
Now
but it seems to be.
I would like to see the live right now because I want to see what's going on Team Serbia. Oh, look at that! Serbia having managed to put up their spinnaker before Team Belgium. So good job on getting all that mix up on the drop correct. So great job there by the bowman and by the mid-bow, doing a lot of work on that upwind to get everything sorted back out. That's really good job.
Absolutely right. Potentially one of the best sets that we saw coming down this final run. So well done for Team Serbia.
And they're planing. I think they're planing.
They're trying to go as fast as they can, especially with Belgium just inside them. If they go a little bit higher, a little bit faster, then they could potentially get on the breeze of Belgium and just slow them down a bit. So a bit of a match race as well, even at the back of the fleet.
Yeah, so when these boats are all powered up like that, you can easily get them into the double-digit numbers, probably around 13 knots is what they're doing right now. You can go faster. You can go faster, but then you wouldn't be going to the downwind. You wouldn't be going down to the gate to the finishing line.
That's absolutely right. And for those at home, we did have a big left shift, and it seems that is still the case. So all these boats elect for their straight set, which means they're on starboard tack, and that's actually a knock. And a knock downwind is a good thing, as it takes them further and closer down to the finish line.
Rob, you yesterday, really light winds. We saw everybody on the foredeck trying to get the back of the boat to come out of the water. Look at this, completely different today. Today we've got much more wind, and we have everybody sitting in the back as we're trying to get the bow now to come out of the water and get the boat on a plane.
Yeah, absolutely. Once the bow is out of the water, that sort of the sails pick it up, and it means that they can go faster and higher. And like you mentioned, Jan, it is planing conditions out there, so they're having a lot of fun, and they're hiking on the back end of the boat, which is
so
great
cool.
to see.
It looks so good. It looks so good. And a little bit of sunshine also, as we're seeing right now. So we are on board with Team Lithuania cruising. If you look off to the left-hand side, you can also see Team Norway with the bow just barely out of the water right there. These boats are cruising up to 15 knots. And so 50 knots of boat speed right now. Look at that bow wave. Beautiful shots right there. Between all these drone shots and camera boat shots, I love it.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of capturing exactly what we're talking about, and that's perfect timing there, as we can have a beautiful image of the bow on board Team Norway as they're planing and they're cruising, coming down into this final run in second place. It looks like there's a bit of a shift coming back, so potentially seeing a bit more of a right-hand shift, which means these boats will still need to do another jibe into the finish. So there's more maneuvers to come, and it's all race on, especially for Team Norway trying to hunt down the lead.
So what we can explain right now is, you see the grinder right there on the pedestal. There he is grinding, and basically what he's doing is he's helping the trimmer to bring in the spinnaker.
Yeah, that's right, Jan. So when you're going faster, it means that your apparent wind, the wind that you create, if you can sort of imagine if you're on a bicycle and you're going downhill, you feel that breeze on your face. As you go faster, you feel that breeze on your face, and it means that you're almost running over the wind. You're tripping over yourself. So all the time you need to trim the sails, and as we see, a perfect shot of the grinder pulling in that sail, making sure that they do not run over their own breeze and they stay as fast as they can.
And now setting up for a jibe. So you see now they have two grinders on that pedestal, because for the jibe they really need a lot of power to be able to bring in that kite from now on. And as it fills up, you're going to see it fills up, and then they're going to ease it out, and then they're all going to go up to windward and get that last little finishing getting the boat flat.
Yeah, we
really
saw
nice
two beautiful Simo jibes from the two leaders there. We also saw the leader Lithuania do a late main jibe, which means their main comes over later than the kite. It's just a bit more of a safer jibe in terms of their one and in, because they do not have much pressure on, so they're just trying to keep it safe and make sure they do the maneuver and stick it well, which is exactly what they're doing. And a few high fives from the boys in the middle, and they've sailed a really good race coming into the finish.
Oh, the grinder's hot right there, you can tell. Yeah, doing a good job at making sure that they don't broach on those jibes. That it would be a silly mistake to do. So as we're seeing Team Lithuania right now, only 120 meters away from the finishing line, and as they've got not too much of a challenge right there. There we go. As we see Team Lithuania finishing first here for this race. So a great job done by Team Lithuania. A real physical sail that we saw from them on the windward. I'm sure the others were doing just as good. Don't be jealous, guys. We just had the camera on the Team Lithuania. Team Norway right now coming in second place, so they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, we mentioned before the start that it was a shifty racetrack, and that's exactly what we got. We had Norway rounding the gate marks in first, followed by Lithuania, and then that shift really benefited Lithuania, and they got back in the game. So both the result for Team Norway and Team Lithuania, still great races, but yeah, there's definitely more to play for as we have a lot more racing to come further on in the day.
And now last little battle between Belgium and Serbia. It looks like it's going to be okay. It looks like Belgium is going to be taking this one no problems. But remember, Belgium was fighting for second place at one point, and now they're battling to keep their third place.
Yeah, that's right. They were close to Norway. We saw on that last upwind beat that they dipped Norway, so they're really in touch. It seems like Norway just pulled away a wee bit on this downwind leg, and Belgium come in third, followed by Serbia.
So yeah, Serbia managing to catch up, but not managing to get into third place. So Belgium is third, Serbia is fourth. Serbia sailed really well, just not enough. Where do you think it went wrong for them?
We're talking fine margins in this racing, and all these teams have high SSL rankings, so beautiful jobs by all the sailors and lots of experience on board. Just a tough one for Serbia there, especially with that start, and then just not managing to catch back up, potentially sailing with the fleet a lot, so not chancing their arm, not putting too much risk, and yeah, it's unfortunate for them to come in, but great sailing nonetheless. And as we go on board Lithuania, high fives, and we got the shore crew jumping on just to make sure everything's okay, but all smiles on board Lithuania after a great race.
It looks like we'll get an interview from Carolina on this boat a little bit later, as we're waiting for everything to happen. So they can really be proud of themselves. Remember, guys, this is race number 1 for this group. We've still got 2 more races for them this morning, and we'll have another two races after that. So we got quite a long day of racing. Total 5 races planned for the day, and we've only finished race number 1. So congratulations, Team Lithuania bringing home 4 points, Norway with 3 points, Belgium with 2, and Serbia with 1. But you see, that's quite close. 1 minute and 40 seconds between all of them.
Yeah.
Robbie, sorry to cut you off.
Well,
we're going to go down onto the water. It looks like Carolina is with Team Lithuania. Carolina, down to you.
Yes, hello. Yeah, we are just on board with the winners team, Lithuania. What a fantastic race from the beginning. The start was just on time. After that, a little bit of issues in an upwind. So how was the race, Rokas?
Shifty. No, I wouldn't say it was a great start. I think we were late about six seconds, but at least we're ahead of the whole pack, which is important. We sailed a bit too risky, I would say, because, you know, crossing everybody on port wasn't ideal, but it had to happen. And yeah, the plan for us was to protect the right side because we knew that the shifts are going that way. And then unfortunately on the last one, coming to the mark, we thought we got it, but the shift came and then in the end we never made it. So we made another risky maneuver, like trying to duck the boats. We succeeded it and fast downwind. And here we caught a very favorable shift from the left and crossed the fleet, which was a good race for us. Very happy.
So it was the turning point during the first downwind that you just basically crossed of Belgium and Norway and take the leadership?
No, I think the second upwind was. Nicely, we like also a little bit of a risk, very late drop on the downwind marks, moved to the right side and then got the right shift. So the second upwind was where we got the shift was essential for us. After this first race, are you planning to change a little bit of strategy? No, we're kind of keeping to the same. Playing shifts, good start, and this is it.
Okay, keep going. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Thank you for that interview. It is really interesting when you think about it, right? A late start, sailing on a port tack in front of everybody, ended up by doing a great drop on the first downwind, and then going off to the left and actually catching a shift. So
yeah, absolutely.
Shifty out there.
Snakes and ladders for all these teams. Like he just mentioned, they started first and then they got back to third after not managing to make the ley line. Then they're caught it back up to second and back into the lead on that final beat. So all the positions are changing at all the times, and we mentioned that it's a shifty racecourse out there, so anything can happen, as just mentioned by the captain of Lithuania, a very happy captain at that.
Very happy captain. What a great analysis from him. A tactician's dream out there right now. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break. Get ready for race number 2.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You wanna know is how to hold on to it every moment. Dive into it like my love is an ocean. It's overflowing. I swear it's golden. So good that I'm rolling. eyes take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you want is mine. Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you want is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. I got a good feeling.
you look surprised when we've done this all before. I'm not sure the highs really make up for the lows. When words don't work and I get hurt somehow, I feel like I'm the worst. Manipulation overload, but babe, this time
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're back out and ready for race number 2 as we're seeing the race committee here with sails indicating sails medium, and we're seeing Belgium go in the background and putting up their front sail before, oh, there it is, 4 minutes. That's the Papa flag just going up right now. Let's go down onto the water and speak with Carolina and see what's going on right now. Has anything changed, Carolina, since we finished the first race?
Hello. No, I don't think like anything changed. Everything looks pretty similar to the first race. We have still the stable breeze, around 10 to 14 knots, and yeah, basically this is what I can see right now.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information. We have a little bit of information coming from race committee telling us that the length of the race course is still 1.1 nautical miles, just like it was in the first one. The race course is set at 250 degrees west, and we have some wind shifts going all the way up to 260. So pretty centered, and that's less shifty than the first race, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. We still have shifts, but it looks to me like the race committee have done a good job of just getting the average. That 250 is sort of the average shift in the breeze, so as fair and as centered as they can make it. But as we mentioned before, we've still got lots of shifts, so lots of passing lanes for all these boats as they set up coming into 2 minutes 30 into their start.
Yeah, you speak about passing lanes. Let's see. Well, I'll be interested to see if we get any time on distance, which is correct. First race yesterday, they were seconds off, 7 seconds off of the start. Today, we saw them almost 10 seconds off of the start. Let's see if we can get any boats that'll get a jump on the others just by actually being on the line at the time.
Absolutely right. And we mentioned shifts. It's not only important when you're sailing after the gun, but also important before the gun as well. As we saw in that first race, there was that big left-hand shift, which meant that all boats were late to the start line. So all these shifts, all these change in direction do change your timings coming to the start. And I'm sure all these tacticians and all these crews will be looking up the course and sort of figuring out where they can make the gain and how they can be on time at speed.
There's the race committee right there with the checkered finishing line buoy attached right next to them. To the right-hand side, you see that one semi-rigid, semi-inflatable rigid boat, which is the other end of the line. So that line is represented by these two boats right here. And the actual line is between the two orange flags. And I was going to say the third boat is the camera boat. That's exactly the vision you're seeing right there.
Camera boat still providing us with a beautiful shot of the line. As we can see all these boats entering their approach and their final runway into the start.
They look a lot closer. They look a lot closer this time. We're a minute before the start, and they look like they're 7 boat lengths beneath the line. So a lot closer.
Yeah, a lot earlier set up for the teams, and as we saw the onboard footage there, they do have the bowman on the bow just calling the time and communicating it back to the helmsman as they're closer to the start line and they can see the whole picture. We've got all 4 boats lining up for the start line coming into 40 seconds here. We've got one boat clear behind at the moment, but it looks like they've got a little bit more runway to catch up and potentially go to leeward.
Yeah, there it is.
of the other boats, and as we come into this start, we have Lithuania to windward, watching the boats down to leeward as well as they come in with more rights.
Interesting to see Belgium right there putting their nose down, not letting Norway get an advantage, and perhaps getting the hook on them.
Yeah, tough spot here for Belgium. You can see the confusion or the anticipation on board
10
the
seconds.
faces as they come into this starting line. It's all about the time on
5.
distance. We've got Lithuania at the top of the line with a clear start, and Belgium also clear.
Very nice. So only a couple meters away there, Robbie, and a great start for both team Belgium and for Lithuania.
Yeah, Lithuania doing a fantastic job at the windward end of the line. None of the boats behind to catch up to them. And
Serbia hasn't passed the line yet.
Yeah, that's right. They were late, and now they've had to tack over.
Is that Norway? Sorry.
Lithuania now on top of them as they head out to that right-hand side. So we've got a split, a 50-50 split in between the fleet. 2 boats out to the left, 2 boats out to the right. And we've definitely got enough breeze coming in for race 2 as we see on board Belgium. We've got all the crew hiking out hard, and they're trying to go as fast as they can. A drag race as Belgium was started at that leeward end.
As we see, you're right, everybody is out right there. Even the trimmers are out. So really important for Belgium right now to be able to put in that high mode and to be able to knock this Serbian boat and get them to go off to the right-hand side. I'm pretty sure that Belgium does not want to be on the left.
Yeah, that's right. Serbia just trying to hold their lane as high and as fast as possible. They've obviously got Belgium to leeward of them, so they're doing a really good job of working the boat up and trying to gain as much height as we go to this beautiful drone shot as we see it. Clear picture here, Serbia just behind, but it looks like they've just got a lane and they're holding really well on the windward hip of Belgium.
Yeah, super important right now for Belgium to be able to sail fast and high so that they can cross over in front of the Serbian boat, and that might, well, we'll see what happens. It's always really difficult because you can go high for a little while, but then you got to get that speed back up again.
Yeah, that's right. There's different modes that you can sail, especially upwind. You've got your high mode, which is generally a little bit slower, and then also your lower mode, which is faster. As we see this 2D tracker, we've got all boats on starboard tack, so indicating a potential right-hand shift, and Belgium doing a really good job of staying in the pressure, staying on that right-hand shift, and it looks like they're extending bow forward on the rest of the fleet.
There's a great image right now as we're seeing the Belgian boat trying to squeeze out the Serbian boat. Serbian boat is right there, is just trying to survive. Tactically speaking, the Belgian boat is in a much stronger position, and we should be seeing the Serbian boat get more and more of that bad air off of the back of the Belgium sails.
Yeah, that's right. An absolute drag race out to this left-hand side. Potentially, if this breeze stays in the right, then again for Lithuania and Norway, who, as we mentioned, went out to that right-hand side off the start line. And a nice drone shot here. We can see Lithuania on the left-hand side of your screen, and Belgium down on this closer end. Both boats going out to this left-hand side, and there's not much in it, so you've absolutely got a race on our hands.
Absolutely, as we see also right now, Norway deciding to go off to the right-hand side. There we go. We were just talking about Serbia going for it. Difficult for them to be living off of the hip of the Belgium team, and Belgium team right now very happy because they can put in that lower fast mode again, and they can sail their own race. So good job, Team Belgium, on managing to push Serbia to go off to the right-hand side.
Yeah, job well done for Belgium, and they've now, it looks like they're going as fast as they can in that lower mode, as you mentioned. It looks like Team Serbia have taking off onto the knock, which is disadvantageous for them, as we see. Also, again, the tactician on board Belgium hiking as hard as they can, trying to work as hard as they can to get that boat speed up.
Emma Postcard, of the captain of the Sea Devils here on Team Belgium as well, trying to get all that weight out there. Every little kilo counts.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we see the leaders currently Lithuania, so a bit of a lead change as they come into this right-hand shift, and you see Norway on the top of your screen there, just heading further out to that right, and they'll be hoping that this right-hand shift stays in so they can make their gain.
I'm really liking what I'm seeing here from Team Lithuania. They're doing a real good job tactically speaking. I think it's really interesting, sort of staying in the middle and not going off too much to one side or to the other. As right now we see that Norway going off to the right-hand side is now in the lead. But everything could shift. I mean, that was the right-hand shift, and that's why Norway is now in the lead. But who knows? It could come back on the other side. So staying in the middle, like Lithuania.
Yeah, Lithuania had the jump on and the control early, so they're just trying to stay in touch with the fleet, make sure they don't take too much risk. And we heard the captain after race 1 saying they don't want to take too many risks, and that's exactly what they're doing or not doing in this case, just staying in touch with the fleet and trying to get as close as possible.
I suspect here that we're going to be seeing attack right on top of Team Belgium or just below them. We'll see what's happening. I don't think they're going to let them by. I think they'll probably attack over the top of them so that they can stay into the middle. And there it is. So Team Lithuania right there putting in a good tack and forcing Team Belgium now to go a little bit high. Let's see. Oh, protest. So protest. I think it's going to be a green flag.
Yeah, I don't think the boats were close enough there for a protest, but you know, as a sailor, there's no harm in asking the umpire, asking the question, because it's not going to be on them, right? So they're never going to have the penalty on them. So potentially worth the asking the questions of the umpires, and
for sure.
It was a green flag.
You never know.
Yeah.
They could ask for a protest, so they raise that flag up and they say protest, and they're not going to be penalized if they're in the wrong. Or shall we say, if it's a green flag. And that's what it was right there. It was a green flag. And you saw the umpire boat just sitting right behind there saying, nope, it's fine. The rule says that the boat needs to have finished its tack. And if it doesn't finish its tack and Belgium has to avoid them, then that would have been a conflict. But it wasn't the case. So.
Absolutely right. Yeah, the umpires deemed that infringement was... by the by, impartial, so green flag, and they carry on racing, and Lithuania in a really, really strong position on Belgium.
If they had a red flag, which would have meant that they did something wrong, then they have to do a 360, and a 360 is one tack and one jibe, and yeah, so they would have had to do a 360 as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's right. As soon as reasonably possible for these boats, and as they're going upwind, you know, in the general cases, you start with your jibe and you end with your tack. But yeah, as we're seeing on board with Lithuania, that's not the case. Umpires did give a green flag, and we're off racing. Belgium on the right side of your screen doing a really good job. We mentioned the high mode earlier off the start. It's not only off the start where you need to do a high mode. As Belgium are in a little bit of a compromised position, they're doing a good job of keeping that high mode and keeping their lane clear.
Really interesting as we see both of these boats, Lithuania and Belgium, now tacking over the top of the Serbian boat, which we just saw in the background. Well, Serbia has decided to stay cut behind the two other boats and stay more centered. Going back off to the right-hand side, as Norway was in the lead and is now in second place. So it was definitely a nice shift for Norway, bringing them up into the lead. But as we're seeing that shift come back, and we're seeing Lithuania now in first place. Remember, Lithuania staying in the middle, not being so influenced or...
The center of that race course, yeah, we were talking about it just before. It gives you more options, especially in this shifty conditions, these different wind directions that come off the hills here. If you're centered, you have more options which way you want to go and where you want to sail the boat. So we can see in this drone shot that Norway are down deep into that right-hand side, so they're limited with their options.
And they're probably getting really close to that ley line there, Norway. So Norway, they didn't really have a choice, right? They got a bad start. They left behind everybody else, so they have to roll the dice. And it's just a terrible spot to be in because, I mean, the odds are the dice are going to roll against you.
Yeah, that's right. And especially as we're configured now, it definitely looks like a left-hand shift. So Norway will have to tack and sail that knock, that disadvantageous tack into Mark 1. As we look at Lithuania working really hard on that left-hand shift, they've done a really, really nice job in staying in control and staying in the center of that racetrack.
All right, there we go. So now Norway definitely reaching that ley line. They're going to tack over. So last tack, unless some sort of situation happens as we get closer and closer to the windward mark.
Yeah, interesting to see there on the Norwegian tack.
Look at that.
Yeah, they're, it looked to me like they were bow down out of that tack, so even more evidence of that left-hand shift, and that's just more advantage to these three boats coming into Mark 1. They're not far off.
So you're seeing those shifts really making a big difference. Norway was in first place for a while. Now they're 200 meters down and in last place. I mean, we could still have a right-hand shift. We'll see what happens, or perhaps Norway deciding to go a little bit high, which is what I think they have done, and then you see that mainsail a little bit more open in order for them to really get the speed in. And if they are on ley line, then we should be expecting Lithuania to tack at any moment now.
Yeah, that's right. And when they do tack over, they will have starboard advantage coming into the mark. Nice
there it is.
on-water shot there of the ley line. So Lithuania doing a good job of tacking on that starboard ley line. And we have Belgium and Serbia, as we saw, coming from that left-hand side. So they will have to give right of way to Lithuania. So a very strong position as we see Belgium going past there. A strong position for Lithuania as we come in to Mark 1.
Lithuania doing a really good tactical job of staying in the middle, playing the shifts, and not going to any extremes to the left or to the right. Now, Belgium did pretty much the same thing, and so that's why Belgium right now is in the second place. Is really important now for Belgium if they want to fight for the qualification. They're going to have to sail aggressively now and catch up with Team Lithuania. But look at what we've had here. It looks like the Serbian boat has just tacked below the Norwegian boat and is trying to push them up, but Serbia lost all their speed in that tack, and there's nothing they can do. Norway's just going to sail right around them.
Yeah, very close tack there by Serbia. A bit of a risky maneuver, and as you just mentioned, Norway will sail over the top of them, so you can expect Norway to come into this first mark ahead of Serbia. And as we go down on the water, we see Lithuania coming around Mark 1. They do have that spreader leg. They do have that next mark they have to go around. So you see all the sails ease. They're onto that reach angle to the breeze. And we see the bowmen's working hard, trying to get that sail as far away from the mast as possible as they go for the set. Here we go.
So Lithuania, as you can hear them go, 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 and making sure that spinnaker gets all the way up to the top. Now they've got to drop the jib in the front. Well done right there. So fully powered up. Kite from the Lithuanian team. What's going on? What's going on with Belgium right there?
Slower set from Belgium. I don't know what happened in their processes, but a little bit slower. It seems like the kite is now starting to fill as we see the jib come down, but a bit of a slower set from Belgium as they round a little bit inside actually to Lithuania.
Yeah, so it looks like they decided to really go down for that low mode just right off, as they're setting the kite. It could be an option also from the tactician to say, all right, well, listen, we won't hoist so fast, and we'll see. We'll try to get that low mode. As I'm looking in the background right now, trying to see Norway and Serbia set up their spinnakers. As we are on board with Team Norway and taking a good look at Team Serbia right there, doing a great job at setting up their kites.
Beautiful position there by Serbia. Really nice set from them once again, and they're also on that leeward inside pocket of Norway. So as we're coming down, these boats are really well positioned to potentially see some lead changes and some position changes.
I like where I'm seeing Belgium right now, sort of on the inside of Team Lithuania. So Team Lithuania managing to get their kite up really quickly, having a lot of speed, but you see they didn't get that lateral gap which Belgium has managed to put on Team Lithuania. That's going to be a real big advantage for Team Belgium as soon as they jibe over.
Yeah, that's right. The leverage in between Belgium and Lithuania is a really advantageous spot there for Belgium, as that when they do jibe, they will have the options. And Lithuania, you can see the helmsman looking over to the Belgian boat, just making sure that if they could get the jibe in, then they would. Otherwise, Belgium doing a really nice job at controlling the lead.
That's number 2 on the left, right there, Aigle. She is the mid-bow on this Lithuanian boat. And I was talking to her yesterday. We were talking about how important it is to really be able to put that spinnaker down into the boat. And if you can do that, you can really save a lot of time. And she's doing a great job.
Yeah, we see this is a great moment to look at the different mode differences. We see on the left-hand side of your screen, one boat is planing the Norwegians off to that left-hand side of your screen, on the right-hand side of this downwind run, they're going to faster, higher mode, whereas these two boats are going to lower, slower mode. So it's just a toss-up, a trade-off between the best VMG, and it looks like these boats are in battle. So they're electing to sail a lower, slower mode.
And again, as we see here, you can't quite see it from this point of view, from this angle. You can right here, and you can tell the difference now between the two boats. And Belgium still in a powerful position right there, as it looks like either Belgium has now come up, gotten a little bit of speed, or Ruckus has decided to ask for a low mode on his boat. I have the impression that it is Belgium that is trying to attack and get closer to the Lithuanian boat, essentially, stopping them from putting in a jibe.
Yeah, exactly. Belgium, if you're Belgium and the boat behind, you want to keep that leverage and keep that inside step. And if you're Lithuania, you want to do exactly what they're doing, and they're just soaking down a bit of a slower mode, give up a little bit of lead just to gain a little bit more position. So a beautiful job by Lithuania. They've got Belgium right behind them, which does open up that option to get the jibe in.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting right now to see as Lithuania perhaps managing to, if they can put in a jibe right now, they'll have some clear air. Belgium right there now is trying to overtake on the left-hand side of your screen. They're trying to get there and steal the wind off of Lithuania. But Lithuania in a really powerful position, because as soon as they put in a jibe, they're going to hit that puff that we can see in the background over there.
Yeah, that's right. Not only did they open up an option to jibe for Lithuania, but once these boats do jibe, then they should have clear air on that new long jibe.
It's funny how he's constantly looking off to the right-hand side, the skipper of the Lithuanian boat. So I'm wondering if we're not about to see Norway and Serbia put in a jibe. Oh, here we go. Jibe from Team Belgium right there.
Yeah, initiated by Belgium there. So a really good job from Team Belgium. We see the late main jibe there. So potentially a bit of...
Just goes to show how low they are right there.
Yeah, that's right. The main didn't come across potentially when they wanted to, but a really nice position and set up from Belgium. They initiated that, so Lithuania had to follow. Really well done by
right
Team
now
Belgium.
It's a drag race as the boats are starting to accelerate. Look at Belgium on the right-hand side of your screen as speeds are going up. Now we're up to 13 knots, so it was a low and slow game. But right now, it's a drag race to the finishing line. It's really important for Lithuania to keep that speed that they've got. Sorry, I said the finishing line, but it's the gate.
And the breeze in front of them as well. So it looks like they've got nice clear air. You see the whole team working hard, and it looks like they've got a lot of speed as well. So they're coming in to the first gate marks. No more jibes for Lithuania. And Belgium doing a good job of positioning inside, but it looks to me like Lithuania just have clear air in front.
So doing a good job here, Lithuania. Now it's going to be interesting. What are they going to decide? Which gate are they going to go to? You think they're going to the left or the right?
I think they'd go to the left, just make a simple drop. But potentially, if Belgium are close enough, then they might have mark room coming into that left-hand gate. So a decision to sail more distance and potentially take more of control. Or they can go around this left-hand gate as we look at it, which is the sharper turn.
Yeah, I'm thinking the left-hand gate as we're looking at it. And I'm looking in the background over there, just trying to see if I can see some puffs coming down. All right, pretty good drop right there. No problem. You see as the spinnaker is going on in the boat on the port side. So a great job right there as we were talking about the mid-bow, really putting that spinnaker in there. Now this is a tough decision for them. Oh, what's going on? We dropped the halyard, and it looks like what boat is that? Team Norway.
Something's gone wrong.
No. It looks like the halyard is still attached. So it looks like a mistake from the pitman right there.
Potentially a good recovery, though, as they around this right-hand gate. As we see it, the kite is still in the water.
And the bowman is now falling into the front of the thing.
Oh, disaster there for Team Norway.
No, they're going to have to go up into the wind now. Ivan Melleby, captain of the team, and at the helm. He has no options right now. He needs to put that boat up into the wind and make sure that nothing is going to go into the water.
Yeah, kite's still all the way down to leeward and still flapping, so they'll definitely need a few extra hands on aboard the bow of Team Norway. Definitely a disaster for them, and not something you want to see as they round this mark.
Yeah, now that's a lot of work. Oh, and there goes the tack line into the water. That could potentially fill up the
dear.
the boat, the
it
spinnaker
looks to me
with
like
water.
the spinnaker is filling up with water.
And that's going to slow them down. Robbie, this is terrible. Oh, it's going from bad to worse. Oh, no, and that's it. Boat stopped. Oh, there it is. For Norway. What a catastrophe.
Really, really frustrating on board
small
Norway.
Mistake,
Half
and the whole thing. Oh, look at that. Everybody's having to put in a hand. And you saw the size of those kites. I mean, imagine that when that's full of water and underneath your boat.
Yeah,
tough break.
A mistake at the start of the drop, right? That halyard went, and it all, like you mentioned, from bad to worse for Team Norway, and they just stopped dead in the water.
Oh, no. Oh, terrible. Terrible news. Right, well, there's nothing they can do about it right there. So Norway stopped in the water. That's it for them.
We mentioned boat handling and we mentioned experience on board, but that's just a really, really unfortunate situation for Norway, and they've got a lot of work to do to catch back up to this first pack.
Yeah, well, Robbie, unfortunately, I think that's it. They're not going to be able to catch back up. They do have to go around the race course. They do have to finish the race course. Otherwise, they'll get no points. And that'd be worse than finishing last.
Yeah, that's right. Any point counts, especially in some qualifiers. So yeah, they will have to go around the race course to pick up that 1 point. But as we go on board with the leaders, Lithuania doing a really, really nice job of making the most of that left-hand shift. We saw them electing to round that right-hand gate, looking downwind and making full use of this left-hand shift, a really controlling position as they're going the same direction as the first or the second and third place boats, but doing a really nice job of staying central in the course and playing it well.
Absolutely. And that's the same tactic they were doing before. As you see in the background over there, you have Belgium, which is now tacking over, because on the right-hand side we have Team Belgium, and we have the Serbs that are both over on the right-hand side. There you go, as you can see. So Norway is out of it, unless they get some sort of magical left shift. But Serbia and Belgium right now are fighting it off. Important for Lithuania to go and stay with your adversaries.
Yeah, that's right. They're doing a really nice job, as mentioned before. But it seems to me like Belgium have a nice bit of a right-hand shift, a bit of a right-hand puff that they're taking back on Lithuania. So as we see the distances between the boats get less and less, it looks to me like Belgium coming in with starboard advantage. They have the rights into this cross, and potentially we have a lead change coming up.
So very active boat right here on Team Belgium as they're getting ready for a cross. Belgium has the right of way over Team Lithuania. What is Lithuania going to do? They're going to bear away and go behind Belgium. They don't want the left-hand side of the race course. So really interesting right now is Lithuania deciding definitely that is the tactics is staying in the middle. So Lithuania going to position themselves in between the Belgian boat and the Serbian boat. Another thing to think about is how many tacks each boat has done.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. The tacks do cost. So the less maneuvers you can do, the better gain you can have out of them. But also you need attack with these shifts as well. So a definite trade-off. And as we see Belgium doing exactly what Lithuania did, staying in touch, making sure they do not get too far away from their competitors, and a beautiful tack as we see all the crew getting up to that windward side and trying to hike out as quickly as possible to get the boat back up to speed.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is their second tack. And Lithuania has tacked once.
You're correct. So an extra tack on board Team Belgium. So that is a little bit of a loss for them, but they are doing the right thing and staying in touch, especially in the shifty conditions.
Now, guys, can you imagine if you're sailing on these boats? So physically, it's already pretty demanding to be able to have to hike out there without any straps on, just holding on with your hand. Second of all, you got to think about and where are your opponents. And then you've got to think about how many tacks you're putting in, because every time you put in a tack, you lose half a boat length. So sailing is one of these very complete sports where, yeah, it's physical. You got to know the rules. You got to know the tactics. And then you got to start thinking about basic stuff like how many maneuvers am I going to do?
Yeah, that's right. And they've got 9 people on board in this case. So different people think about different things, which all come together and be the sum of your teamwork. So that's why they've got a lot of hands and a lot of people thinking about different things. But you're absolutely right, Jan. Everyone trying to do their best physically and also mentally to stay in this yacht race.
As we can see, number 20 is the bow woman right there. She's getting everything ready and making sure that they won't have any issues as they get up to the windward mark. You look towards the back of the boat. The captain of the boat, number 2, as Emma, she's deciding what they're going to take. The driver is 6. He's making sure where the boat is going. The other guys are setting up the sails. There's a lot of work for every single person, and everybody has got to work together. It's not about doing the job all at the same time. It's everybody needs to follow one another in order to be able to put in the right maneuvers, as we see Belgium putting in their 3rd tack.
Yeah, decision from Belgium there. They could have crossed underneath Lithuania. It looks like Lithuania have a little bit of an advantage now, so Belgium electing to tack and continue out on this right-hand shift as we see it, but Lithuania will be happy to see that as they've got them right where they want them, in the pocket underneath their boom. You see the helmsman looking down under the boom, making sure that he's on the same angle, and they're going just as fast, if not faster, than Team Belgium to keep that cover and keep that protecting their lead.
Something interesting about this picture that we have right now is if you look at the steering wheel, you'll see there's a little white mark on the top of that steering wheel. When that mark is centered over the middle of the wheel, well, that's when the rudder is straight. And you can see how straight the rudder is right now. So the straighter that is, the less input you're putting into the rudder, and the faster your boat is going. And basically, the guy sitting next to him, which is trimming the mainsail, he'll be looking at how much rudder the driver is actually putting in.
Absolutely, Jan. It's a good indication for the helmsman to know where center is, but then also, like you mentioned, the main sheet person looking at how much rudder the boat is actually needing to use. In an ideal world, you have all your keel and your rudder straight and centered. However, in this breeze and in this power, they need to be able to just feather the boat up and sort of take a bit of load out of that flow. The main sheet person doing a good job of depowering and powering up the boat in terms of how much rudder angle that the helmsman's using.
So they're obviously also looking at the shape of the sail, but one of the clues they can get right there is just looking at that wheel. So interesting. I mean, now that we're talking about it, I'm sure you guys are all looking at it, and it's really interesting. You'll see if we see a trim on the main sheet and how that will affect where that little white line is going.
Definitely a good thing for the helmsman to give feedback as well, although the main sheet person can look back and see. They're also looking at their job and looking at how the main's set up, so it is an easy communication from the helmsman saying how much helm they do have either way, how much they are moving the rudder in order to keep the boat balanced, as we see on board the 2D tracker here. Lithuania doing a good job of covering on Belgium.
Essentially, the front sail is giving these guys direction and allowing them to point higher or lower, and the main sail back there is giving them all the power. And if they've got too much power in the back, they've got to put the rudder sideways, and then they'll slow it down. Anyway, that's enough of a little bit of a sailing lesson right there. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as we are 430 meters away from the top mark.
Yeah, it looks to me like Lithuania and Belgium are getting really close to this port hand ley line, so you can expect attack pretty soon from Lithuania. As we see Belgium on the right-hand side of your screen, if they tack now, they know that Lithuania can tack and be in front of them and give them bad air the whole way in. So if you're Belgium, you're almost playing cat and mouse with Lithuania, making sure that they tack first and then you tack, so you have clear air coming into this mark.
Absolutely. If you're Belgium and you tack first, Lithuania will tack on top of you.
Yeah, this is everyone's racing for points, and it's nothing personal. This is sailing racing, so every little bit counts. As we see Lithuania tacking first, in Belgium, you can expect them to go a couple boat lengths, and then put in the tack of their own.
I have some information from race committee. There is no changes, so that's a good thing. No Charlie, so looks like we still got 12 to 14 knots out there on the race course. We've got some small wind shifts, but not enough to change the race course around. So we'll be going back up to a yellow mark and an offset.
Wow, we saw the attack on Belgium there. It looked like they got a little bit overpowered as they went into the tack, so the boat rounded up a wee bit. It looks like they put the bow down now and sailing fast, but potentially they got a big gust that they weren't ready for on the tack of Team Belgium.
Pretty interesting to see the ley lines right now as the boats are coming into this windward mark. Here we go, Lithuania, and I remember Lithuania does not have the right of way. The Serbian boat right now has the right of way, so Lithuania deciding to duck behind Serbia. This is great for Team Serbia, managing to get back out in front right now. So only one more downwind, and Serbia is now in the lead.
A fantastic game from Team Serbia on the second upwind. They've done a really good job of just going out to their right-hand side and sailing their own race. Potentially Lithuania got too caught up with Team Belgium, and now we have another lead change. This is all on for the final set, and Lithuania are not far behind, folks. So
now let's see how this goes up right here. Serbian boat always doing a really good job at setting up their kite. And I like where I'm seeing that bowman right there, very much in the front, allowing that for that spinnaker to go straight up. You see that big bearway right there? That's a huge bearway, meaning that they're not going to let anybody go down on the inside of them. So a really, really nice hoist right there from Team Serbia. Lithuania doing the same thing, going down low. Really great hoist as well for Team Lithuania. Looks like Belgium has opted for the same option, so everybody going as low as they can. Or are we going to see a jibe set right there from is that a jibe set they're trying to do? No, I don't think so.
I don't think it is, but they've held it very low for a long time and potentially have an issue.
Yeah.
We'll listen on board.
Not much being said on board right there, so yeah, definitely an issue. As it looks like perhaps the problem is further up the sail. It's probably up at the top, looking like they haven't managed to hoist the kite all the way to the top.
Yeah, it's hard to see, but potentially the top of the halyard or the top of the kite is unable to get around that jib there. So as we see it now, it looks like it's caught on something, potentially wrapped around the forestay. But certainly not what you want.
Oh dear, yeah.
Belgium having a tough time.
It's not in the water for the time being, but it's a tough position right now for Team Belgium. They got to figure it out. Maybe there's some sort of knot somewhere.
Confusion, but it looks like they've got it out. We heard the go, go, go. So looks like they're going up on their kite and trying to get it set, but just a bit slower than everyone else, Jan.
Just a bit.
Fortunately for them, Norway did have that issue at the bottom mark, so they still will keep their third place. However, we see these boats in the front of your screen here battling it out. We've got Lithuania just on that step, on that leeward inside of Team Norway, so now they're in the controlling position, and they've done a really nice job of keeping that leverage. We mentioned before the distance in between the two boats, and the more distance Lithuania can have inside Team Serbia, the better off they will be and the more control they will have.
So interesting. Everybody look to the top left-hand side of your screen, as right there you'll see the provisional points overall, as Serbia right now with 5 points, Lithuania with 7. This is obviously if the boats were to finish in this order right now. So we see Team Lithuania right now. Not too much to worry about, just keeping the points up there, and a tie for third and fourth place between Belgium and Norway. So Team Serbia right now is in second place.
Yeah, we see the lead change right now, actually.
Overall.
Just as you said that. A lead change in the race also, so now we see the live points change also. If Lithuania can hold on to this, then they will have a nice lead going into further races. But we see a really, really good job on board Team Lithuania to stay on that inside. And it's important to note they still have one more jibe into the finish. So another move and another maneuver coming up for both boats.
You know, honestly, I really have the impression that all the other teams have had to put in these massive decisions of taking extremes to the right-hand side or to the left-hand side in order to be into the game. Lithuania just been, taking it easy, tactically staying in the middle, not taking any risks. They win the first race, perhaps they'll get second or first in this one, and that's it.
Oh, as we see, yeah, no, you're right. Lithuania sailing really simple and really, really smart, but we saw a bad jibe on Team Serbia, so potentially putting them further back in the pack. More advantage to Lithuania, as it looks like they're on the ley line coming into the finish line. Yeah, more gain to Lithuania after that maneuver, after that jibe.
Definitely Lithuania right there with some really good boat handling skills. We've seen absolutely no problems from them. We've seen all of their drops have been all very clean, well timed, and no issues. And there you go. And that's our leader right there,
Yeah.
76 meters in front of everybody else.
Great sailors on board Team Lithuania, and on board all these boats. They all know their roles, they all know their jobs, and it's been a pleasure to watch them as they're sailing clean, simple, and fast. And this is definitely the evidence of that as they're coming into the finish as our race 2 leader as it currently stands.
Yeah, all these boats are, well, we're always saying how simple they are to sail, but you know, when you obviously now we have 9 guys on each boat, they're all professional sailors, and we're still having a little bit of boat handling issues.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, nothing's the same. No situation is the same in sailing. There's always something that's different, whether that be the wind, strength, wind direction, you know, how you're pulling, what gear you're in with the grinding. There's lots of things that go into every single maneuver.
And that can go wrong.
The same. and that can go wrong. And we definitely see that sometimes. But yeah, everything going well or going right so far for Team Lithuania.
Yeah, tactically sound, not making any mistakes in boat handling, and that's the result right there that we're seeing. It was a great race, though, between all of these boats, and congratulations on Team Serbia right there on being able to come back into the chase.
Yeah, that's right. They did a really good job. They chanced their arm on their right-hand side and got leverage with the front 2 leaders, and they definitely gained from it, and potentially putting in a nice result here in race 2, as we can see the live leaderboard on the right-hand side of those numbers and the teams there. So if all things stay equal, then we will have a tie for second place from all 3 boats.
Yeah, and good job for Serbia finishing last on the last race and only bringing up 1 point this time. Now they're finishing second, so they've got 3 points. So it was really important for Team Serbia to at least get the second place.
That's right, and it's worth mentioning that there's only one qualification spot from this group. So Lithuania putting their foot down in a really commanding lead if all things stay the same.
Yeah, doing a great job. 480 some odd meters until we get across the finishing line here for the qualifying session. Second race of qualifying sessions for the European teams. Our first flight of European teams. We'll have more European teams in mid-July that are coming back here on Lake Neuchâtel in Switzerland. And right now we're on race 2. We still get one more race for these guys.
Yeah, we saw the on-water shot there just before. It looks like there's plenty of breeze, plenty of pressure. There it is. So expecting a lot more racing to come
look
today.
At Belgium coming in hot right now.
Oh,
and
wow.
Is perhaps Belgium coming in so fast that they'll be able to...
Here we go.
Oh, look, getting close, getting close. They've got room mark. Belgium must let the Serbian boat go past. They do have those room marks.
Here we go, penalty
there's
flag.
A penalty right now.
Penalty flag.
And who is that for? Is that for Belgium or...
I would expect it to be for Serbia. It looked like Belgium came to leeward, and it looked like they had all the rights, and potentially Serbia got too close as windward boat.
Or was Serbia asking for the? Was Serbia asking for their? Oh, it is Serbian, the Serbian boat right there. No, there was definitely no mark room. They were way too far out, so they didn't reply fast enough. And there's a penalty for Team Serbia.
There's not much room. We see the finish mark right there, and they're going to have to go past it, get this kite down,
do need to do their
spin,
360.
and go back. Wow.
So get the kite down right now. Do not put it into the water. You still got a little bit of time before Norway comes in. So there's the tack. They're going to have to put in a jibe, so they haven't finished
we see, well, Norway should come in on the left-hand side.
Oh dear. Serbia needs to do something right now. And they need to do it really quickly because Norway is coming down. They need to do a 360. They haven't done a 360 yet. They put in attack, but they tack back again. Oh, perhaps. Oh, no.
Oh, dear. We mentioned it before. Every point counts, and that's not what you want.
Look who's coming
right
down.
Next to the
Norway right now is coming down. It looks like Serbia is going to really have to hurry up and do something right now. They could still finish if they put in their penalty.
Wow, it'd be interesting to see if the umpires deem them as doing their 360 or not, because they went up into irons and fell back onto starboard tack.
So definitely not. So this will be their first tack. And now they got to put in a jibe.
It's a continuous 360-degree turn. So
and Norway comes back, crosses the line. So Norway crosses the line. Lucky break for Norway. And this is but wait, because they've got to do the jibe before they cross the finishing line. So right now they've got to do this 360. They're trying to do this 360. And they're going to put in, oh, geez.
Not sure what
they have to put in that jibe. But for me, it's taken them too long to be able to put in the final jibe, which is what they're trying to do right now.
It looks to me like they're really struggling to get that bow down, potentially too much power in the sails. And we just saw the race committee boat there, so they're going to have to go even further away. Wow, they've still got to do their turn and finish to get the points, right?
Yeah, they do. They still haven't put in that jibe yet. And all right, let's see here. Are we going to get a tack and a jibe following along with it?
It needs to be continuous. They need to get that bow around as quick as they can to make it a full 360 turn.
They're definitely having some issues right there. As look at the rudder, which is completely sideways. What? Do they have something in the water? Look at that. He's forcing. He's not able to turn. He's not able to turn. There's a problem on that boat. I'm just wondering if they're not making it cavitate. Oh, there goes the runners.
Yeah, they're having a really, really tough time here. It looks like they've gone through the finish line. So, I mean, they think that they've done their 360 and crossed to the finish line.
Well, they did finally put in that last 360.
And now they've got their protest flags out.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. So, okay, Lima flag going over there. Red flag is going up as well.
Lots of drama on board Team Serbia.
All the flag. Do they have another flag that they could put up? All right. So a lot of things happening on that last race. It looks like so. First of all, a couple of issues right there with Team Serbia. Then it looks like they weren't able to put in their 360. Perhaps they do have a line around their rudder or something has gone around. That was a little bit of a hectic mess. That was really too bad that they didn't see that coming from Team Belgium. Belgium doing a good job now at staying up there.
Yeah, that's right. And it looks like the judges are talking to Team Serbia, just trying to calm them down a wee bit. It looks like there's still a lot of confusion on board. So it is the right thing to do as the judge to come over and have a chat with the boat. But also, if the boat is still a bit hot and there's still a bit of drama on board, then potentially they might not be getting their words through as well as they should be towards the judges.
We'll get more on that information as you can see the shore crew going over to it. Right now, we are on a boat, the Belgium team, and Carolina is down and ready for an interview with Emma.
Hello, yes, we are on board with Belgium team, as you can see, and also as you can see, we have a lot of shore team around the boat because basically it's a huge issue on the boat. Emma, what happened?
Yeah, during the gate rounding, I think we snapped something in the out hole, and yeah, it's not looking too good. So we couldn't pull any out hole in the second upwind, which was a bit of a struggle for speed.
Yeah, it was very also exciting race. The first upwind, you just also displayed the red flag to the Lithuania team. From your perspective, they should get the penalty.
Yeah, otherwise I don't put the red flag up. No, I think they tacked too close. We had to change course, but that's it's to the umpires, so that's not our call.
And in this race, you were like a queen of the red flags because after in the second downwind, you just also display red flag to the Serbian team.
Yeah, well, they definitely jibed too close. We also had to alter course. So, and there was actually touching going on with their kite against our, I think our, in our sail and stuff. So, they got the penalty though, which is unfortunate for them, but good for us. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Second place in the race, very good at the end. So the plan for the next race is probably to win.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going in an upward trend, it goes 3-2-1. So hopefully we can get this issue sorted somehow. But yeah, we'll see. We'll just give it a good crack and then see how it goes.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina, for that very interesting insight right there onto the Belgian boat. In any case, Belgium finishes second, and so that puts 3 points up on their leaderboard. Lithuania, as you saw, finished first. Norway just getting back out in front of Serbia with finishing third with 2 points. Serbia finishing last with 1 point, but did they really finish last?
Yeah, we saw it unfortunately unfolded badly for Serbia, but it does look like they've got their points. So it seems that they did do their 360 and cross the finish line.
Okay, well, actually, you know what? Looks like race committee has decided that they are fourth. So they did execute their penalty turn before crossing the finishing line. It was a little bit complicated for them to do so, but they managed to do it. So here we see a Serbian flag and some heated discussions over on the back of this boat. Of course, they're very frustrated as they could have.
Yeah, lots to think about, lots to debrief.
Body language right there.
I think that that red flag is now being used as a prop here for their debrief. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure why it's still up in the air, potentially protesting even further, but a bit of a debrief and definitely a bit of communication needed before this next race.
Yeah, a lot of things happening out there, especially at the very, very end. All right, we're going to take another quick break before we come back for race number 3. Right now, Lithuania doing a great job at staying out in front with 2 wins right now for Team Lithuania. Guys, remember, please follow us on Facebook and on Instagram, as well as on our website, as you'll get a lot of insights and behind the scenes and interviews and all sorts of different information on social media. So stick around. We're going to take a short break as we get everything back under control at the finishing line on the water, and we'll be back for race number 3.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
shouty. Heard you like to party, and lucky you the party's in town. And we should take a chance to share in this romance. I promise I ain't fooling around. Girl, it's something good when we're feeling higher than the ceiling. My words, they couldn't bring me down. But there's one thing that I want to know if we can get to. Whenever you can come around. Oh baby, can you? It's like we got the world in the palm of our hands. Oh baby, won't you? And whatever you fancy is my command. Baby, it's a Underneath that moonlight, getting closer. Yeah, that was back when I could call you mine, holding hands, falling into the riptide, over and over. Yeah, we were taking off always running, wasting our days for nothing, singing I love you, with you riding shotgun in my car. Do you remember all of the nights we spent alone? When we were burning the embers, waiting for the sunrise in the morning to bring us home. You know that I do, but tell me, do you remember? There was nothing we were scared of doing when we didn't know the way or where we were going. That was back when forever seemed a million miles away, and we didn't know it. 'Cause we were taking off always running, wasting our days for nothing,
Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low, 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 low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low, 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 low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Party all night, go until the dark skies. I'll party all night, I'll party all night, I'll party all night. Give me one more dose and I'll party all Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low.
In the bed you sound so musical, in the club you scream. God like gaze, you're so beautiful, but you're not for me. I can't sleep lately, I'm just trying to find peace. Classic melodies, I just wanna be free. I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. And she said, boys out here coming from a mile away, not as sleek as you think. DMs early in the AMs, I'm not Becky from the street. All this time, baby, our love was so deep. You can't sleep lately, but what about me? I'm sorry, darling, I can't breathe. There's no room for us, there's no room for us. I said, darling, can you see? There's no room for us, there's no room. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you. Now our lives are changing, promises keep slipping, and I always knew it wasn't you, it wasn't you.
minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for some more action-packed races here, as we have just finished 2 races with our first group, and now we're about to change and see our second group out on the water. So it's Group D right now that's going out on the water. As you see on the left-hand side, the qualifying series, Asia and Africa, have already happened. We are now on to the European qualifying session. We just had 2 great, exciting races from Group E. That was Norway, Belgium, Lithuania, and Serbia, with Lithuania taking 2 victories. We are now moving on to Group D, as this will be race number 2 for them. We're going to be seeing Austria, Slovenia, and Estonia out onto the water. Sitting right by me on my right-hand side is Robbie McCutcheon. Robbie, thank you for being here, and welcome to
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, it's still more races, some more action-packed races to come, and I'm excited to see this Group D race again like we saw yesterday. So it's all on. We've got some nice breeze and ready to go for the racing.
And as you're seeing right there, we are on Group D, and now we're going to take a look at team comparisons. We'll talk about whatever's coming on the screen next. So the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. There we go. All right. Currently, so like we said, we only had 1 race sailed in this group. That was yesterday, and that was won by Team Estonia. A really close race, by the way, between Estonia and Austria. Slovenia picking up apparently some seaweed, and that's why they were so far behind.
Yeah, that's right. Slovenia did pick up that seaweed, so they did end up in 3rd place, but like you mentioned, a really, really close finish at the top. So I'm excited to see these 3 teams battle it out again.
Should be interesting. Here are the teams. On top left-hand side is the Austrian Eagles, obviously from Austria, ranked 21st. So they're the best-ranked team of these 3 teams, weighing in at 724 kilos. Maximum weighing limit is 730, so they're pretty close to their max. And right there, the captain of this team is Thomas Zajak. To the right is Team Estonia, the Icebreakers, SSL ranked number 40th, weighing in at 704 kilos. The captain of that team is Karl-Hannes Tagu. Bottom left-hand side, Slovenia, Krpani, 1860. They are ranked SSL number 29. They're weighing in at 710 kilos. Captain of that team is Vasily Zbogar. That is our team lineup right there, or sorry, team comparisons right there. Let's continue on with the team national anthems as we start on with the Austrian national anthem. That was the Austrian national anthem. And now for the Estonian national anthem.
mis mul armas oleks ka, kui sa mu isamaa. 2, 1. Elagu, elagu, elagu!
That was the Estonian national anthem, and now for Slovenia's national anthem.
Krpani!
And there was the Slovenian national anthem. Let's take a look now at who will be sailing on these boats, starting off with the Austrian boat, as we take a look at the team lineup. Starting from the front of the boat, at the front is bowman number 22, Richard. Behind that is Laura in the mid-bow. We then have David and Simona and Pitt and floater. Behind that is Mateus as the grinder. Thomas will be our trimmer along with Lucas. We have the main trimmer, which is Christian. And in the back, we have the captain of the team, Thomas Zayek, which is number 10. He will be at the helm. And then we have Kino Pretner, which is the tactician on this boat. Moving right along to Team Estonia. As we take a look at their lineup in the front right there, we have Kevin Melvin, which is our bowman. Just behind him is Carl in the pit, Maurice as a floater. We then have the young Jasper Rufus and Jano as trimmer, both of them trimmers. The main trimmer behind that is Carl Hannes, a Tagu captain of this Estonian team. The grinder is Tavi Walter, big guy, and helm is Matti Sepp. So that is the lineup for the Estonian team. As we now look at our last team, Team Slovenia. In the bow we have Kasper. In the pit we have Jaranko. Alongside is Tina as a floater with Veronica, which is the trimmer, along with Mitya. Behind that, we have the grinder, Miha, and the main trimmer, Mitya, as well. The helmsman is Igor La, and the tactician is Branko. And that makes up the team of Slovenia. Now, let's take a look at the course that is starting up next. As you see, the starting line is down at the bottom. The teams will zigzag their way up to the weather mark and around the offset mark, down back through the gates, zigzag their way back up for a second upwind leg, as they will then come back down and zigzag to the finishing line. They can go through the gates. Now we get some shots from the on water, as we're looking at the race committee over here with the orange flag. So we have we are not yet within the procedure. So we are waiting for that 5-minute flag to go up. And the next thing we have for you guys is a little interview from Carolina. So let's go down onto the water and hear what Carolina has to say.
Good morning. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day, I think, for us. But we had to wait a little for the new teams because one of the boats had a problem. So Group D is now sailing in 3 boats. So it was definitely a good decision from the race committee. To be honest, on the Lake Neuchâtel, the wind is amazing with quick changes, but basically the same direction as the previous races. So probably it will be another exciting day on the water, and I'm waiting for more red flags and penalties on the race course because it's very, very nice to watch this kind of races.
Okay, thank you very much for that insight. Carolina, very exciting to see some battles out there on the water.
Yeah, that's right, and nice to get the weather forecast from the race committee. We saw 15 knots of breeze at the direction of 255 direction, so that's where the top mark will be relative to the race course. And as we come into 4 minutes left to go in the start.
So that's a little bit more wind than what we've been seeing, just 3 knots more, but 3 knots more with these boats is a big deal.
Yeah, it is. They're definitely not shy of power, these boats. We mentioned it before. The mainsails are big and the jibs are also big. They're on their medium jibs at the moment. So they're definitely not lacking any power. These boats are really, really powered up and they like these flat water lake conditions.
The distance of the race course is 1.1 nautical miles, so it's looking like it's the same distance as we saw with the other group right here. And the mark is set at 255, so we're looking at some a little bit of wind shifts, 270, so we've got some 15-degree shift. That's really not too bad.
Yeah, we can imagine still a few shifts out on the race course. We obviously saw in those first 2 races of the day earlier that was quite a shifty racetrack, and as we have a look on water to the committee boat, we see the medium sails there, so the J2s. Not the biggest sail, not the smallest sail, the medium one, and as we see the preparatory flag, the Papa flag, the blue and white square flag. So we're inside our race sequence, and we've got an amazing race official team, as you see all their names on the left-hand side there. And just to take a look at the international juries as well, they were definitely brought into those first 2 races, and it'll be interesting to see whether they'll have an impact on this one.
I'm sure they will, as we had some great shots there. As you could see, both of those orange flags lining up. That is the starting line. There we go. We've got that shot again, as we're looking at the pin boat right there, which is the smaller boat. But let's take a look at the other 3 boats, as we are 2 minutes away from the start. So all of these boats now are sort of getting their way and getting together and sort of figuring out where everyone wants to start. Yeah. Remember, yesterday we started with this team. All boats were 7 seconds behind, and we finally saw a really nice start. Just the last race from the last group, where everybody was actually exactly on time.
Yeah, that's right. This fleet we have now is a 3-boat fleet, so more room, more space for these boats on the start line. And like you mentioned before, Jan, their first race yesterday, they were a wee bit late, so they'll definitely be wanting to get their approach, get their time on distance a bit better as we head into the final 1 minute 30 of the start. We've got all boats now lined up on starboard. I'm sure everyone will be communicating what the time is, and they'll be going for their final approach in, as we see on board Estonia here. Looks like they're nicely on the breeze already and going as fast as possible, so potentially a little bit further away from the line than the other boats.
Yeah, just remember Estonia, they won yesterday, so they're the ones with the least amount of pressure on their shoulders right now. The big pressure right now is on Team Slovenia, which will be eager to show what they have. So we've seen them really sail very well, and yesterday they ended up by catching some seaweed, going far off to the right and close to the edge of the lake.
Estonia doing a fantastic job of hooking underneath Austria here. Looks like they've got more pace and they're just holding the Austrians up. It won't be much of an issue. Here we go. Austria tacking out, having to tack over. And it looks like they could be potentially late if they have to do another tack and a downspeed maneuver.
Yeah, 30 seconds before the start. Looks like all the boats are really on the line. Very strategic positioning right there now for Team Lithuania, who are just downwind of the other boat right now, which is Slovenia. Austria now is going to bear away and come in with a lot of speed. So expect Austria probably to be a little bit later than the other two teams, but with a lot of speed. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and a beautiful start right there.
Fantastic time on distance by Estonia there. Really good job of hitting the line at speed, and that timing was perfect. Yeah.
It's funny how Estonia has the least amount of pressure and have managed to put the best start in there.
Yeah, really nice approach from them. It started at the minute gun when they sort of forced Austria out to their right-hand side, and they just picked their time in really nicely.
They've got a nice lane right now here on Team Estonia. Is they're not going to have any backwind from the Austrian team above them or from Team Slovenia behind them.
We mentioned the moding earlier. As you come off the start line, you sort of choose your mode. Do you want to be in a fast low mode or a higher slow mode? And if you're Estonia right now, you're bow forward of the fleet. You can really afford to put in that high slow mode just to burn off the competition to windward. And they're really in a nice controlling position at the moment.
It's looking like right now Austria, even though they are in third place, if they manage to live where they are right there, perhaps can block the other two boats from tacking over. Remember, they're all on the starboard tack right now. If any of the two boats on the right-hand side of your screen tack, they'll be on port. And so therefore, Austria will have the right of way. So Austria getting a little bit of a late start, but with more speed. And now just trying to stay in this position and to block the other two boats and make them go left.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw the grinder just there come in from hiking position onto the pedestal, and they've just wound in a couple more turns on that main sheet. So it looks to me like Austria trying to hit that high mode as well, just taking a little bit more power in the main and making sure that they can sail in their groove nicely, and they're doing a good job. As we see the tracking there, all boats have their own lanes and they're heading out to this left-hand side of the racetrack.
Yeah, it looks like Slovenia right there is struggling to stay in that second place position as we're sort of seeing both of these boats battle against quite a bit of wind.
Yeah, there's definitely no lack of pressure, no lack of puff at the moment. We see Estonia taking a little bit more power in the mainsail as well, so that just gives you the indication that they're wanting to sail just a little bit of a faster groove, potentially a bit more power. And the crews, look at them all hiking out and leaning out there on the side of the boat, just making sure that that is as flat as possible.
Yeah, it's tough right now for Team Slovenia. Because they want to go down and they want to be able to go and put in that fast mode, but as soon as they do, the boat gets overpowered and it makes them luff, and it's slowing them down.
Yeah, that's right. It's converse to when it's light wind conditions, but at the moment we've got a lot of pressure, a lot of power in these sails. So as you mentioned, if you do go bow down and you take a bit more power, then it actually works against you if you're overpowered.
Yeah, you see, look what's happening right now. You see, they're not able to keep that high mode because then they'll sail into the protruded air off of the boat in the middle, and yeah, it's a tough place to live right there.
Yeah, we see the on the left-hand side of your screen now, Austria, just that mainsail's really backwinding at the top. It's just
I saw that.
Side to side, so they're definitely taking all the power down low, taking all the power in their front sails, and that mainsail is just flagging at the top.
Yeah, it's flagging at the top, and probably just we'll see where that mainsail track is. I would guess it's somewhere in the middle. In order to get a nice twist off of the mainsail, there it is. So that mainsail track is in the middle, and that's allowing Austria to be able to get a little bit of power at the bottom of the sail and keep the top open and not get that boat to heel over too much.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to do. Keep the bottom of that mainsail powered up as long and as far as possible, and it looks like they're doing a great job on Team Austria.
There's the shot right there from our amazing camera team. They are doing really a great job and being able to show you guys exactly what we're talking about. So we're talking about that mainsail track right there that's in the middle of the boat in order to get the shape that they're looking for.
Yeah, that's right. If they had too much power, they would want to lower it down. Yeah, well done from the cameraman there. We can see very clearly if they wanted less power, then they drop that down, which which creates the boom not being so close to the center and eases the power out. And then conversely, if they need more power, they'll pull that up. But all boats going on starboard, and Estonia doing a fantastic
You
job.
can really see the mainsail flapping on the boat on the left there. That was the Austrian boat we were just looking at. As opposed to the other boats, a little bit less movement from them. So a little bit of a different sail trim.
Yeah, potentially the other two boats just have a lower traveller, which means that they can take a little bit more main sheet, and obviously means that they'll be taking more power in that mainsail and potentially sailing a different mode.
Perhaps a little bit of a higher mode here as we see Estonia. As you see, they're managing to be a little bit higher, and we're seeing Austria sort of bearing down on them. So Austria not able to sail quite as high as the Slovenian team.
Yeah, that's right. And we mentioned it before, Jan, the Austrians did go out to that right-hand side, so they're potentially trying to block the tack of the other two boats as they get really, really far out to this left-hand side. I'd be expecting a tack potentially at some point, but looks like Estonia are really wound up in a right-hand shift.
And it's pretty funny to see that now, Estonia is managing to dig their way to get out further in front. So Estonia with the best trimmed boat right now. As we can see off to the right-hand side, unfortunately, right there, Slovenia not able to keep the same mode, and they're definitely now in some bad perturbed air.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they did start at the leeward end of the line, and that right-hand shift has just been clocking.
That's tough for these guys. They're going to have to tack, and the problem is they know that as soon as they tack, well, Estonia is going to tack right on top of it, and if it's not Estonia, it'll probably be Austria.
Yeah, as they get closer out to this left-hand ley line,
they don't really have a choice. They got to do something right now.
They got no options coming out even closer to that ley line. Like you mentioned, once they do tack, it will be a bit of a parade into this top mark.
So we'll see what happens here, as Slovenia is going to have to make a decision, or perhaps they're just going to go all the way to the ley line before they tack in order to have that clear air that you were mentioning in the last race, and perhaps letting Estonia and Austria tack first in order to get some clean air.
Yeah, that's right. And as we go on board Austria here, they are on the furthest right-hand side of all the boats. So if they do tack, they will have clear air. But if Estonia are able to tack and get in front of them, then they will be out of options. So I'd expect as soon as Estonia tack, Austria will look to tack as well, just to keep their air clear on this long tack into Mark 1.
So we keep on going as we are on a starboard tack here. We haven't tacked once. It's been a drag race the whole way along, and it's looking like Estonia have got the best setup boat, as they have the best mode, highest mode, and fastest boat right now. And Estonia putting in a tack right now to conceal their advantage. Right?
Yeah, just there we could see the marks in the background, and now we see Austria take that tack just to keep their air clear.
Well called, man. You saw it happen.
We've still got Estonia coming out to this left-hand side to clear their air. There they go now, tacking over.
Right.
But they're all on that left-hand ley line coming into Mark 1.
Right, so that was exactly what we said, right? Slovenia trying to we said they would tack whenever the other two boats tack in order to keep some clear air. So right now, it's still a drag race, and it's still definitely all about sailing in clear, clean air.
Yeah, that's right. Estonia doing a good job of staying in the middle. Like we saw on their start, they were bow forward of the fleet, and it looked to me like they've gained since that as well.
So less than 700 meters as we get to the windward mark right now. Estonia is in the lead, followed by Slovenia and Austria, but there's really not much in it between all three boats. They're all within less than 100 meters of one another relative to the buoy. Now things are going to start getting exciting.
Yeah, that's right. The boats will converge at this Mark 1, and we see Austria coming out to that starboard ley line. They will be tacking and coming back with advantage, so it is very close, and the boats will be converging, so it's still all on. And I'm sure they'll be talking about the kite set coming up as they have to tack around the mark and then turn downwind to the spreader leg.
Yeah, so this is generally the most well, I wouldn't say the most, but it's one of the places where we will see a lot of action here is as the kites go up. Today we've seen more actions down at the gate, though.
Yeah, that's right. We saw earlier today the gate can provide a lot of drama for any team. And yeah, we were talking about the maneuvers and keeping it clean, keeping the races simple. And some teams do it well and some unfortunately don't. And that's the difference between this sort of sailing at the top end.
Now let's see what happens as the Austrian boat is going to tack over to get back on to its ley line. I guess Estonia will be out in front, but it'll be interesting to see the Slovenian boat and the Austrian boats coming together as we get closer and closer to the windward mark. Remember, Austria will have the right of way as they will be on a starboard tack coming into the windward mark.
Yeah, nice drone shot here of Estonia just covering Team Austria. They really set themselves up nicely and picked a really nice moment to tack. So they're in between both boats, so neither boat have too much leverage on the leader, and it's a really controlling place to be.
If you could choose what boat you'd like to be on between Austria and Slovenia, which one would you prefer? Which spot would you prefer, Robbie?
It's hard to say, but in terms of where they are currently positioned, Team Austria coming in with starboard advantage is always strong. I mean, if Slovenia do have the lead over Austria, as we can see their distances, then potentially they'll sneak in. But that starboard advantage is really, really key going into a top mark, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. I would also want to be on the Austrian boat now. Oh, look down at the leeward winch right there.
Oh, wow.
That's
big spaghetti.
Big spaghetti ball right down there. They're going to have to fix that.
Yeah, fortunately they did complete the attack.
Oh, this could change things.
This could change things very quickly. They're going to have to use that winch.
So no issues with the kite. Two boats, Austria and Slovenia right there. Slovenia easily making it out in front of Austria.
Yeah, this would be interesting to see whether they can ease this jib sheet as they come around this top mark, and then also undo all of that and then put the kite sheet on it for the set. So I'm sure someone will be working 100% of their time trying to get that clear.
It could have looked like a huge mess, and no, they're still working on it down there. But let's see. Oh, there it is. It's all cleaned up. Everything's okay.
They know more than us, that's for sure. These are experienced sailors at the top level, so we're not counting them out by any means. And Estonia going for their nice set as they round in first, with Slovenia just hot on their heels.
And a really nice fast set there for Estonia. Slovenia wanting to prove that they've got something to say about all of this. So Estonia won the first race, and they are out in front right now, in front of Slovenia. And Austria now coming around the offset mark. Austria going really low. That's the best option probably for them right there. But they're having issues putting up the kite. Oh no, is it in the water? Oh no, this is terrible
Struggling
news
on
right there.
board. Oh wow, people picking up out of the water and the grinders not being able to put it to the top of the mast.
Oh dear. What is going on here? I hope the thing is not ripped. Jeez, this is terrible.
All you can hope for it as the helmsman is just keeping the bow down and keep as much pressure off the kite as it's trying to go up.
They put their sails in butterfly to try to do something to get a little bit of speed, but I don't know what happened right there.
It's still not set as this jib comes down sort of on top of it, so
it looks like they have a little bit of a twist there in the kite. Oh no.
Still a big issue.
Austria was second place on the first race. Now they're in last. So they're switching places with Slovenia. So right now, as you see, look at the top left-hand side. You see there Estonia 6 points. Slovenia, Austria tied in second place with 3 points. So Estonia just taking it easy, not making any mistakes, and sailing a clean race and just pulling out in front.
Yeah, that's right. We see them carry on, electing to keep going as Slovenia jibe. Oh, here we go on board Estonia as they go through their jibe. Beautiful jibe at that as well. A really nice, safe jibe, and it looks like they're straight up to speed with the power they have. It looks like there's lots of gusts coming down from the top of the course.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, we can see it on the screen right up top side right there. We can see the water is a little bit darker, so it looks like some good breezes coming in. Funny how these guys have decided to go all the way, basically on the ley line.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you're the behind boat, the boat in second, Slovenia in this case, you dictate when you want to jibe, as if the boat jibes in front of you, then you can simultaneously jibe and try to give them bad air.
Now, I understand why they went off to that right-hand side, because it was definitely a right shift on the way up, even though everybody sailed on the left because they were blocked by Austria. And it would make sense tactically to go back down to the other side on the left-hand side. And I think that's why they decided to go down there first, or to go so far down before putting in their jibe. So right now they're on the ley line, these guys. And as you see, the Slovenian boat, which is just above them, perhaps they put in a jibe a little bit earlier to get into that that darker water that you were seeing in the background.
Yeah, potentially that's why they did that jibe. And if we remember before on that race we had before, they came in with starboard advantage. So as they come into,
we could tell the speed. Slovenia's got more speed right now than the Estonian boat, so they're about a knot faster. So they must be in a puff up there. So a good move right there from Team Slovenia to jibe early and get out into the pressure.
Yeah, that's right. And when they do jibe back, they will have starboard advantage. It looks to my eye that Estonia won't have any more jibes to do, so they're potentially in on this board. But it's very, very close. 28 meters in between the leaders and second place.
Yeah, there's nothing in it really. It's all going to matter about how they're going to take down their asymmetrical spinnakers as they get down to the gate over here.
Yeah, is Austria going even further as they're trying to catch up, but potentially an issue on board.
No, they've put up the jib a little bit early. Obviously, they did it on purpose. The problem is, there you go. You see they're taking it down a little bit. The problem is when you put that jib up, it has just such a tendency to close to close the air, the gap, so that the air can go into the boat. But it looks like they're doing something like double heading right now.
Yeah, both boats with their jibs up, coming downwind. And as you mentioned before, Jan, it looks like they're in a little bit more pressure, and it looks like they're going a little bit faster. So more gain to come for Slovenia, and a nice drone shot. We could see the bottom marks in the background.
Very interesting here as we see all boats with the 3 sails that are up. I could understand Estonia being on a higher course right there, wanting to put that jib up, and that just allows for having more airflow behind the mainsail. A really well set bunch of sails right there. As you see, none of the sails are flapping.
Yeah, that's right. If you do have that jib up, you want it to be just sort of there in the background, because that just gives you a bit more balance and keeps that bow, in case of the bow wanting to come up, it just keeps that balance and that bow down and moving you through the water as fast as possible.
Look at the speed on that Estonian boat right there. They are just cruising right now, doing 13 knots, and the others are barely doing 12. So they've got that higher mode right there on Team Estonia, and perhaps that is why they wanted to... oh, that's what they're doing right there. Okay, I understand now. So Estonia sailing high. They're not going to have to put in any other maneuvers as opposed to the Slovenian team, which are going to have to put in 2 jibes.
Yeah, that's right. Estonia doing a really good job of jibing on that ley line for this mark as we see them round upwind. A really, really good job just to sail less distance than the other boats, and then also a less maneuver.
I can hear some sound signals being given down at the bottom, so I expect a change. Let's see what the race committee is saying. Yep, Charlie Green. So Charlie Green, that means that we have a change. Of course, there it is. You see the Charlie flag, which is that blue, white, and red striped flag, and then the green underneath it. So that means that we have a change of course, and green meaning that it's going to go off the left-hand side.
That's correct, Jan. Off to the starboard side, the right-hand side, and also worth noting that it will be a pink top mark as the new top mark, and there will be no spreader leg. So just up to 1 pink mark, and then they will be on their way, turning the tight corner downwind.
Yeah, sorry, I said left. You're right. It's the right-hand side.
As we see on board the race leaders, currently they've sailed a simple race, haven't they? And just kept it really, really clean. A really good tactical job on their ley line calls, and it looks like everyone's working hard, and they're really locked into the upwind mode, which gave them a lead to begin with.
What a great sail right there from the Estonian boat. Just keeping it smooth and clean, not making any mistakes. Tactically, just absolutely where they need it to be. And on this boat right here, unfortunately, had a little bit of a hard time putting up the kite, and immediately deciding to tack over and give themselves another option. Now, don't forget, like you've been saying, we've got some amazing sailors, and at the helm of the Austrian boat is the captain of the team, Thomas Zajek. He's been to the Olympics twice. He's actually a catamaran NACRA 17 sailor, and he does have an Olympic bronze medal.
Yeah, there's no counting out any of these sailors, and especially one that's so esteemed and experienced as Thomas. So there's a lot still to happen in this race, and still a lot of racetrack for them as we see them go through attack. They just chance their arm a wee bit out to this left-hand side and trying to get a bit of a gain back into the fleet, just slowly chipping away. And I'm sure the helmsman and Olympian will be the head of that.
So there it is, number 10, captain of the team that we were just talking about right there. The Eagles have just put in attack, hopefully being able to spread out their wings and come back to the front of the pack, as they've been having a rough day so far out there on the water. Not too bad. They're still in touch, but they are 100 meters back behind second place.
Yeah, and as we saw earlier in the day with those first two races, you cannot count anyone out, right? Anything can happen, especially in these wind conditions, especially in these boats. So it's still absolutely all to play for, and Austria just chipping their way back in. We see the distance get lower and lower, and they'll be hoping to make a bit of a stance.
It's funny to see physically how everybody stands or is different when they're steering, as you see on the Estonian boat, just very crouched into a little ball, and on the Austrian boat he's standing straight up and steering standing up, actually.
Yeah, that's right. People have different feel in different ways, and you either want that sort of stiff stance, or as we go on board with Team Slovenia, just that light little seat, just sort of turn to the side a wee bit, and just light hands, really light feel with their hands on the steering. And
shoulders out. He's got his shoulders out.
Yeah, well, that'll help for sure. I'm sure all the guys in the middle are working hard to keep that hike, and any little bit, any shoulders out will help the rest of the crew as well.
Yeah, there we see the skipper right there with his shoulders just a little bit outside of his hips, and that just allows him to feel the boat when the boat is accelerating or not, and you see those slight hand movements out. Interesting to look at the wheel, that white tape on the wheel right there, so we can tell they've got a lot of pressure now on that main sail, as we can see that there's quite a bit of rudder angle.
Yeah, it's a good indication, a great reference point for not only the helmsman, but then also that main trimmer, just to know how much rudder angle the helmsman is needing to use to keep the balance of the boat and keep the power in the straight line. And that, ultimately depends on how much power they're getting, and by the looks of these shots, it looks like they are fully powered up.
So they got more power, and they've got a little bit more helm on that boat, but apparently it's working, because they're 100 meters out in front of second place. So they've just put in another 20 meters on Estonia on distance with Slovenia.
Yeah, Estonia doing a fantastic job of staying in the center of the racetrack, so just keeping their options open and staying in between both competitors behind them. It just means that once again the options do open up for them, and they're able to manage the course better in terms of whether the wind is shifting either side of the course, and then also just shutting down the racetrack in terms of the
really
competitors.
interesting right there to look at the way he's steering the boat. We just saw a big puff come in, and he just lets that boat heel and go up towards the wind, and that gives him just a little bit of a gain. So really letting the boat naturally play, even though he's got more power onto that main sail. Look at everybody out there with their hands out, really putting both hands out. Now that's physically a super tough position to be in right
kids
there.
At home, take note. That is definitely how you hike, especially on these boats, and doing a fantastic job. No wonder they are in the lead and growing.
And they're at like 120 meter lead, and these guys are still pushing it. They're still going out there, giving everything they've got. So it's really important. Also, obviously, they won the first race. Right now, as you see on the leaderboard, they have 6 points, but it's really important, tactically speaking, for the rest of the racing, to get those points out there early.
Yeah, that's right. These races, you know, we're at the start of the qualifications, and there's only one spot up for grabs, so every point counts, and especially as you mentioned it at the start, it just relieves a little bit of pressure potentially in the camp, in the team, and just makes you sail a little bit more free if you can put more points on at the start of the qualifications.
Yeah, you can concentrate a little bit more about what you're doing. You don't have to, you know, put the RPMs up so high, and you can just sail cleaner, faster. There it is. Look at that.
Yeah,
Nice
Estonia,
clean tack.
beautiful tack, simple. Everyone doing their job. They look really nicely locked in this weather condition.
Yeah, not rushing to get back to the other side. Just, you know, taking it easy. Slow is fast, as I have a tendency to say.
Yeah, that's right. These guys definitely know that's the case, Jan, and I'm sure they're doing absolutely everything they can. We see the trimmer just sort of cleaning up the boat a wee bit. He had a little bit of lazy sheet on top of his jib sheet, so he's just clearing that up, and they're just making sure their boat is as clean as possible for all the maneuvers they're doing.
We see as a trimmer right now, he's going back and holding on to the traveler of the Genoa with his left hand, and in his right hand he's got his sheet. So yeah. Everybody's hiking out right now. Everybody's putting in the effort.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job.
The number 1 with the number 11 right there out in front, and just getting everything ready and making sure there he is. He's taking a look at making sure that there's no issue. As you see right there, the halyard is stuck around the spreader, the second spreader. So he just managed to pop that out of the way, and as soon as he does, gets back into his position, gets all that weight up.
Yeah, it's a perfect opportunity for the bowman to do that. They're a few minutes away from that top mark, so making sure everything is clear and clean as they're got a nice lead. So not too much pressure on them for this set, but making sure, you know, it's just a great process and a great habit to get into as they come into the top mark ready for their hoist.
There they are, as we see them still with their arms out and everything. You know, this is the last windward beat that they're doing of this race, so they really have to put in all of the effort in order to, you know, physically they can give everything they have, because afterwards when you're going downwind, you don't have to hike.
Yeah, that's right. They're using all their energy up now because they know it's just one run down into the finish line, and then they get a bit of a break, so absolutely expending everything they can to grow their lead, and they've done exactly that as they lead the whole entire fleet into Mark 3.
We were just talking about how Estonia managed to keep putting on distance between the others, and while we're saying that, they just put another 20 meters.
Yeah, that's right. Now they're sailing the boat. They look really, really in tune, really, really locked in. It's a beauty to see, and you know, these are experienced sailors, as we mentioned, and it's the top level of racing, so these guys really have it down pat, and they're really making the boat go fast. It's a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Here we go as some of the guys are coming back in. Perhaps we're going to see attack from them as they're getting closer and closer to the ley line.
Yeah,
I think they still got a little bit to go.
Coming in on this left-hand ley line, it seems that Slovenia are a little bit further up, but coming in on this port-hand ley line, they don't have a spreader leg, so they will have to tack and then go fully round and turn downwind. So it's a real button hook turn. A lot of degrees you have to go through the turn, and a bit of a slower maneuver, as we had that Charlie green earlier, meaning we have the pink mark and no spreader leg for this one.
There we go, Estonia putting in the last tack of this second windward beat as they are getting ready to round that pink-purple mark. There we go. He's he didn't manage to quite pop it the first time. So here we go. A lot of things going to happen right now as a big barroway is coming in.
And also, if you're Estonia as well, you're looking at the boats, because as we see them come around the front of their bow there, potentially could have been an issue, but it looks like that's all clear and they're just going behind them. They don't have too much pressure on them for their set, so it's all clean.
Here's a quick question for the fans. Who would have had the right of way between Estonia and the Slovenian boat that we just saw as they crossed right there?
Yeah, definitely send in your comments. We're having a look.
If
we're,
you know
we're
the answer,
live.
write it in the comments. You can do it with flags too.
We see a lot of flags in the comments, a lot of support for all these teams. As we see Slovenia go into their hoist, as we mentioned before, there's no spreader leg, so straight downwind. And,
So Estonia with a good 30-second lead over Slovenia. Slovenia just putting up their spinnaker. No big rush right there. It's actually a little slow, I would think, right there from the Slovenian team to get that.
Yeah, we
that
also
spinnaker up, but it's better to be slow than to have it into the water.
No, absolutely. It is better to be clean, and we also see Austria really taking that low mode for the set. Looks like they've done a much better job than the first one. They're just trying to set themselves up. Oh, here we go.
Oh, no.
Here we go. With Austria hot on their heels, Slovenia, it's not the right time to do this.
Yeah, a little twist right there on the sail, and that's going to be a little bit tough. You know, I think going down so low, so quickly, has a tendency to do that.
Yeah, that's right. There's definitely a fine line, isn't there? That you want to go low and you want to get set, but then also you need the power, need the angle to be able to fill the sail so it doesn't get that twist in it.
Yeah, and if you go down really low, actually the air gets between the mast and the genoa or the jib, and then it'll fill up your kite halfway and it'll put that twist in it. So going low was probably a good idea, but that is also what gave him that twist in the kite.
Yeah, a little issue on Slovenia, but it still looks like they're holding on to second place. We go on board with them now, and we can see Austria in the background trying to hunt them down. They're that little bit inside on their leeward step, which is a strong position for Austria, but also conversely, Slovenia having enough of a lead, I think, to be able to get a jibe in and sail their race.
And Robbie, just like you were saying before, the wind, when you're on these downwind run, the wind does come from behind you. So right now, the first boat who's going to catch any sort of fresh wind or newer wind is going to be Austria.
Yeah, keep note, for everyone at home, keep note of that distance between the two boats. It is getting smaller and smaller, and we also see the live points next to that as well. So if all things stayed the same, then those would be the points that they'd be taking into the next race. But we see that distance close and close, so anything's possible, and we've seen that for sure on this final downwind run.
Hey, guess what, Robbie? We've got Nick 93.75 with the right answer. That would have been Estonia would have had right away over Slovenia.
Yeah, that's right. They would have been on starboard, right, Jan? So they would be turning down on starboard, whereas Slovenia are going upwind on port tack.
All right, thanks, Nick, for your answer. Let's keep looking here at what's going on as we're trying. I'm looking in the background to see if I can see a little puff coming down or something.
Yeah, it looks like potentially the boats aren't sailing as high of a mode, as fast of a mode. They're sailing around 10 knots, whereas before we saw them sailing 13 knots or so.
Look at how good that is. You have to see the background. Bam! There you go. They give you the shot. So it looks like there is a little bit of a breeze back there.
Yeah,
not a huge puff or anything, but.
Drone team and camera team doing a fantastic job of giving us what we want and giving you, the fans, what you want as well. That's a beautiful, beautiful shot we have right here of Austria, just being just inside of Slovenia. So setting up for the next move, Slovenia will choose their time to jibe, but then also Austria do have the chance to jibe on top of Slovenia and potentially take all their breeze coming into this finish. Here we go. Slovenia setting up, and as you see, Austria setting up as well.
Yeah, you see that? Austria was just all eyes on that boat. We're looking at the Slovenia boat. They're just waiting for them to do that jibe so they can jibe right on top of them. And now Estonia seeing the other two boats go in for the jibe, and it looks like everybody decided to go on that low mode first and now to go back up. Remember, Estonia had so much speed on the last downwind.
Yeah, perfectly executed simultaneous jibe from Austria, and you mentioned it before, the helmsman is an Olympic medalist, so he's definitely known in these situations, and he's definitely executed that really, really well.
As we look at Estonia, as we are on board with Estonia right now, they have a 200-meter lead over second place. It looks like the boats are lined up, but really we're going further off to the right-hand side of the screen there, and so as if we were to draw a straight line to the finishing gate, then Estonia is definitely out there in front. But we do have ourselves a race between Slovenia and Austria. Remember, these two, as you see, are tied for points right now. If Austria wants to have an opportunity to be able to lead this this fleet right now. Austria definitely needs to beat Slovenia.
Yeah, that's right. They need to get a few points back. We know that Estonia won their first race of this group before, and it looks like they're taking a commanding lead, so hence these 6 points as we see on the live score. But like you mentioned, Austria really trying to do their best to get all the points they can to make sure that they're closer to the top of the leaderboard.
It's also a crucial moment for Slovenia. Slovenia finished last on the last race. They need to keep this position, otherwise they're going to be giving it away to Austria. So really important moment now for all of these boats.
Yeah, it looks like Slovenia are doing a good job just keeping their breeze in front of Austria. It looks like they're just breathing ahead, which means that they can sail further and longer on this jibe before they have to tack. It looks like they're not going to make the finish on this jibe, so they will do another jibe into the finish.
Igor Law at the helm.
Yeah, experienced sailor in his own right, and he's definitely, you know, the leader of this team. He's the calm voice, so they'll definitely need it now, as they're definitely in a pressure situation coming into this finish line.
You know, I think both of our teams here, Slovenia and Austria, are going to have to put in a jibe before we get down to across the finishing line. Looking like Estonia is going to just go straight through to the finishing line, but it looks like we could have a battle on our hands between Slovenia and Austria for the final jibe before we get across the finishing line. So a crucial moment for Slovenia and Austria right there, as they've just put in that jibe. Now it should we should not have any problems with for Estonia, not like we saw in the last race.
Yeah, that's right. Estonia sailing a really clean and smart race. The tactics were on point, the maneuvers were on point, and this is just an evidence and result of all their hard work. We saw them hiking as hard as they could on the upwinds, and yeah, sailing really, really well. It's really cool to watch.
Yeah, their boat is set up that they're sailing fast. Made no mistakes so far. And there they are, putting in their last jibe, a tiny little jibe just to get across the finishing line, and making sure that everybody stays behind them. So good job, Team Estonia right there, about to go through the finishing line in about 150 meters. And that gives them 2 wins right now for a total of 6 points. So a commanding lead for Estonia, coming across the finishing line for the second time in 2 races in first place.
Yeah, dominant performance there from Estonia. Really, really good race, as we mentioned before, and I'm sure everyone will be happy on board, calm on board, and they just take this momentum into the next race.
I see a Lima flag there that just went up on Estonia. Right now, Slovenia into second place, so Slovenia will be happy with that second place. Just to show that, yep, we're here, we're ready for a fight. So these 2 teams, Austria and Slovenia, tied up for points, 3 points for both of these teams. And Estonia with a nice lead right there with 6 points. I did see Lima flag go up on the Estonian boat.
I'm sure that'll get checked out by our world-class shore team, and I'm sure hopefully that gets fixed as soon as possible so we can get racing back as soon as possible.
Kiwi drop on the Austrian boat right there.
Yeah, potentially practicing another maneuver. Just any little bit counts, just the 1%ers. And yeah, we see the Lima flag and the shore crew coming along. Potentially we have an interview on water with Carolina in a moment, but hopefully it's a small fix for Team Estonia and they can be out there racing again.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. As we can see right now, Carolina right there in the background trying to get onto that boat. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
Unfortunate for Austria coming into that 3rd place. It looked like that sort of happened off that start line. They didn't get the start they wanted, forced out to the right-hand side, and unfortunately weren't enough passing lanes for them to get back into this race. But we have Carolina on board with the Estonians, and perhaps going down to them shortly.
All right, perfect. Well, Carolina, we just saw you hop onto the boat with Estonia. What's going on down onto Estonia's boat?
Hello, congratulations. 2nd win in the European Qualifiers, and this race looks basically very easy for you. Just stacking, doing nice maneuvers, and from the beginning to the finish, just win?
It's in the strong breeze like this, it's never easy. So you need to work hard with the crew and try to avoid any crucial mistake, which is really costly. So yeah, we was keeping it as simple as possible, try to be fast and do the good maneuvers. So, and we succeed this time.
Did you feel for 1 second during the race that you're like losing the control?
Maybe last chipe was a little bit into less breeze, but generally we felt that this was under control and we was happy with how it was developing. Especially we had little speed edge, both upwind and in the run, so it should be okay.
And comparing to yesterday's conditions for SSL Team Estonia, is better with the higher wind or more lower?
We cannot affect that. So in the stronger breeze, more crew skills will come out. In the lighter breeze, more tactics. So we will take what we get offered.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck in the next race.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Now let's take a look at the results of this race. So 3 points for Estonia, 2 for Slovenia, and 1 for Austria. Overall, that's going to give us 6 points for Estonia, 3 points for Slovenia, and 3 points for Austria. As you see here, we have another possible 4 races that we can do until Thursday, and we're supposed to do 1 more race today. So, guys, as we're about to take a break, take advantage of that time to go and check out some of the stuff we have posted for you on Instagram and as well on Facebook. And we'll be right back for the third race of this group. Bye-bye.
Minus 10. 9, 8, we have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
There is something wrong. Shouldn't you already know? Should've spelled it out. Let me put it in a song. Every time you make that face, like crawling to a damaged space, out of sync and out of tune. That frequency I can't undo. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man man alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Why you look surprised? And we've done this all before. I'm not sure the highs really make up for the lows. When words don't work and I get hurt somehow, I feel like I'm the worst. Manipulation overload, but babe, this time I'll steal the show. Please listen close. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. Out of sync and out of touch, and maybe even out of love. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. Got me black and blue, making me wanna walk. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart, please stop. The rhythm that you're playing is just way up. You're not singing in the right key, check your tone, or soon you'll be a one-man band alone. Stop drumming on my heart. your spirit rise. Let your spirit rise. Let your spirit rise. Let your spirit rise. We've come to free your mind. So you can find the key to live a life sublime. You give all you can give and live your life like it's a gift. If you wanna find your place, you got to leave your space. Cause that's the only way you're gonna elevate. Yeah, you gotta hold the line till it's showtime. Yeah, and just let your spirit shine. Well, sometimes there ain't no easy way to say all the things that we need to say. And we spend so much time looking for the easy road when all we need is right there in our soul.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back. As we are getting ready for our racing here, as you see, we are somewhere between 5 and 4 minutes to the beginning of this this second race of the day. This will be the third race for Group D, and I have next to me I have Robbie McCutcheon, who will be co-commentating with me here. Robbie, how's it going?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jan. And I'm looking forward to more action-packed racing as we've seen over the course of today. It looks a little bit lighter on the water there as we see the boats just trying to power up a little bit more. And yeah, we're coming into the last 4 minutes of the races. Important to note that the jibs are still the same. We're still on those medium jibs, and the boats all getting ready for their final approach coming into the start.
Okay, Robbie, let's go down onto the water and speak with Carolina.
Good morning again. Yes, we have a little bit lighter conditions right now on the race course. As you can see, probably in front of the screens, we have around 3 minutes to the start. And two boats are here together, Estonia and Slovenia, under the starting line. And on my right side is Austria preparing for the race. So I don't know exactly how we'll be doing the races, but like step by step, minute after minute, the wind is a little bit lighter than at the beginning of the day.
Okay, thank you very much, Carolina, for that insight, the on-water insight. And I do have some information from race committee. They're telling me that it's up and down between 8 and 12 knots. There are a little bit of shifts going on, and apparently the race course is still at 260 and 1.1 nautical miles. So perhaps we will see a Charlie minus if the wind keeps on getting lighter and lighter.
Yeah, potentially the race committee will have to make a change, but as it stands, they're still going on that 1.1 mile course to the top mark. And yeah, we'll see whether the breeze gets lighter or it gets a bit more shifty. But as we see on board with Team Austria, they're going along on port tack as they've set up for their final approach coming into the start line.
1 minute 45 seconds before the start of race number 3 for Group D. And remember, guys, there's 3 boats sailing here in this race. That's normal. And we'll see what's happened. We had a nice battle on the last one, Robbie, for a good start. And we saw Estonia getting the best start out of all of the teams. It'll be exciting to see what's going to happen in this one.
Yeah, we expect all the teams to be on time. You know, they've had 2 races already to dial in their timings, and especially with this little lighter breeze, they're going to need to get up to speed quicker because it's going to take them longer to. And then also they're obviously going slower towards the start line. So a minute to go here. Looks like Estonia are going to have to really power up and get close to that line. It looks like the boats just in front of them have nice timing, as we see Austria just right behind Slovenia, and they elect for attack to go behind Team Estonia. But yeah, it doesn't seem like a lot of time between them and the start line.
Seems like a very interesting move. It looks like we've got a huge left shift right now. And as we can see right now, Team Estonia is really a close hauled and is not just barely able to make it across the starting line, which is in 30 seconds. But even though fully powered up right now, they're going to have a hard time getting to the starting line, which is on the left-hand side of your screen right now as we're seeing it come up. And look at that left-hand shift.
Wow.
They're definitely not making it across.
No, they're not making it, and definitely Slovenia are not either. So another tack going to have to happen for Estonia and Slovenia. It looks to me like Estonia probably bow forward enough to get that tack in and start on port.
Is race committee going to keep this race going on? And 3, 2, 1, that's the start of the race. So definitely going to have to tack right there for Team Estonia. And what is Austria going to do? Are they going to put a port and starboard? Nope, they're just going to tack right in front of the Estonian team. And there we go. So everybody with a port start.
Wow,
and that's you don't see that very often. No, I'm wondering if race committee is going to cancel the race.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously all the boats are lined up on the port tack, which isn't normal thing for these sorts of starts. Is none of the boats will have right away, but it's fine. All boats are on port and they're heading up to the top mark. Potentially the race committee will do something about it, but as it stands now, Slovenia just on the windward hip of Estonia, and once again Estonia bow forward and a better start than the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, Estonia again in the same spot as they were before in the last race. They're between the 2 boats. The only difference is the Austrian and the Slovenian boats have switched spots.
Yeah, that's right. And Austria having to tack because they didn't think they were going to make it to the other boat, so electing to tack and take this left-hand shift, keep their air clear and stay in the race. You know, there's not much distance in between these boats, even though they all started at similar times. As we see Slovenia just trying to hold on. We mentioned earlier about that high mode, trying to stay and live in your lane.
Yeah, really interesting here as we're looking at all of these boats. I would love to see the... Yeah, let's take a look at here at the tracks right there. You see, as none of the boats able to make it across the starting line, all having to tack and take in a port side.
Yeah, it's important to note as well. We're obviously in the left shift as it stands, but any more that comes back to the right, then that boat, which you see is at the back, will gain a little bit if the breeze shifts. So there's still a lot more racetrack to go, and wow, there's a shot of Estonia still working hard, Jan.
With a smile on their face.
It's like you knew we were looking at them, and they're putting on a show with Matty Sepp at the helm, doing a good job and getting the better start of these boats once again.
Really powered up on that sail. If you look at how they set up their mainsail. It would be kind of normal, I would think, because now we've seen the wind go down a little bit, so they are able to put on a little bit more power on that mainsail.
Yeah, that's right. The boats aren't as powered up, so we don't see that backwinding of the mainsail anymore. We see the whole sail working, the whole sail full, and making sure they've got maximum power. But equally, we see the trimmer hiking or the grinder hiking down there. They're taking as much power as they can, but also they're counteracting that power to keep the boat as flat in the water as possible.
I mean, it's already hard hanging out over there, and this guy is just holding on with his toes.
Yeah, putting max effort and max energy into these races as they have their final race of the day, right?
This is their final race, of the day. It's not the final race for us, though.
No, that's right. We still have the other group to come. So they will be swapping over. But as we go on board here with Team Estonia, once again, you know, they were locked in and they looked really nice in the pressure in the 15 knots, but then equally they look really, really good in this lighter condition as well.
There you go. You see the mainsail trimmer right there, just putting in a couple more turns. So closing in the leech of that sail and trying to get a little bit more power.
Yeah, just really taking as much as they want. It's a communication thing as well, from the main trimmer to the helmsman. If the helmsman can take a little bit more power, he can feel it in the steering. Then he'll tell his main sail trimmer, and it looks like that's the case.
Interesting what the grinder is doing right there. As you see, his feet are no longer around the winch, so he's sort of changing between putting his feet around the winch and holding on with his legs and then holding back on with his arms. There you go. Now he puts his feet back around and he's able to sort of relieve the pressure on his arms, hands.
Very trusting, isn't it? Yeah, and I mean, any gust or any lull coming, then, you know, that changes body positions if you're that far out. So
one
trusting.
thing we could talk about is, what if he was to fall overboard?
Yeah, well, not ideal in any case, in any sort of situation, but if he was to fall overboard, then they will need to pick them up before, they'll need to pick up their man before they keep going around the race course and finish. So they need to collect him, the man overboard in this case, if that were to happen.
Yeah, so they would turn around and go back and get him. Obviously, the jury boat is right there next to it. If the jury boat is next to him, the jury boat will pick him up, but they won't bring him to the boat. The boat needs to come back to the man.
Yeah, that's right. They will need to pick him up, and I'm sure the everyone on board will know these procedures. You know, we're talking about high-class, high-level sailors, so they all know how it's done and what needs to be done with the rules and things like that. But they're sailing nicely at the moment, so hopefully that doesn't happen, and hopefully we can continue going upwind on this first leg of race 3.
So look at this, Estonia again out in front, and as we see Austria right now off on the leeward side, and it's just unbelievable. Estonia has just got more speed and more height.
Yeah, doing a really good job at mode changes as well. It looks like they're in a faster, lower mode now, sort of really putting the hurt on Austria. Looks like Austria just breathing in front, but Estonia
trying to
really
find a solution,
fast.
as you saw one of the trimmers come back from the Austrian boat right there, trying to figure out a solution on how to set that jib so they can get either more power out of it or they can perhaps go a little bit higher.
Well, looks like
here we go, going in for attack right now.
So for all those watching now and just tuned in, we had them start all on port, so all the boats just kept going on that port tack, and now we see Austria doing attack. So there is a centered race course. It's not just one way, and now we see on board Austria just wanting to hedge their bets and go closer to the center of the racetrack and potentially get into more of a left-hand shift.
Trying not to take too much risk and trying to minimize the amount of risk. It's really important right now for this Austrian boat, as they are tied up with the Slovenian boat in terms of points, as after 2 races both of these teams have 3 points. So right now we're seeing a big battle between Austria and Slovenia. Remember, only one team will be qualified to go on to the SSL finals in Rio de Janeiro in November of this year. So this is what everybody is fighting for. This is the qualification series, the first qualification series for the European teams right now. So we've got these we have 2 groups.
Yeah, perfect opportunity for these 2 groups to put forward their best efforts in the sailing, and as we see Austria trying to put forward their best sailing as they're coming out on this left-hand side and trying to make the most of that left-hand shift to try to get back in this race. There's 70-odd meters in it, so it's still all very close, and as they converge into Mark 1, we'll see a bit more action.
We definitely will, as we're seeing quite a big left-hand shift. I can understand why Austria would want to come back to the left-hand side. It is tactically the advantageous side to be on. However, that means that they will have to be, they just put in 2 tacks.
Yeah, that's right. They lost a little bit. Every maneuver you do is a little loss, but you know, Austria weighing up their decisions and thinking that that's a better thing to do, and it looks like they'll take a bit of benefit of that if this left-hand shift holds in.
So, Robbie, we were talking about points earlier. Take a look at the top left-hand side of your leaderboard. At the top left-hand side of your screen right now, our leader, Estonia, with 9 points after 3 races. Slovenia currently in 5th with 5 points, and Austria with 4. So, we do have ourselves a pretty good battle for 2nd and 3rd place, but like I said, only one team is going to be able to qualify.
Yeah, that's right, and Estonia putting their best foot forward in attempting to do that, and they're sailing the boat really, really nicely, and it looks like they're taking the momentum from the first race for them of the day. They're taking that into this race now, and looks like they're about to approach starboard ley line, so they will be tacking shortly, and they're just picking their moment on when to go. Here they are now. You see all the crew jumping in from the windward side to get into their positions, and we have the trimmers pulling on, and one of the trimmers cutting, the grinder pulling the jib on, and everyone working well together just to make sure they have a nice tack, and they should be around Mark 1 with a clear lead of about 100 meters.
Now, let's see what happens as the Austrian boat is going to come back into the picture off the right-hand side here. It should be no problem for Estonia as they'll pass in front of the Austrian boat. But it'll be interesting to see what Slovenia and Austria and how this will come along as both boats are tied. Now, the Slovenian boat is putting in attack. That's going to slow them down. But remember, Austria also has to put in attack. So, is Austria going to decide to duck behind the Slovenian boat, or are they going to decide to tack just underneath them?
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We'll wait for the cross, but definitely a advantage to Slovenia coming into this cross, as they do have starboard advantage. If Austria are able to sneak in front and tack in front, then I'm sure they probably will do that. We talked about not taking too much risk, but as we see now,
so
Austria
they are going to duck behind.
Ducking behind, easing the mainsail, and not taking any risk, just going behind and staying in the race.
And trying to keep their speed, because obviously these two boats in the back, they're not really fighting for 2nd place, they're really fighting for 1st place. And if they slow each other down, and it's just going to take any opportunity to catch up to these guys out of the picture. So they don't want to slow each other up. And here we go as with a big bearway right there. It's always dangerous because you could put a twist in your sails when you do that, but by doing that big bearway, it allows the Estonian boat to go down as low as possible.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of an issue actually on their set. It looks like the top of the kite didn't go fully up to the top of the mast, so
yeah,
an
looks
issue.
like we've got another one of these twists and bounds up. As every time they go, they bear away really low. We see these problems.
Yeah, potentially a bit of kite in the water as well, so that doesn't help when you're trying to put it in the air. If that water's inside the kite, then it is obviously harder as it's heavier, and yeah, it definitely gives opportunity for these other two boats behind to catch up.
Yeah, now take a look at this as the Slovenian boat right now has picked up its speed and is managing now to put an attack on the Estonian boat as they're going a little bit higher and faster and try to roll over the top of the Estonian boat. So a little bit of an issue. First time we've seen a mistake there from the Estonian boat, and costing them dearly. They're still in 1st, but they've dropped their lead by half.
Yeah, that's right. They were sailing very, very clean, and just a little issue on the set, which opens the door for these boats behind. Slovenia doing a good job of trying to get on the breeze. But as you mentioned, they're trying to get first, and if these two boats are battling, then that means Austria opens the door for them to come into the picture as well.
Yeah, that's the best thing Austria could hope for right now, is that both Estonia and Slovenia start slowing each other down. It's just it's a question of winning the war and not the battle. And right now, what Austria wants is a battle between these two front boats in order to slow them down.
Yeah, on board Team Estonia, the helmsman, a seasoned match racer, a world-class match racer. So any of these situations, he's definitely accustomed to them. It's also worth pointing out that they will be jibing as well down to the gate mark. So this isn't the only jibe they will have on the downwind. So always thinking a step forward, always thinking in advance. Once they do jibe over, they will have clear air on the other jibe.
I'm sure we're going to see a Charlie minus red. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Definitely a left shift, Jan. So that sounds right to me. We'll see as they get closer down. And a beautiful drone shot. Just we see a Slovenia off to that left-hand side of picture. They're just trying to get on the breeze. So the breeze is almost coming at a 45-degree angle, if you can imagine that, off the boat of Estonia. So Slovenia doing a good job just staying in the pocket and staying ahead and potentially casting some dirty air on board Team Estonia.
You see a high concentration right there from the tactician number 19 as he's also looking back to see what's happening. We could definitely feel the pressure on this boat as you look at the body language right there of that tactician.
Yeah, really nicely set up. I think they should be on the breeze, and it looks like they're doing a really, really good job going around 12 knots, whereas Estonia are doing 10. So they're definitely on the breeze, and it looks like they're going a wee bit faster. Really well done and good positioning by Team Slovenia.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position right now for these two teams as we see that the wind is shifting to the left, and we're getting even bigger wind shift now over to the left, which is interesting for us because that means that they're going to have to put in a jibe sooner than later, and even perhaps another jibe to get to the finishing line. So interesting right now as these two boats are battling, and Austria is following just behind.
Yeah, they're definitely on the hunt, and like we mentioned earlier, they're hoping that these two boats are sort of get in a tangle, get in a battle, so that they can the door opens for Austria to sail their race and sail fast to catch up to the fleet.
It's great to see these boats just cruising along right now as we wait for them to get down to the gate and not the finishing line.
Yeah, that's right. They will need to put a jibe in, and if you're Estonia and you see Team Slovenia setting up for that jibe, they will want to jibe first, lead this jibe back in, because there's more time spent on the next jibe than there is on this one. So
look at that, Robbie. Look in the background. You see those, we've got a little bit of puff coming down.
Yeah, it looks like those clouds have brought in a little bit of puff, and it's coming off the hills. So all on for Team Austria as they are first to get that new pressure and bring it and compress into the fleet.
Yeah, so interesting position right now for Austria to be the first boat to get that wind. So perhaps we'll see what I was going to say. Perhaps they'll jibe first, but no.
Yeah, here we go. It's simultaneous timing of the jibe for Team Estonia and Team Slovenia.
Better jibe problem right there for Slovenia.
Board. Yeah, better jibe on board Team Estonia. So a little gain. It looks like Slovenia have it under control. But just once again, the little things really add up, especially in this tight racing.
It's really interesting that we see Austria now deciding to go actually much further. Perhaps deciding to not put in the last jibe to get across the line.
Yeah, it surprises me that they kept going and wanted to go behind the rest of the two boats, but potentially they want to come in with a bit more pace and a bit more heel to be able to get that inside and take a right turn looking downwind. We'll see what happens for these drops.
Perhaps they're already thinking about which side they want to go on, and if we do see that left shift, then you could understand taking the left hand gate.
Yeah, that's right, and we expect a change in course for this upwind. So we'll be seeing the race committee display that off a rib that will be in the middle of the gate marks, with some hooters to create sound and make sure that all these teams will know and understand where they're going for this next top mark.
Charlie, red is what is confirmed, so that means that they're going to change the position of the windward mark. But look at this, there's a kite somehow which has fallen down and into the water for Team Slovenia. This is not good right here.
We saw this before in the previous races, and this is a tough fix.
This could be a catastrophe right now here for Team Slovenia as they put the spinnaker into the water. They really, really need to get that back into the boat. Now let's take a look at what Austria is doing. Austria also having some issues down there as they're really needing to bear away and to get that spinnaker put away. Oh, look at that, Slovenia having to really keep going past the mark. So it's a great opportunity right now for Team Austria to be able to catch up as they also have some issues putting in their kite into their
Yeah,
boat.
that's really unfortunate for Team Slovenia. You know, you have an issue with your kite, so you put some manpower, some hands on the kite, but then obviously that feeds back into not everyone not being able to do their normal jobs, which is pulling on the jib, pulling on the mainsail, so everything happens a little bit slower, and it's these things that just create a bit of a snowball if you have a little issue, especially on Team Slovenia.
Oh boy, a lot of action going on at these gate roundings, as we see. Basically, the problem is the guys are going so low. They're trying to put in such a high mode to have so much speed coming into these gates that at a certain point you need to bear away and take the pressure off of the sails to be able to put them into the boat. And they're just coming in so hot, so late. It's just really tough. And that's why we're seeing all these issues.
Absolutely, Jan. It's the angle that they come into the marks, and you know, like you mentioned, if you put the bow down and you take a bit of pressure off the sails, then it just makes it a little bit easier just to get that kite down. But they're coming in a hot angle, and there was no bow down maneuver from any of these boats, and you know, that's the result.
So Team Estonia doing a great job staying out there in front, not having any issues. It was funny what our captain here of this team, Karl-Hans Tagu, was saying. Or actually, no, it wasn't the captain. It was the
Matti Sepp, the helmsman.
Matti Sepp, the helmsman, who was talking about the differences between light winds and heavy air, and we're sort of seeing both right now.
Yeah, that's right. The question was asked which they prefer, and you know, the mindset was there just to say, hey, look, we're not in control. We can't control that, so we'll take anything we can and make sure that the team are firing and the boat's going as fast as it can, dependent on whatever wind conditions they get.
So just sailing their very best and trying to be good with the boat handling and as well with the tactics on board this boat. Now, speaking of tactics, you heard all those sound warnings as we got down to the gate, and that is basically telling us that we had a Charlie Red. We were talking about Charlie Red, so what's that?
Yeah, Charlie Red, indicating to the teams that Charlie, the flag that they put up to change the course, or that they have changed the course, and then the red meaning that they've moved the top mark to the port side, so to the left-hand side, red indicating the port there. So as we look on board with Austria, it looks like they're making the advantage of that, because it looks like they're going further out to this left-hand side as they put attack in. So they moved the top mark to the left-hand side, which means if everything stayed the same, then Austria would be taking advantage of this left shift and this left course configuration.
So the course has shifted left. Austria has decided to go left and to try to come back and fight with Team Estonia. Slovenia having issue down at the gate with their spinnaker and bringing it back in, and that slowed them down considerably. So now the fight is on between Estonia and Austria. Very important moment right now for Austria to be able to beat Estonia in order to come back up to put some points on the leaderboard. And right now, as it's standing, Estonia has 9 points on the leaderboard. Austria has 5. Slovenia has 4.
Yeah, really, really important cross between the two boats here, Estonia and Austria. It looks to me like Austria potentially have the cross as they've got into that left-hand shift, and now they have the decision. Do they want to keep going, or do they want to attack and continue to head out to that left-hand side? Oh, it looks like, just as I say that, Estonia have made the decision for them, and they're willing to concede a little bit of leverage, a little bit of distance, just to get on that left-hand shift. So
now look at how
big gain.
The points have changed right now. So we still have Estonia leading the group with 7 points, and then it would be Austria and Slovenia. So 7, 6, and 5 points. Really
it's still
really
so tight, you know, and especially in these conditions and with more races to come, every single little point counts, every single little bit of distance.
I mean, 10
counts,
seconds ago we were talking about it, and these were not the points that were up there.
That's right. Even Slovenia, I mean, they're in second now. They had an issue at the bottom mark, and you know, everything's changing very quickly, yeah.
It's great to see that the racing is tight, and the reason is because we have very good teams, and we've got, it's lake sailing. It's complicated, and it's really here that you can see, the best of the best shine.
Yeah, that's right. And Austria have done a fantastic job to spot that left-hand shift. As we mentioned, they rounded the different gate to the other two boats, and they've headed out to this left-hand side, and it's really paying dividends for them, as it looks like all the boats are on a nice left-hander.
And it looks like all of the boats are all lined up as well, as we only have 32 meters between all of these boats. That's a little bit more than a boat length.
Yeah, that's right. And we've got Austria out to the left, we've got Slovenia out to the right, and we do have Estonia once again down that center. So more options for me for Estonia in case of a shift either way. It seems that if it did shift the other way, they wouldn't lose as much.
It's looking like we're getting a right shift now. Yeah. Look at that, because the lead for Austria is smaller and smaller, so everybody's piling up.
Yeah, really interesting. Once Slovenia tack over and get onto starboard, it'll be interesting to see their angle coming back into the fleet. It's all on, and this next cross is potentially going to decide who goes round.
It's pretty interesting that you can tell the shifts by looking at the distance. So if the distance gets bigger, we're getting a left-hand shift. If the distance gets smaller between first and second place, we're getting a right-hand shift. And we can really see it because all the boats are pretty much lined up, all on a single line. They're not all on a port tack, but you can really tell what's going on with the wind out there. So a pretty interesting little side note.
Right? No, absolutely. That's absolutely the way to look at it, especially on the tracker. And it's really nice to have that sort of footage, that sort of information. As we've got it here in the commentary booth, I know they don't have it down on the water. They're just trying to sail as fast and on the best angle as possible. But we've got on board here with Estonia, like I mentioned, they're in the center of the racetrack. So they've got most of the options. If that breeze does shift back to the right a little bit, they won't lose as much or potentially gain on Team Austria. So it's very, very close coming into this Mark III.
It looks like we're getting a left-hand shift, so that's good for the Austrian team, which was on the left-hand side. Yeah. It'll be interesting as we see all the boats coming back in together here, as we're getting closer and closer to that windward mark. And what a great shot we have right here, as we're seeing all three boats coming into one, converging together. So we have a starboard tack Slovenian boat there, and we have two port tack boats.
Yeah, it does look like the boats on the left-hand side are a little bit more wound up than the Slovenian on the right-hand side. Once again, you mentioned they do have starboard rights for Slovenia, but it looks to me like they're just not on a high enough angle to affect the Estonians. I may be wrong, but as they come in, the leads aren't big, and
I
fleet's
think
definitely compressing.
Estonia will pass in front of Slovenia unless we get a right-hand shift.
Yeah, it looks really close on that drone shot, doesn't it?
It does, but it's so deceiving, these drone shots, because it may not be like this at all.
Well, it looks
a little more obvious on the other shot. But
here's a good one. Yes.
Here's a good shot. Yeah, there we'll find out what's happening with this one.
Now we see Estonia doing a lee bow tack underneath Slovenia, so
very
nice job. Just
you know what I really liked about that move is how slow he did it, in order to be able to keep his speed. And it's a super, super powerful position in which he's in right now, because he's casting a windward wind shadow over the Slovenian team, and that's essentially going to slow them down. So right there, Matisep, he's being able to put in that high mode, and he's in a super powerful, super commanding position right there. As a matter of fact, there you go, Slovenia having to tack away.
Yeah, and Estonia electing to do the exact same thing and not giving too much to Slovenia. We see the Austrians on an absolute flyer of a left-hander, so they've definitely grown that lead with this left-hand shift, and it'll be interesting to see the back of the fleet with Slovenia. Once they tack and once they complete their tack, Estonia will have to tack as well.
Everybody remember, they had a little bit of an issue, Austria, getting their kite back into the boat. So perhaps we might have some drama happening up at the windward mark.
Yeah,
we'll see. I'm not saying it'll happen, because we saw some really good work from the pitmen, from the number one guys on the other races, being able to to clear up a heck of a mess that we saw down at the gate. So it's not. I'm not saying anything could happen, but let's take a look at what's going to happen here as we arrive at the windward mark. We're less than 200 meters away from that windward mark, and we've got ourselves a battle here for second place.
Yeah, we do. Austria have grown that lead a wee bit with that left-hand shift, and now we're on board with Team Estonia doing a good job not letting Slovenia get that starboard advantage on them, and just doing a nice tack to leeward, and it looks like they'll be coming around this Mark III in front. But important to note, we did have the change, of course, the change of top mark. So this will be a pink top mark, and they'll be heading straight back down to the finish after this. No spreader leg.
No spreader leg, and they got to make sure that bow spread on that Austrian boat does not go out before they round the mark, or at least before the bow gets to the front of the mark. And there it is. So bow spread then goes out right there, because that could be a penalty. A lot of teams have gotten penalties because of this. I'm looking at the jury boat, and it looks like he's not waving any flags. So a good hoist right there from Team Austria. Really need to get a good hoist on this one, because the last ones have not been so great, and they've lost quite a bit of distance. All right, a good set right there from Team Austria. That's really what they needed in order to get back into, or to stay into the lead. Now let's take a look here as the Estonian team is now coming up. We've seen only one time that they had a problem with their kite, and it looks like from what I'm seeing right there is a good hoist from Team Estonia, as we have a problem.
Oh, no. We're ripping the kite on Team Slovenia. No.
It's not ripped. What was that?
Oh, it is? No, it is.
No. That's the drop line. So there's a knot in the middle of the drop line, and that's why it's... All right, they're going to have
My mistake.
Oh.
No. Okay, that's a better outcome. I mean, the issue is not over.
It was ripped. It did look like it was ripped, yeah.
The issue is not over,
no,
but it looks like...
There's a line in the middle of the kite, which allows the team to be able to, bring it in really fast. And apparently it looks like there's a knot down at the bottom, at the second hole, if you want, in the first third of the thing. So they're going to have to bring the kite down in order to get that kink out.
Yeah, it looks like it's really tight. So, not what you want to see if you're a fan of Team Slovenia, and it's meaning Team Estonia are running away in second place, but they're going to have a lot of work to do to figure that one out.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's all a little too late right now.
It seems... Well, it looks like they've got a kite on the deck, but not sure. Potentially preparing another one for appeal. But anyways, we're not too sure what their issue is or what they need to do to fix that. But as we see the boats running downwind, we saw the left-hand shift upwind. It looks to me like that's still stayed in, so they're all on starboard jibe to make sure that they're sailing as low as possible. They're taking the knock on starboard jibe to get down to the finish line.
So Austria is our leader right now for this race, and in total they have 6 points, so they're second overall after 3 races. Estonia is currently second in this race, but are leading the pack after 3 races. And Slovenia is last in this race, and unfortunately last also in the group right there with a total of 4 points. So Slovenia trying to figure out their drop line issue. The only thing I'm hoping is just, all right, let's not rip the kite.
Yeah. Potentially we jumped the gun on saying that it was, and here we go. They've got that clear now, and looks like that drop line is now a little bit more free.
Just a little kink in the line, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, little differences for these boats.
It's really rough. It's really rough. It's one little mistake, but that's what happens when you're fighting against teams of this level.
Yeah, that's right. The top level is the little differences, and as you mentioned, everyone's at that top level. Everyone's got their experience, and all these teams really deserve to be fighting it out and trying to do their bid to be in Rio and book that qualification spot.
Yeah, super important for all of these teams to be able to qualify themselves into Rio. So remember, they're qualifying themselves right now to be in the 32nd of the finals. When they get into Rio. We have other teams that are already qualified, such as your team, New Zealand, is already qualified. Now it's a pretty funny way. It's a pretty funny system because the teams that start out lower in the beginning brackets in 32nd, 16th of the finals, they get actually a little more time on the water than the teams that will come in a little bit later at a higher ranked. So it sort of evens out the playing field.
Yeah, absolutely. The teams coming in, like you mentioned, will have more time in the boats, more practice, more races under their belt. So then coming into facing the teams that have just been put into that quarterfinals, put into that semi-finals, means that the teams coming from behind them will have more experience, and it definitely does even out the playing field as we get into the final series.
Yeah, so it's really cool how the SSL have set all of this up, and all of this is also taking part while we are at night. We have the soccer games, and you know, we always say here that the SSL Gold Cup is very much based off of the World Cup. We say this is the World Cup in sailing. And this is also why these guys look like a little bit of football players, soccer players.
It's cool to see the jerseys and cool to see the designs of the teams, and you know, it's something very unique in sailing to have this sort of format, these sort of nationalities. Everyone's from the same nationality, you know. We don't have that. We don't get that in our sport much. So a very unique opportunity for these teams and these countries to show all their talent and all the best sailors that they have, and a really a fantastic competition for all these sailors. A great opportunity to show their world-class sailing ability.
And as we are looking at the Austrian team right now, putting in a jibe, looks like it's going to be the final jibe before they cross the finishing line.
Yeah, really nice jibe.
You know, Robbie,
Austria, no pressure.
Robbie, we were talking about these teams and how it's important that they're all coming from they all come from Austria or Estonia or whatever. It's pretty funny because actually most of these guys, generally, they're fighting against one another. When they're sailing back home and they're in the Ilka class or whatever, they're generally all fighting against one another. And now you got to put them all on the boat and make them work together. And we've seen that, you know, be problematic with some of the real big sailing nations.
Yeah, that's right. You're trying to fit so many good sailors in a certain amount of positions, a limited number of positions. And like you mentioned, if you come from a dinghy background, then potentially you're not as experienced in the bigger boats, whereas the bigger boat sailors might have their way in the team as well. So it's managing egos, it's managing confidence levels and experience.
And also, what's interesting is how the players or how the sailors are qualified to get onto these boats, and that's really something that's very important and totally something brand new in the sport of sailing is the points system that was created by the SSL. As a matter of fact, you should all go and check it out, because if you're a racer and you've participated in at least one race, international race or national race, you should be on the ranking list, and you can see where you are. Hey, you keep racing, you'll end up on one of these boats.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see a pathway for sailors, and nice to have a ranking as well, just to match yourself up with potentially your friends or your biggest rivals in your country, as you mentioned, Jan. And you know, who knows, one day you'll be on one of these boats and sailing for your nation, as we see Austria celebrating as they've sailed a really clean race to come in first place.
Yeah, it was tough for them, but they definitely saw that left-hand shift on the first downwind and took advantage of it. So great job there from Team Austria, managing to get back out in front with a very good tactical decision, as Austria wins with a clear advantage over Estonia and Slovenia. So not to say that I'm happy to see Estonia not get their third win, but I am happy to see that another team has come up to the front. So we do have a battle, obviously, in terms of points. Estonia is still out in front with 8 points. Austria 6 and 4 points for Team Slovenia. So Slovenia, I must imagine, are a little bit down right now. They put in a good first race today, and again a little bit tough here on this race 3 with that whole spinnaker issue.
A couple things to debrief if you're on board Slovenia, but nothing to go crazy about. Nothing to really throw everything out the window at. It's just the little things, the little details that they'll be getting right in their communication and all their maneuvers, just making sure, we've still got a few more races for these guys, so we're halfway through their qualification. It's certainly not over, and they just need to keep their heads up and just make those few adjustments.
And there it is, as we are looking right now at the Slovenian boat, which is coming across the line as they're going to be putting all of their kites away. And, what the plan right now is that we are going to get the other group, Group E, to come back out. And we have one more race with 4 boats. This is race number 3. So this is the race we just saw. So these are the points that were awarded. So 3 to Austria, 2 to Estonia, and 1 to Slovenia. And the overall results after 3 races, well, 8 points for Estonia, 6 for Austria, and 4 for Slovenia. So that is the points standing right now in this Group D. As you see right there, we can have a maximum of 6 races. So they'll have raced 2 races today. They raced 1 race yesterday. And this is why we're bringing out the Group E, because we want them to be able to have their 3rd race, so that all groups have had 3 races after 2 days of racing.
Yeah, that's right. Just the one more group doing their final race of the day, just to catch back up and make sure that all groups have done 3 races. I would like to say a huge appreciation for the race committee to get away this many races. Hopefully we get this next one in with the 4 boats, and this has been a big day for everyone on the water and everyone involved in the race committee team, but they've done really, really well to pump out these races.
Yeah, for sure. I'm seeing some of the race committee boats that are out there, and it looks like they've got crews on them already. So they are making the switches right now, and it should be a pretty quick change here. As we wait for the last race of the day for Group E. Guys, remember, please follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and of course on worldofsailors.com. Worldofsailors.com is really interesting because that's where you can see all of the stats from all of the teams. That's where you can see you can see everything. You can see the global ranking over there. You can read the sailing instructions. So it's a really interesting website for if you're interested in this and to get a little bit more info and to get some more pictures. And if you want to see some of the interviews and some of the fun stuff like the Sailors Box interviews that they've been doing here, go ahead and check us out on the social media, of course. All right, Robbie, we'll take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back for the last race of the day. And we hope you guys will stick with us. Anyways, thank you very much, and see you very, very soon.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
See, I've been thinking a million things I want to say. Now I'm looking in your eyes, but I'm wandering to your lips. See, I'm trying to keep it cool while I'm hovering for the kiss. 'Cause I've been needing you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. Took your number from a friend, but I never called. I started writing a DM, didn't sleep at all. Not awake that night. And every time I go out, I'm looking around to see you there. Where are you? And my heart skips beating when your perfume's in the air. 'Cause I've been needing you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. Thinking of you. Yeah, I'll be thinking of you. There's nothing else I can do. So I'll be thinking of you. 'Cause I've been needing you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. I know you like the margaritas with the hot spice, and love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive, I think you know. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low, 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 low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Low, 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 low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time, I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive.
minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, welcome back, everybody, as we are about to go racing for the last time of the day. And let's take a look real quick here at the team, the team lineups, team comparisons. Thank you. It's the Sea Devils from Belgium, top left-hand side right there, ranked 26, weighing in at 711 kilos. Captain of the team, Emma Plachert. To the right of that is Lithuania, the Ambers, SSL ranked number 47. We're going to go through this a little fast. Norway and the Norsteam, captain of the team, Ivan Meleby. Bottom right-hand side, the Serbian Eagles, SSL ranked 48th, captain Tomir Zekic. And let's take a look right now at the overall provisional ranking right now. After 2 races in this group, we have Lithuania winning both of them, so they have 8 points. Belgium and Norway are tied with 5. Serbia is down with 2 points. Now let's go down onto the water where we have some news from Carolina. Apparently, the wind is dropping.
Good afternoon. Yes, exactly. The wind is dropping. We have around 6 to 7 knots, and it's very shifty from right to left, from left to right. So it will be tactical game again. On the last race of the day, we spent like 6.5 hours on the water right now. So a lot of things happening here, and we have for now around 3 minutes to the last start of the day.
Thank you, Carolina, for that insight. Yes, it's been a long day out on the water, and we've been very lucky to have wind from this morning, from the time we set out at around 11 o'clock in the morning. It is currently local time around 4:30 in the afternoon. And this is like I said, this is the 3rd race for this group right here, where we have a clear dominance of one of the teams.
Yeah, that's right. Going into Group E here, we have different conditions to what they had in their first 2 races in the morning. As you mentioned, a bit more breeze to start the day, so a different mode, a different setup for all these teams. They haven't raced each other in these sorts of conditions, so it'll be interesting to see which team can come off the start line, but then also get their speed dialed in and make sure that they can be the fastest boat out there.
We were on board right there with Team Lithuania. They are right now the leaders of this group. They have won both of the races, so they did a really good job. It was much heavier wind conditions. They had about twice the amount of wind when they got those 2 winds in. I'm not saying that they can't do it with lighter airs, but it'll be interesting to see if some of the other teams will feel more comfortable and be able to fight a little bit harder. Yeah, that's right. Definitely something different for all these teams, and it's nothing that they can control. So all the teams are on a level playing field, same breeze, same boats, and I'm excited for this final race of the day. Should be really cool. We have a little bit more than 1 minute before we get over to the starting line. Before we get to the start of this race right now, as we're seeing Norway.
There's that 1 minute gun.
Was that the 1 minute gun right there? Okay.
It looks like Norway are definitely the most.
I thought I heard 2, and that would have been an AP flag. No. All right, we're all good. Less than 1 minute. Before we get the start. Oh, the boats seem pretty far away again. Remember, on the last race, we had a huge left shift, and none of the boats could make it across the starting line. It looks like right now the wind has come back straight to where it was. 30 seconds.
Looks to me like those boats at the back aren't going to get up to speed and get to line on time.
Oh, I'm just wondering if the Belgium team right there, which is the most lured boat, are they going to be able to get across? They've got 20 seconds left.
Yeah, really compromising position. They cannot tack. Well, if they do tack, Norway will put the bow down and have that starboard advantage. But Belgium really trying to sneak up, really slow maneuver.
10 seconds right there. Norway is just bearing down on them. Belgium trying to lose some speed. There we go, 3, 2, 1, and that's a good start. They lost perhaps a little bit too much speed, and Belgium's not going to make it across the starting line. This is terrible. This is the worst thing that could happen right now for our team Belgium, as they're going to have to go around.
Catastrophe on board Team Belgium. They did not get their timing right.
17 seconds for Norway to cross the line, by the way.
Yeah, it didn't. Well, Belgium will be a lot more than that, as they have to jibe back around, and they did not have rights. They could not tack, and they couldn't make the ley line.
Where did they go? Where did they go? Where Belgium is? We've lost Belgium.
We see them still there on the tracker. They will be trying their best to come back to the start line, and Norway doing a really nice job. They did get the best start out of the fleet. 17 seconds back, granted, but still, you know, you're not against the clock. You're not racing against the clock. You're racing against these other 3 boats. And
Robbie, this is terrible.
Yeah, that's tough on board Team Belgium. They just didn't get it right. There's fine margins, fine lines in this game, especially in the start, and they just didn't get it right.
Yeah, they tried to lose speed. They lost so much speed they couldn't get it back again, and they started to slip in sideways, and that was the end of it, and they had to just bear away.
Yeah, especially in this lighter wind conditions. You don't build that speed as fast. And you don't go forward as quickly. You do slip sideways a wee bit. So
I was really hoping for a 4-boat race right now. All right, well, anything could still happen. Belgium is in the back, 150 meters behind the leader. So they're ways back there. But perhaps we'll see a little bit. Perhaps there will be a shift. There we go. They've decided to go left and give themselves an option.
Yeah, really chancing their arm now. They can afford to take the risk now, can't they? So they're trying to go a different way to the fleet and try to pick up something. And as we've seen with these races, anything can happen. So they're just trying to create leverage and sort of chance their arm out on this left-hand side while all the other boats are sailing. A nice left-hand shift, it looks to me like.
Yeah, perhaps Belgium is going to attack and perhaps not bang it out all the way to the left-hand side, but sort of stay in the middle, stay conservative, and perhaps they can get back into the race.
Our race leaders, Norway, have done a really, really nice job of just covering the fleet. They're in a really controlling position, just in the middle of the racetrack as we see it. Both boats in contention to the right of them. There's a nice drone shot there of Norway just being bow forward of the other boats, and it looks like they're sailing a really nice mode, just really covering the fleet. When you do have a lift in your favor, a shift in your direction, then you can afford to take a bit of a faster mode out to the other side of the course in case of a shift the other way.
Yeah, and as we saw the start there from Team Norway, they had a really good start. They were a little bit further back behind, and they could really get their speed up, and that's sort of what caused the demise of Team Belgium.
Lithuania on board as we see it now. They, as we mentioned earlier, won the last 2 races, so they're standing at the top of the leaderboard as it currently stands, and they're still in the hunt for sure. There's still 23 meters in between them and the leader. So as this fleet compresses out to this right-hand side, we see all these positions chopping and changing, and there's still a race on our hands.
We definitely have a race on our hands, and as you can see, the boats are fully powered up, even though we do have the J2 on, so that's the intermediate front sail. But it's nice to see we can totally power up the main, and we don't have it flapping as much as it was before.
Yeah, I think these sorts of conditions are really nice for the boats. I mean, obviously they're fully hiking out as we see all the crews hiking there, but also the boats are able to power up as much as they can. So I think these boats specifically really like the flat water, really like these wind conditions, and you can really get the maximum out of these boats.
Yeah, exactly. So interesting right now as we see Team Serbia right now just deciding to say, okay, I'm out of here. I'm going to stay in the middle. So a little tactical decision right there from the Serbian team. Also really important for them to be able to put some points up onto the leaderboard, as Team Serbia have got the least amount of points so far.
Yeah, we can see the live tally of the leaderboard up on your top left-hand side of your screen. So if the positions stay the same, then that's what will be the point score at the end of the race. But not to say that these positions will stay the same. There's lots of racetrack to go, and we saw from the other races earlier that anything can happen, and these positions change just as quickly as we're calling them, Jan.
Yeah, important right now for Norway to be able to stay out there in order to put some points up on the leaderboard, and they'll be 3 points behind Lithuania. Lithuania right now can afford to to just, well, I wouldn't say take it easy, but they can afford to sail a little bit less risky, so they've got a little bit less pressure on them.
Yeah, that's right. Lithuania are in second place, so you know, that's still a keeper. That's still a good result in this 4-boat fleet, this Group E. And so, yeah, like you said, they could be happy to continue with that. As we can see in the background there, we see a little bit more pressure coming down, potentially a few more white caps. So the boats will be, or the crew rather, will be having a look up the course and potentially making a mode change as they get into more pressure.
Yeah, it's interesting as we're seeing the barrelway, we're seeing the top mark right there on the right-hand side of the screen. It's really interesting how we currently have boats all over the place. We've got 2 boats off to the right-hand side. We've got Serbia, which is in the middle right there. And then on the bottom, we've got Team Belgium. So Belgium was sort of forced to go out onto the left-hand side. We'll see if that helped them or not. Serbia deciding to play it safe, stay in the middle. And then we've got Norway and Lithuania, which are all the way on the right-hand side. So
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
It tells me that, you know, not one side of the course is favoured. Potentially that starboard side of the course is favoured with the 2 boats out there, but Belgium having to go out to that left-hand side, forced to go out there, but potentially there's no shift either way. And they're all sailing up the middle, or Serbia is anyways, as we see Lithuania and Norway on that starboard ley line coming into the top mark. It looks like Norway's just to leeward of Lithuania, so a bit of a mode change needed for Lithuania to live there.
Yeah, and it looks as though they are on the ley line.
Yeah, potentially if no more tacks are needed, then Norway will come into this Mark 1 in first place. But as we mentioned before, we do have 2 boats on the port ley line coming in, so it'll be interesting to see when they converge and when they come back, because it's still tight between Lithuania and Serbia, just under 10 meters in it.
Yeah, and you can see Belgium now coming back into the game. So having taken that big left-hander for Belgium right there on the left, has managed to get them a little bit closer.
Yeah, it'll hurt
to the others.
It looked like Serbia have just attacked in front of Belgium, so that will hurt them coming all the way into this Mark 1. They will be in that dirty air.
We've got a little bit of a right shift as we see these guys sailing well above the ley line, which is that yellow line that you're seeing across your screen.
Yeah, it looks like Norway electing to still stay in that high mode to really hurt Lithuania just behind them. As you mentioned, Jan, they're potentially overlaid to the top mark, but if they're sailing that high mode, then it puts Lithuania in their bad air all the way into Mark 1.
Yeah, exactly. And so now what we're going to see is Norway bearing away and going down towards the mark, and same thing with Lithuania. So it'll slow the Lithuanian boat down, which is great for Norway. It's also great for Serbia.
Yeah, that's right. And we see a lead change between Serbia and Lithuania already. So it looks like this will be very interesting as we see the port tack boat coming into the fleet.
Yeah, now everybody is going to converge together, and we'll see exactly what's going to be happening. As I look at the top left-hand side of our screen right there, I'm trying to see if a boat is coming. Apparently not so far, but they're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, that's right, and they do have the spreader leg, remember, so there's a bit of time for these crews to set up. They will make sure that they're laying first of all, and then make sure that their bow team are working hard to get the kite out of the hatch and ready for the hoist. But there's still a bit of decision making, I think, to happen. If it's true that Norway are second place now, then will definitely be a very close rounding for these 2 boats.
Yeah, so once all of these teams have raced, and we are trying to race 6 races for all teams, only the first boat in each group will qualify to the finals, which will be the SSL Gold Cup in Rio de Janeiro in the 18th of November.
Yeah, that's right, Jan, and a beautiful shot on the water of that mark, so it looks like Norway did a nice job at picking their ley line. We've got Lithuania in the background, and Serbia should be coming in. There they are now. So just going behind Lithuania, and it looks like Norway will have a bit of a free run here at this hoist. Looked to me like that pole went out as soon as they went around the top mark, so you'd expect that they would have this kite set before they get to the next leg we'll see what happens and see if the umpires are taking a keen eye on that, because that's been a point of contention in these past few races.
Well, it's definitely not set.
Yeah.
There we go, as we're seeing really in a low mode right there. We've seen issues with the kites as they go into the low mode. Lithuania right there going into a low mode, and they have a twist. Lithuania has a twist in their kite right there, so issues, like I've been saying, every time we see boats go down, really bear away really hard, it ends up by filling up actually the bottom part of the kite, and it's putting in that twist in there, which is terrible right now for Lithuania.
Absolutely right.
Because Serbia is right on their back, and they're really doing everything they can to catch up to this boat. So now these guys got to take that. How do you do that, Robbie?
Yeah, the general move, the general process is just to let the halyard down a wee bit. You can see the man on the left-hand side there. He's just easing the halyard down, and what that does is that brings the twist lower down for the people at the front to get their hands on it and really try pull the leech of that kite to get it out. As we can see, they've pulled it, and the leech is clear, and the kite is now untwisted, and then that halyard can go back up again.
That was a close one right there. Oh boy, Lithuania, leaders of this group, getting our palms all sweaty.
They've definitely opened the door for the two boats behind them as well. Really nice position, and it looks like they're bringing down a bit more puff as well, so we can expect once again the fleet just to compress with this downwind, and it looks like a really nice line for Serbia.
And I was hoping for a 4-boat race. We'll still have a 3-boat race, but it's totally changed now. It's more towards the back that all the action is happening, as we Norway doing a great job at staying out of trouble. Lithuania was doing the same thing, but now they've got the Serbian team and the Belgian team hot on their tail.
Yeah, that's right. Belgium, not far away from Serbia, and Serbia definitely in striking distance of Lithuania. So they've still got another jibe to get down to the gate. So thinking ahead, thinking in advance, they'll be thinking about where they're positioned and where the boat will be once they jibe over. So you can expect Serbia to really be on the attack here.
Difficult position, as we just saw earlier on the tracker. If Lithuania wants to jibe, right there. Look at, you've got Belgium and Serbia right there. You've got Lithuania right there. If Lithuania decides to jibe at this moment right now, Serbia and Belgium could just jibe and be right on top of them and take all of their air. So they're kind of stuck over there. As we now see Norway, no problem, putting in an easy jibe right here, taking it easy, doing a good job. And now we'll see a nice pump, I'm sure, where we'll see the whole crew go up to the windward side. There it is.
Nice little squeeze. It took potentially a little longer than they anticipated. It looked like the tactician got a bit eager on it and went up just a click before everyone else, but still a nice jibe from Team Norway. And as you mentioned, not much pressure on them as they're running away, as their lead is growing. We look further to the back of the pack as that's where the action's going to be. And as you mentioned, Lithuania going through their jibe potentially now.
Yeah, Lithuania.
Looks like they're setting up.
It looks like Lithuania managed to. Oh,
yeah, they're really waiting
in the back right there. That's the tactician trying to look. Trimmer. He's trying to look see where there is a little bit of air that could possibly come along. Now, the tricky part right here is trying to put in a jibe, but not show the crews that are following you that you're about to jibe. So you don't want to be pointing fingers. You don't want to be looking in the direction you want to go. You just want to say, okay, is everybody ready? 3, 2, 1, bam!
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see everyone standing up and everyone ready to jibe. You can see on all 3 boats, looks like everyone's ready to jibe.
And they're all waiting for Lithuania to put in a jibe.
Yeah, that's right. And once they do, then the other boats will follow. You can expect that.
And now look at the Serbian boat. Bam! Putting in a jibe at exactly the same time. Belgium also doing the same thing. There they go.
All 3 boats simultaneous jibe. This is yacht racing. This
there's a little bit of white caps.
Right
you see that? We've got some white caps, Robbie. So accelerating. Oh, getting some good speed out of the Lithuanian boat right there.
Yeah, Lithuania having a higher angle coming into this bottom mark. It looks like they're going for the jib up now. which is interesting. It looks to me like they've still got a couple more minutes on this jibe, but they will be coming in at a hotter angle, so they will be coming in faster into this gate.
Yeah, so they went further than where Norway put in their jibe, and now now they're going closer to the wind. And so when you do go close to the wind, you can do that. You can put up that front jib, and it'll actually give you some more power.
Yeah, it really just balances out the boat, and it doesn't affect you too much if you're at a speed and a high enough angle as we go on.
High enough angle. That's really what you're looking for, because if you're too low, it'll just steal the air from your asymmetrical spinnaker and
exactly right.
slow you down.
And as we look at Norway, they will be taking their kite down very shortly. We mentioned it earlier, their lead is enough for them to not have too much pressure on themselves. It looks to me like they're about to go for a jibe and then a drop. So we expect them to do a left-hand turn as we look at it, and they'll be going on the left-hand side of the upwind, on the second upwind, excuse me.
So this is a real crucial moment. We've seen teams lose it around the gate right here. It is going to be super crucial that they get a good drop, as we're seeing right now. You see, that's the whole thing. Now, it didn't go into the boat, and then the halyard was dropped too fast, and now the whole thing is in the water. Now, if they can pick it up before it actually gets water inside it, then they'll be okay. It's just unfortunate because now they're going to have to hoist a wet spinnaker.
Yeah, it looks like they saved it nicely there, but there wasn't too much pressure on Norway, so potentially they could have done that halyard drop a little slower just to make it a little bit more clean. And as we see,
and Lithuania just putting in a perfect drop.
Yeah.
Now, of course, they've had to do a 180 down here, so they've lost a lot of speed, but a much cleaner maneuver on the Lithuanian boat. And we'll also see a disastrous drop right there on the Serbian boat right now. So they managed to put everything in, but they dropped it into the water a little bit. Now let's take a look here. What's going to happen with the Belgium team?
Once again, Belgium electing to go the different way than the other competitors. It's it's a risky maneuver, but they're also in fourth place currently, so they're chancing their arm.
Yeah, it is a risky maneuver, but you see, they're really able to keep their speed as they go around this mark. And can you hear that? Yeah, we just heard the horns. The
horns. So we will have a Charlie.
I'm losing my words.
No, it looks to me like they have the same bearing, but potentially different distance there. So 1 nautical mile now for this beat. So I think that's just grown just a little bit. So we saw a little bit more pressure on that downwind. The race committee have recognized that, and now we have a little bit of a longer beat coming on this second upwind, the last upwind of the day. We can see in the background there some nice white caps and some nice pressure. So well done by the race committee.
It was a 0.9 nautical mile race course, and now they've just lengthened it a little bit to 1 nautical mile.
Yeah, that's right, and that's evident as we saw that picture just there. A bit more breeze coming down, and we see our race leaders, Norway, heading out to that left-hand side. Yeah, we see the wing foiler in the top of your screen there in the background, so definitely enough breeze for them, and definitely enough breeze for these boats, and they're all powered up.
If they're foiling, that's some big pressure. It'll be great to see them all coming down with the kite, just hopefully planing. So a little bit of a gray day here in Switzerland, but some nice wind conditions.
Yeah, really nice. It looks like it's picked up just that little bit, and I'm surprised, Jan, the Team Lithuania rounded the same mark as Team Norway, but it seems that they're living in that windward hip, in that windward position. So potentially a little bit of a right-hand shift for Lithuania, or they've just put in a little bit more of a high mode, and they're just able to live coming around and out onto that left-hand side. So there's not much leverage being gained, but they're also still in the hunt with a lot more racetrack to go.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Lithuania is a little bit heavier. I believe they were at 728 kilos.
They were very close. I mean, all these teams are trying to be as close as they can with the personnel, the people on board, and yeah, like you mentioned, they're going to need absolutely all of it. 9 people on board for all these teams, and they're definitely hanging out and putting their best energy into hiking out and creating all that boat speed.
There's Ruckus just coming back up into the boat, the tactician right there. So the only thing we could see of him for a long while was just the soles of his sneakers, and that's generally pretty good for keeping the boat flat. As we see here, perhaps a decision to tack or not. It'll depend on what Norway decides to do. Apparently Norway is not going to be tacking on top of a Lithuanian boat, and Lithuania deciding to keep on going to the left-hand side. So sail through the wake of the Norwegian boat, and they decided to keep going to the left-hand side. So perhaps that pressure is a little bit further left.
Yeah, potentially. And the other two boats as well, the third and fourth, are also on starboard. So I don't know if that is true, then it is a right shift and all the boats are on starboard tack, which is interesting. Norway tacking over, but it looks like their lead is not going anywhere, not getting shortened or not getting longer, but Lithuania just putting a tack in. So maybe I'm wrong. There is potentially a left shift, and yeah, you see all the boats tacking now.
Yeah, it's hard for us to to really be able to tell the shifts, but it's interesting to see the positioning of each one of these boats. So there you go. A really nice, gives you a really good idea of where the boats are right now. Everybody's just fighting for some clear air. So Serbia being nice and not tacking on top of Belgium.
Yeah, as we see our race leaders, Norway, and we have a look up the top left of your screen, we see the live points. If all positions were staying the same now, then they would be on 9. Followed by Lithuania after having 2 bullets, 2 first places in the first 2 races. They would be on 11. So very, very tight at the top, and we've still got a lot more racing over the coming days, and there's lots more points on offer for these teams.
What a great drone shot we've got right now, as we're seeing everybody hiking hard right now. Lithuania in second place. Yeah, it's tough. You can see some heavy breathing right there from the grinders. Those guys, they've got a lot of work to do, grinding downwind and then upwind. They're out there hiking. So yeah, it's a real brutal position.
Yeah, the real powerhouse of the boats for sure. They're putting the power through the winches, and then also you can see they're probably hiking the hardest as they're the biggest bodies as well. So like we mentioned, it's been a long day out there for these teams, and they're really putting all their physical effort and mental effort into being able to get a result in this final race of the day.
Yeah, guys, just think about this. They've already raced 2 races today. This is their 3rd race, and they raced it like earlier in the day, late morning, beginning of the afternoon. Then they've had to come back, take a break. Now they're back out onto the water. It's a really long day for these guys.
Yeah, switching on, obviously, for the racing, and then switching off again when you're on shore, and when we did the crew swap overs, and then now switching back on. It's really, really tough mentally.
Yep, there we go. Well, nice little tack right now. Surprise tack from Norway right now, as they've decided to go back onto the left-hand side. Perhaps they're playing the shifts, Robbie.
Yeah, it looks really nice. It looks like they've sent it up on the course, just potentially sort of putting it in the bank and wanting to cover the fleet once again. Look like they've got a bit more leverage on Lithuania, so potentially coming back and just consolidating on their gain. For my eye, if Lithuania are ducking below them, we can see a nice drone shot here. Then you can expect Norway to go a couple lengths and then put a tack in just to really shut the race down and control the fleet as they come, a little bit closer to Mark 3. Not far off, 700 meters. Here they go.
Putting another tack. So that's quite a lot of tacks. Each tack, remember, you lose about a half a boat length at least, no matter how good your tack is. So right now, Norway is not counting in the tacks. They're just trying to stay between their opponent and their objective. As we have 600 meters left to go, we've done 2/3 of the second beat.
Yeah, really smart sailing from Norway. They're giving up a little bit of distance, a little bit of their lead, just to be able to control and shut down the race. They're in a very controlling position, and they're giving Lithuania in second place nothing. No sniff, no bite at the cherry to be able to overtake and get back in this race. But a really good job and really smart sailing on board Team Norway.
Yeah, it's important that Norway stays out in front of Lithuania. Otherwise, it'll be a 12-8 lead point advantage, and that would just that would make it super hard for anybody to be able to come back.
Yeah, that's right. All these points are on offer, and every little point counts, as we keep mentioning it.
Yeah,
so all these
6 races maximum that we can get from each one of these groups. This is race number 3. We're on leg number 3, race number 3. Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that windward mark. We're less than 400 meters away from the windward mark. And remember, we had those sound signals given to us earlier when we went around the gate, and so that means that they've changed that windward mark. We said we went from 0.9 nautical miles to 1 nautical mile. And so the difference is that now we're going to have another colored windward mark, which is pink or purple. And what does that change for us, Robbie?
Yeah, that's right, Jan. So we have a pink top mark now, which means that there is no spreader leg. There is no offset leg, as we saw. Here we go. We can see on our screen, the bottom of the screen there, that's the pink new top mark. So that's the extended top mark that the race committee put in. But that means that we will not have an offset mark to go around. They will just round the pink mark and head straight back down to the finish line downwind.
Well, it is easy to say, Robbie, to just go around that windward mark, but having no dogleg means that they're going to have to do a lot of maneuvers, and all at the same time.
Yeah, it's a sharp turn, Jan, especially going from fully close hauled as they are right now to straight downwind. This is where, some meters can be gained or some meters can be lost. We're looking on board with Team Norway, your leaders, as we come into the final leg of race 3.
Notice how nobody's hiking anymore. They're just getting the stuff ready, because they'll lose a lot more by not being ready than getting that weight out there. And so right now, they're really in the strategic position of having to finish in front of Lithuania. So they're doing everything they can. You see the kite right there just already sneaking up. They're allowed to do that as long as the bowsprit does not go out before they go around the orange pole. So there they go, and the bowsprit comes out, because that constitute as a fault, as a penalty. And now we need the tack line to really go out to the front of the bowsprit. Where's the tack line? Come on, come on. Oh, this is... Oh, is that the halyard that's gone? All right, we've got a little bit of a problem right now on the Norwegian boat. We said there was a lot of things that needed to do, and that tack line is still not down all the way, but at least the spinnaker is full. Let's look at what's happening behind the Lithuanian boat. It looks like Lithuania is a little slow as well to put up their kite, and that's a good thing for Team Norway.
Really opening the door there for Team Lithuania. They've still not got that tack line all the way down. It looks like they're grinding it down now, but that's really a priority for them as they go round for the hoist. And we see Lithuania just set up on the inside again, so another little sniff for Team Lithuania potentially come back in this race.
Here comes the last two boats. A big battle between these two boats as the Serbian boats right now are trying to get there, the best spot they've had so far.
Oh, it looked to me like Belgium potentially thought there was an offset mark and a spreader leg, because they kept going around that pink mark. They didn't turn to all the way downwind after that. So
that's
another issue or another mistake potentially on board Team Belgium. They're still not set. They still haven't got the kite full. They've got the jib coming down now, but gave up a few meters going around that pink mark. As we look,
it's not the first time we've seen that in racing. It happens, sometimes you're just so into it, you just totally forgot that we were giving you sound signals down at the gate, and then you get to the top one, you're like, where's the offset? And
that's
there is no offset. There is that tack line, still not in. All right, here we go. So this is Norway.
They're taking their time on it, but it looks like they've got a big enough lead to do that. It is getting smaller. As we mentioned, Lithuania are on that inside position, that advantageous position.
They got to be careful on Team Norway, because Lithuania, they don't need much to bounce back and to just be able to attack.
Yeah, that's right. They're definitely closing the gap, and as we see the pressure on the left-hand side of the course, these boats behind will bring it down to the leaders first. So, this fleet will compress as we get closer down to the finish line.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy things happening in this fleet. On the last race, we saw the #1 boat go down to 4th place.
Yeah, that's right. Anything can change.
On the last lap. So, not saying it's going to happen, but anything could really happen. We could see some big changes happening depending on what's going on. As we see already one boat in the background that's already jabbed. That's Team Belgium over there that put in a jibe and is now going off to the right-hand side of the race course. So Lithuania right now putting in a jibe, deciding they've had enough, and they're going towards the finishing line.
Yeah, potentially they see more pressure out on that right-hand side as you look upwind. So that in the background there, potentially they are going to hunt for more pressure.
That's unfortunate. They didn't get the full power out of that pump. They eased the spinnaker as the whole crew was coming back up, and not able to put the full power into. You really need to not let go of that spinnaker sheet in order to get the full power out of it.
Yeah, that's right. And you're trying to press on that power out of it as well.
Now
Here we go.
Let's take a look at these guys.
Team Norway. It looks like a bit of a better jibe. It looks like they've got enough power, and yeah, no, that looks like a nice jibe. A defensive move, isn't it? Yeah, and just to put one in and just to make sure you're on the same jibe as your competitors, and you're just a wee bit further down the ladder lines, down the ladder rungs.
Yeah, the advantage to Norway right now is that they can put in that high mode, and they can go faster. Now the problem is Team Lithuania. If they want to go to the same place Norway is going, they're going to have to bear away, and so therefore they're going to be slower. So by Norway jibing a little bit further, it gives them that extra option to turn on the power and to turn on the gas and go a little bit faster.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It does give them the options to change the modes however they see fit, and it looks like on board Team Norway that everyone's quite calm, and a really nice defensive jibe just to lock in their position once again, sailing really, really smartly, and it looks like they've got enough puff with them as well. So it looks like their ankle's better, and it looks like their speed is better.
Nice little pump right there, making sure that they're actually getting the boat to straighten up and get a little bit of an acceleration. We see most of the crew is, I wouldn't say is forward, but they're centered in the boat. So you can tell they're definitely in a low mode, and they're playing with that pressure. And in the background, we see the guys in the back that are looking behind the boat, telling Ivan, the captain of the team right there, as you can see, he's got his head a little bit twisted to the side right there. That's when he's concentrated, and we've seen him do that when he was sailing on star boats as well. Really concentrated on feeling the boat right there. Light hands, like you said, Robbie, and just communication right now. So important.
Yeah,
so important.
To really feel the lock-in of the boat, and to really get that feeling, you need the soft hands.
There you go.
You
Look
can
at
see
that
a
body.
perfect body position. That's right, Jan. Just that little slight tilt to the head, and he's just really sort of feeling. It's really hard in these light wind conditions, sailing downwind. You don't want the boat to be too flat, too sticky, but then also you don't want to give any leverage to windward. So really trying to lock in every sort of puff. They're taking it low. Every sort of down speed, then they're trying to take it up.
And as we see right here, our trimmer, our main kite trimmer, speaking with the grinder right there as she eases in order to really have the best flow possible in that kite. You see how she's easing, and then all of a sudden she'll say the word trim in Norwegian, which I have no idea what it is. And then we'll see the trimmer. There it is, and he'll trim a little bit and bring it back. So they're always working. They're not just sitting there, enjoying the downwind cruise. They're really trying to work that low mode. So now we've got a jibe here that's just put in by Team Lithuania, which is actually our leaders right now. Now,
yeah, wow.
Look at the boat work right there. Now Team Lithuania
really come back into this. They must have got a bit more pressure on that right-hand side as we look at it. And they really come back into this race, and it looks to me like they're leading. Oh, beautiful shot here just
now
to see the
what
cross.
happens here. Last time we had two boats come in like this. The port side boat jibed too late, and they actually touched the spinnakers. Now it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, because yes, Lithuania currently is behind, but they have more speed, as we are only 130 meters away from the finishing line. Really important right now that Norway gets that acceleration.
That was a good jibe on board Norway. Have they done enough though? Like you mentioned, Lithuania do have more speed, and they're coming down.
Lithuania trying to come down, and are they putting in a jibe last minute in order? I think it's going to be Norway.
I think that's a photo finish.
It's a photo finish. Oh, we told you anything could happen, especially as we get down to the finishing line. What a good job there on Team Lithuania, coming back into the game.
Full excitement all the way to the last little breath.
2 seconds.
We've been sailing all day here, folks, and the last race and the last downwind comes down to 2 seconds. So it's amazing, this high level of sailing, and it's not over at any point.
Not at all. Not at all. Congratulations, Norway, on putting a stop on the hemorrhage of the Lithuanian domination in this group.
Yeah, that's right. And we see here we have Serbia just putting a jibe in. Their last one probably down to the finish. And we have Belgium further in your background on your screen. And it looks like Serbia will take third and pass them, Belgium.
So Belgium on the back foot since the beginning. Wasn't able to come back. Unfortunate for them. Serbia is going to be happy. This is their best race so far.
Yeah, that's right. They sailed a better race for sure. Serbia, the Eagles.
That's the best result. They did go across the top windward mark on the last race first.
I'm sure they would have forgotten about that. Yes.
Thanks,
Jan. You're absolutely
right.
As we see Belgium, they did start on the back foot like you mentioned, and they definitely didn't go out without a fight. They were chancing their arm. They were going in different opposite directions to the rest of the fleet, but just not enough passing lanes for them, and unfortunately they will hold on to that fourth place.
Yeah, honestly, where they're finishing right now, just right there in the back with Serbia, only 15 seconds behind. I mean, that's a really good job for seeing what would happen in the very beginning. Race 3, so that was race 3. Like you see right here, Norway with 4 points, Lithuania 3, Serbia 2, Belgium 1. And overall, what does that give us? That gives us 11 points for Lithuania, 9 points for Norway, 6 points for Belgium, and 4 points for Serbia. I saw some comments in the chat where people are already starting to whip out the calculators and trying to figure out where their team is standing. Well, we have Carolina right now, which is on board the boat, the Norwegian boat. Carolina, is down to you.
What an outstanding finish, just like 1 centimeter before the Lithuania. How was the race? How do you feel after this win now?
Well, it was a bit of a nerve-wracking race, especially in the end. We came off to a good start, at least, and we were doing all right. We had a bit of issues technically, but so did the others. So, and the last downwind, we thought we had more pressure here on the left side, but they jived into more pressure, and it got really, really close. But it was good to be just enough forward.
Yes, jibe was, I think, a little bit sooner than Lithuania, and I saw that the shifts and more gas was on the left side of the race course. But basically, also you had some a little bit problems on the gate after the first lap.
Yeah, we are struggling. There might be some issues with the drop line system, so we had a bit of issues. We had that earlier today too. So to get the kite in fast enough, actually. So that was the issue. So we'll see if there's something we can improve on.
Very, very long day for you guys today. Any things to change for tomorrow racing?
Well, I don't want to change the wind. Of course, it was a beautiful day to be out yachting. So fantastic to sail here in Grand Son when the conditions are like this. Of course, we have a lot to improve. We haven't sailed these boats in a while, and a lot of the crew has not been on board this boat. So we will talk through the day during the afternoon and see what we can sort of improve or sort of optimize a little bit.
Okay, thank you so much. Good luck tomorrow. And thank you so much, Jan and Robbie. It was a pleasure to be all day on the water, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Thanks for that great interview. Yeah, that was some interesting words right there from the captain of the Norwegian team. And yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of boat handling issues, and that would explain it. Most of the team hasn't been on that, but that's what we were talking about earlier, and that's how the guys qualified to get onto these boats. Most of them come from dinghy sailing.
Absolutely, yeah. The experience level is different on board, and the experiences in sailing and in different boats is different as well. But a great interview there by Carolina and the captain on Norway, and interesting to hear him say he doesn't want to change the wind. He had a great day's yachting here on Grand Son, and that's absolutely the case as we round out day 2 of racing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to leave you on these great images of Lake Neuchâtel here in Switzerland, the boats will be heading all the way to the end of that lake. That's where Grandson is. Remember, you guys can take a look at our Facebook and Instagram posts. We've got a lot of interesting and fun stories and stuff that the media team has been putting together for all of you. And if you are interested in finding out everything about the SSL ranking system, and perhaps you are on that SSL ranking system, please go and check out worldofsailors.com. That is where you'll find all that information. You can also find information like their sailing instructions and racing and all that for all of you that had very specific questions that we couldn't answer during the live. Please go and check that out. So, Robbie, thank you very much for commentating this very long day with me.
Thank you very much for having me, Jan.
You're very welcome, and we'll be back tomorrow for more racing as the teams still have 3 more races to do.
Yeah, that's right. A lot more racing to come. So please tune in for tomorrow, and hopefully we get as glamour conditions as we had today, so we get in some more racing.
Hopefully. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you, everybody, for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the next racing here for the SSL Gold Cup Qualifying Series. Bye-bye, everyone.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Guess I should thank you for that. I'm on. I see you out again, laughing with a group of friends. There he is, you're holding hands. Makes me feel pathetic and a little bit erratic. So I drink till I can't stand. And you know I won't confront you, even though it's all I wanna do. Probably best to just ignore it, both impossible and true. I wasn't fine to begin with, walked all those lines to begin with. But you forced me to work on myself because you put me through hell. Thank you for that. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a wall to a crawl, and a tear down the Berlin Wall. I was panicking, but hey, I guess they survived you. And that shit was hard to do. I've had every shade of blues since I met you. She loves me not the pedals hit the floor. And what you get is what you got when you can't pull no more. I'm okay, but it was a real close call. It went from a walk to a crawl. Every day I was Thank you.